morning, good afternoon, good evening, good wherever you are in the world. And welcome to another day of the LPL Unofficial English broadcast brought to you by all of the lovely production staff and crew here. My name is Rafa, and in the casting booth, I am joined for the first time on his LPL Unofficial English casting debut, the one and only Super K-Man Rocks. For everyone at home, I want you to give a little bit of an introduction, Super K-Man, and let everyone in the chat know what you've been up to and how you're able to get here.
Yeah. Thank you, Rafa. I'm super excited to be here. I've been a League of Legends content creator for going on 5 years now, basically doing every single week. I've covered every single game in the LPL over that stretch, every regular season, playoff, international performance for all of the regions. So I'm super excited to finally be on broadcast. It is definitely going to be a good time, and we've got some very, very cool matchups today to go over.
Indeed. And I just wanted to shout out, I've even, peeped over to your YouTube channel where you do power rankings and you go over a lot of in fact, I feel like every single series, which that is no easy feat. I know we as a broadcast staff and crew, we're covering every single day of the LPL, but, not every single caster is getting a chance to, cast or cover every single game. We have shifts. The fact that you are doing it all, that is, holy moly, man. So
I appreciate the praise. I really do. The channel's for the sickos. That's always what we've said. The people out there that want to watch everything. We are the hardcore fans. We are the diehards. And, I'm super excited to be on cast, kind of get to show what thought processes go through my mind live. I'm super excited to get to see these teams in particular because for those who do watch the channel, who do see the power rankings, I'm pretty excited about both of these teams. And, I've hyped them up quite a bit over the course of this year. So very excited to jump in today. But I really do appreciate the nice introduction with those power rankings.
I got you. We here on the LPL Unofficial English broadcast are one happy family, sometimes dysfunctional, but you know what? That's the joy of any, good family. It's not all, roses and daisies. Sometimes there's a little chaos in there, but we thrive in it at the end of the day, and we all get through it together as a unit. But I know one of the reasons why you're super excited is because I actually went through your Twitter before we went live today, and I saw I don't know if you called this a hot take. It might be a hot take depending on which region you support more, but Super K-Man Rocks was very proclamatory in that Tarzan is the best jungler, which is crazy because we're going to be watching him today on Anyone's Legend taking on Thunder Talk in our first series of the day.
Yeah, and I'll stand on business. I will stand on the take. I think right now, over the course of the past 6 to 12 months, there's really not a doubt in my mind that Tarzan is the best jungler in the world at the moment. His ability to play the map in the mid game and create opportunities for everyone on his team has been incredibly consistent. He has been able to perform at a high level. We have to remember, this was a guy who joined Weibo Gaming midway through last year and ended up being their best player in a world semifinals run. And that's a pretty big accomplishment for a player that didn't have a ton of time to integrate himself with the rest of the team. He's been successful everywhere he's gone. I think his style fits incredibly well in the current meta with, objectives being a lot more common, a lot of fights happening in the mid game, his ability to perform on things like Sejuani, him probably being the best in the world at those facilitative type of champions. As much as I love Peanut, Tarzan to me just stands out as the player that, I would take if I were offered any jungler in the world.
You know what? We're going to hold you to that. And when we get to our first or second international tournament, if Anyone's Legend is one of our two representatives from the LPL going forward, and they play against Hanwha Life, because I would, be a betting man to see HLE return to another international tournament. I want to see Tarzan against Peanut. I want to see your money where your mouth is. But for us, we got to get into the rest of the whole shebang here for our pre-show. In just a few moments here, we're going to be getting a chance to remind everyone what the group standings are so far in the LPL. At the top of the table, it's one of the teams that's playing tonight, Anyone's Legend, alongside JDG, who I'm going to show a little bit of, just a little bit of bias. one of my favorite teams, JDG, took an L yesterday against FPX of all teams. Was not expected, but very deserved from FPX's side nonetheless for being able to rise above. But other than that, Super K Man rocks. I don't think anything else stands out as a surprise in our Ascend standing so far.
Yeah, really the only thing that I want to point out is that I think a lot of us were expecting Billy Gaming to be more competitive than they were in the winter split. Fourth place really felt like a disappointing finish at the start of the year for this team, and they came out and looked very good in the placement stage in their group. They ended up clearly being the best team there and really looking like a team that was going to contend once again to be number one or number two. That hasn't necessarily worked out for them, but it's not just them. It's a whole soup at the top of the standings right now. Everybody beating everybody else, everybody losing to everybody else. Doesn't really feel like there's a lot of consistency, and that makes for even more interesting games moving forward, and one of the more fun group ascends that I think we could have possibly had, at least to start here.
For how cheerful and optimistic your attitude is, I appreciate that you're also pretty real about, things. I think the more half glass full type of perspective would be, oh, it's just everyone is competitive in the LPL. But I think, the reality is just that even our top teams, when they are, laying the beat down on BLG and NiP 2-0 back to back, and then against FPX, they're like struggling to just come back in the series and still drop, 1-2, right? Same thing with anyone's legend. At least, they drop to a team that has had their numbers since Split 1 finals.
Yeah, that's definitely something to highlight for AL. When you look across all of 2025 up until this point, they have only lost a best of 3 or a best of 5 to one team in the LPL, one team in the world, and that's Top Esports. Every other team they have consistently been able to beat. They were able to take Demacia Cup at the beginning of the year, kind of setting up that big run in winter where they win winners finals, go to the finals, and just barely can't get over the hump. And then, unfortunately, once again, dropping to Top Esports at the start of this group ascend phase. But outside of that, AL has been incredibly consistent. They've been fantastic at being able to utilize their own strengths to take away a lot of the strengths of other teams, which I think is a big asset of theirs, and specifically of players like Tarzan and Shanks in the middle of the map. And generally speaking, I think I wouldn't fault anybody for having AL as their favorite right now in the LPL, just obviously with maybe Top Esports standing a little bit in their way.
Sure. And anyone's legend, I love that you've highlighted that, for the most part, their core identity has really been just Tarzan being that damn near reliable, consistent bridge for this squad that has been truly needed, especially since, the core of this roster, for anyone that is watching LPL for the first time this year, Tarzan and Flandra are still the relatively new pieces to the roster coming in at the beginning of 2025. In fact, during Demacia Cup, Shanks, Hope, KL being the OG members on this squad. And I know during our talks before we got on the show, you have been an Anyone's Legend fan since 2023. You've been, supporting these guys through the trenches and now getting to reap the rewards of them having a really strong competitive roster.
Yeah, it's always felt like this organization has tried to be really good. They've just had a couple of swings and misses over the course of the last few years that have led them into maybe not being as competitive as they wanted to be, but they've not been afraid to bring on big names. The way I want to talk about Flandra and Tarzan in particular is they really are the icing on top of the cake, because the cake, the actual core of this team from last year, is already really good. We have to remember this was a team that at times was looked at as a top 4 team last year when they had Krako in the jungle, and when they were trying to make it work on the top side with Ala, who was obviously really good for this team. But it's been an upgrade. They've been able to take the foundations that they built and that giant leap that they took in 2024 and cascade that into some real success here. But I really want to highlight KL because he is the player that I think really pieces this entire team together. I love Tarzan. I definitely think he's worth talking about as kind of the main character of this team at times. And Flandra obviously is going to grab a lot of headlines, but Kyle has been very successful everywhere he's gone. This is a player that was very talented in the LCK for many years, and he's come over and really kept that up.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this guy pull off some quite magical things. I think the Poppy game in particular a couple series ago, whoo, that was some clean stuff. Some of the Keeper's Verdict literally saving the asses of Anyone's Legend in such tight pinches. But over on the other side, it is their opponents, Thunder Talk Gaming, and this team, while 1-4 in series record, I still don't want it to take away from a lot of the flair that we saw and how the story, at least how exciting it was in Split 1. But we have to come to terms with the fact that, the meta swapping back to a world without lane swaps, this is really a team that was benefiting off of getting a chance to group their players a lot more. And I think one of the realities now is a lot of the times they're trying to find those strengths and advantages in the mid game by doing a lot of overgrouping and trying to brute force those turrets down early on.
Yeah, I completely agree. The best way I described Thunder Talk in the Winter Split was it felt like a team that was more than the sum of their parts. It felt like they were able to come together as a unit with some synergy to really kind of get the best out of everyone involved, to be able to hide the weaknesses of a potential Hoya on the top side, or be able to, enable players like 1xN and Feather that have continuously shown growth over their time in the LPL. Unfortunately, with that, lane swap meta kind of dying, it's become a lot more difficult for them to be able to hide the weaknesses as consistently as they were able to do in winter. They still have a lot going for them, though. I think that there have been multiple games in spring that have looked really, really great from them, top tier, and their schedule, I know Group Ascend is always difficult, but their schedule has been very difficult up until this point. They've had to take on Billy, Weibo Gaming, Invictus, Top Esports. I mean, this is the gambit of the best teams in the LPL at the current moment, and they've been able to at least hold their own in a couple of these series. I think the player that I really want to highlight, though, is Beixuan, as we can see on the screen here.
Yeah, and you were talking about before we got into the show, Beixuan really does feel like the key member of this roster, either succeeding or not succeeding, depending on how strong his early game setup is. There have been times where he was on a facilitative jungler, and if he's able to get things rolling for his lanes, then everything seems pretty darn sweet. He's able to bail any lanes that are like naturally going to lose, whether it's because of the actual lane matchup itself or because his laners are not as strong compared to the counterparts that they're facing. But yet, Beixuan able to get some pressure alleviated for them, able to help, brute force some brick plates for them. Or if he just says, I'm going to play a carry jungler and I'm going to take the resources and I'm going to take it to my own accord, like that Lilia game against IG in their series. And I was pretty skeptical because his first game was quite disappointing on something like a facilitative jungler, and I thought there's no way that you expect me to trust you to play a carry jungler, and I was wrong. I said it on cast. I was not familiar with his game like that, but obviously the consistency is something that does plague Beixuan, and therefore as a byproduct Thunder Talk as a whole.
Yeah, I think, once again, you hit the nail on the head, really, when it came to Beixuan. He is the key that unlocks everything else that this team wants to do. He is definitely the player that they rely upon the most. When you look at all of their wins over the course of winter and spring, all of 2025, a lot of them have come through Beixuan actually just being able to win through macro in the early game. And that's always been his strength as a player, is he's incredibly smart with resources. He's very known in the community for being a very vocal shot caller. And I think that definitely plays out for Thunder Talk as we see them on the Rift generally. I think the one concern with Beixuan is that there can be some mechanical limitations, especially when you're going up against the best junglers in the world. He's not a bad player by any means, but that was the scouting report on him, even coming up through the system and coming up to the LPL originally, was just, is he going to be able to consistently skirmish and, be able to path in the early game against players like Kanavi and Tarzan and, these players that might be a little bit more adept in that zone. I think that's where we've seen him struggle a little bit more. But when he can get in his groove, when he can get in his zone, especially if you give him a lead, he does fantastic things with gold.
Yeah, and I think the reason why he is still on this roster and why he is still able to hold his own against even some of the best teams in the LPL is because he brings so much strong sense of direction for the squad. And when he's feeling confident, everyone else on the team is naturally elevated because of it. I will say, and I sympathize because I'm a jungle main. I don't know what role you play. I'm
a mid laner. I'm a disgusting mid lane player.
We don't have many mid laners on the LPL broadcast. Yeah. I'm not going to cap. So that's actually, don't worry. It's not disgusting, man. I think it's, it's a breath of fresh air.
I'm an annoying control mage player. So,
you might be Cubby's new favorite person.
There we go.
He loves control mage players because Cubby is a support player. Alk and Mazel are both ADC mains, although Alk is willing to role swap and do some success. Mazel, if he gets Maokai top lane, he's fine, you know. But Mazel definitely prefers it to lock down on bot. And I
Nice.
can't, I can't go down the full list, otherwise I'm going to be rambling for a little bit. We got walkouts going on, but my point being, as a jungle main, I understand that your lanes have to be at least going even, if not, you know, doing well, so that you feel like you have options as a jungler. I remember, you know, back in the old days when, you know, the jungle had so much power that even if your lanes are losing, at least you can show up to a lane and just completely save it from complete disaster and then make it winning for your lane. But junglers don't have that kind of insane power anymore. It's not level 6 where you get to hit level 4 at 245 on junglers like Kindred, Graves, and Nidalee and arrive to your lanes who are still level 2, right? You need a little bit of balance where you can't be the only person that has like winning scenarios. You want to have at least one lane that's kind of doing well so that you are unlocked to play for objectives on that side of the map.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think especially with how many objectives there just are in the game at this point, the fact that you really constantly need to be ahead in gold, there's not a time period where you can just relax and take your foot off the gas if you want to be able to maintain pressure. We've seen teams that were a little bit slower in 2024 either have to adapt and kind of update their style or struggle a lot more and not really be able to maintain the same kind of success and consistency. And I think it does go to your point of, if you can't win lane, if you can't, you know, put yourself in good positions, especially in the middle of the map right now, it just becomes a lot more difficult to actually make a lot of those macro plays that you're looking for. I think that's a big strength of anyone's legend. Shanks is an incredibly talented mid laner. You know, Satab, I think he's done a fantastic job filling some pretty big shoes here on Thunder Talk coming in for UCal.
Yeah.
But it's definitely going to be interesting to see where that matchup goes.
Yeah, Satab, you know, had a surprisingly nice debut in Split 1 for Thunder Talk. Like the rest of the roster, for the most part, not the same kind of magic as we've been seeing in Split 2, but Satab still has his moments. You know, sometimes will be, you know, very strong, and other times he'll be like the Rise, who realm warps into death, and that's, you know, not ideal. But you know what? You know, I'm not going to hold it to him. You know, sometimes some games are just unwinnable. But we are in a draft, not for the game, but for the 1v1 side select. It is Flandra taking on Satab. So not a direct lane-to-lane 1v1. It is the top laner of anyone's legend going up against the mid laner of Thunder Talk. And we got an interesting one. It's going to be Heimerdinger taking on Jace. We've definitely seen some Jaces, and we've seen a couple Heimerdingers. I think the last time I saw this particular matchup, that Jace dunked the Heimerdinger pretty hard.
Yeah, I think this is pretty Jace favored in terms of the 1v1. I think this becomes a lot more difficult the longer you go for Heimerdinger. I'll say specifically for Satab, he has been, I believe, decently successful in these 1v1s. I remember the Zed performance that he put on earlier this split. That was pretty solid. We saw that banned out. Flandra has been the go-to 1v1 player for AL, but he's not been as consistent as you would think he would be in these 1v1s. I believe he's 1-3 so far this year, maybe 1-2. If memory serves correct. He definitely has not been dominant in the way that he is on the Rift at the current moment. And I completely agree with you. I think the Jace is definitely in a good spot to be able to win this.
Some chuckles from the teammates of anyone's legend before we load up onto the Howling Abyss. I'm trying to think of if there's any other interesting facets about the 1v1 in particular, but not gonna lie, I don't know if you've ever seen some of our streams before, Super K-Man, where we when we go through the 1v1, most of the time we're just reminding people, like, if you're just tuning in and you're wondering what the hell is this, because, you know, every now and then we're still gonna get new viewers who are tuning into LPL for the first time. Doesn't matter whether it's our stream or, you know, Cager's co-stream or Dom's co-stream or someone else's co-stream, and, you know, this is like legitimately first time watching LPL, and they go, what is this? And we go, well, this is a 1v1 that determines who gets side select. And most of the time, it's just fighting for blue side in the draft.
Yeah, it's definitely it's been a great change of pace over the course of 2025. I think these 1v1s have been a lot of fun to watch. We're already seeing some trading early, but it's a really exciting way to give that blue side advantage out. I really like the idea, and You know, obviously, I'm very excited to get to cast these. Satab is going to struggle a bit here at level 3, but looking forward a bit more. You know, we could potentially see one all-in go his way, and then things get a lot easier. I'm really excited to see which team ends up getting blue side. Both of these teams have performed better on blue side, as a lot are expecting, but Satab.
Uh-oh. Ignite's already popped by both members here. But no... At least I don't think any secondary summoner spells. At the moment, my screen is very small, so I'm working with the best that I got at the moment here.
Yeah,
but
no
I think
secondary
that's what's
sums, no secondary sums blown there. Satab
Nice.
still has the flash available, and Flandre still has the barrier available. And
just a quick
Sorry.
base, looks like.
yep, just a quick base.
Ah! I'm now full screen, baby. I can see everything.
I think I
It
may
is-
have lost visuals now, so
Oh,
we'll get
well,
that all
it
sorted
seems
out.
that the internet gods have favored me. You know what? I'm sorry. I should have let the internet gods know that this is your first debut cast with us, and we should be giving you all the resources and really putting me through the grinder instead. But it's okay. I will try and guide you visually while we get you back up here. So far, both of the laners have returned back to neutral state. Ignites are still on cooldown, but probably going to be coming up in the next... this looks like, what, 30, 45 seconds? It could be less, honestly. I think it's like less than 20 seconds at this point. No major item spike advantages. Oh, I just lost my stream. Darn. Oh, no, I'm disconnected. I was...
Hey, that's all right. It's building suspense. We're just drawing the audience in. You know, the more we can hype this up, the more interesting it becomes. But it was an interesting game state. Definitely an interesting spot.
Oh wait, I have a new tech.
There we go.
I'm opening up on a different window, baby. Here we go. All right, we're so back.
We are so back.
38 to 33 CS. All right. Oh, by the way, guys, if this is your first time tuning in as well, this is for side select, but also win conditions. There's no 100 CS win condition anymore. It's only to first tower, first to 2 kills, or if the Ring of Fire pops up, then it's whoever is last standing in the Ring of Fire. So even if like one person got a kill, let's say Flandre gets the first kill of the game, but then dies to Satab in the Ring of Fire, Satab wins.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun format. Like I said, probably my favorite way to determine side selection in the world right now. LPL always, you know, very innovative with their formats, but once again, it just feels like it's going to be a little bit more passive here until Satab feels like he can go all in. Flandre really with no way to press the issue. We've seen this from the Heimerdingers relatively consistently in these 1v1s, but for now, just a small CS lead. Satab, not much to do here.
Yep. I've been seeing this Heimerdinger skin a lot. Is it... But I don't remember, like, what the skin name is. And I can't tell if it's, like, some pool party Heimerdinger skin that I don't know about. That's what it seems like, because these are, like, water particles.
Yeah, they do look very splash oriented. The splash damage looks very splash-y. So I can definitely see where you're coming from with that.
Yeah, like, I feel like the sound effects, too, are very, like, beach ball coded, you know?
Yeah, you know, pool party Heimerdinger, fantastic. If it was an Oriana skin, I could let you know. Unfortunately, not the case here, but...
What, are you telling me you've never played Heimerdinger before?
Oh, I'm definitely not telling you that. I had to rank up at some point. But, you know...
hey, come on. Saros back in the day did it with LGL, you know? Like, that was his niche pick.
Yes. No, hey, I'm certainly not dunking on any of the Heimerdinger mains out there. I appreciate the elo I've been able to gain from it. I'm a Dragon Tamer main. You know, that's too good for me to go in a different direction. So.
You know what? That is totally respectable. I love the Dragon Tamer skin line because things like Tristana and Heimerdinger, you're just spawning little dragon guys as maybe Satab is going to opt for the all-in here, but it's a berry exchange by Flandra, plus the Ignite, and Flandra realizes that Satab was going in for lethal with that flash and says, back off! Here's fire!
Yeah, it's a really nice trade there for Satab.
Snipe him.
Unfortunately, just barely not enough to be able to pick up that kill. But we are definitely seeing the items come through. We see the Hex Drinker done there for the Jace, and of course the Liandry's for the Heimerdinger. And I would expect this to continue to just kind of be back and forth until we get later on into that Ring of Fire segment.
Yeah, as long as Flandra is surviving, then I feel like it will play into his advantage. Because now that he has a Liandry's done, even though there's a significant amount of magic resist on Satab's side, once the Omnivamp kicks in, Flandra can always cancel it out with the Ignite. However, I don't know, actually, at this rate, with the Fire, or the Ring of Fire kicking in now, if he's going to have enough time to get Ignite back up off cooldown. I guess it hasn't started yet.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be close either way. I think this is going to be a really interesting endgame here. You correctly pointed out Satab has a metric boatload of magic resistance here as you kind of need to build, but this is the game plan for Heimerdinger. This is why you picked him in the 1v1, is to be able to get to this point and, you know, kind of create that area of control problem that the Jace really has no way to easily answer, and we see the ring closing in.
All right, Flandra, it's time to move those turrets up to the center. Control that neutral game. We Smash Brothers now. It's all about fighting game stance. Control the center of the map. And Satab, your answers are starting to run out here. The Ring of Fire is starting to slowly close in. The Omega turret has spawned. Ignite ticking down onto Satab. And even though it got close, wait a minute, the flash forward Satab will still prevail. Damn your big turret. He doesn't care. And he's going to win the 1v1 for Thunder Talk.
Yeah, I definitely did not see that coming. It really felt like that was definitely going in favor of Flandra, but just couldn't quite keep that pressure up at the end there. A ton of damage coming out from Satab to be able to pick up that 1v1 win. I presume that means that Thunder Talk will be taking blue side here for game number 1. Like I said earlier, that's a pretty big advantage for both of these teams. Their win rates on blue side are significantly better, as they are for most teams in the world right now, but definitely a priority for both of them to be able to get that and, you know, make sure they can secure some of their more common picks.
Already in my mind, things like the Rumble would be first on the table here that you want to contest for, but more than likely, anyone's legend would have to ban that on red side. I think the most common red side bans, without looking them up, are like Rumble, Gwen, and maybe
I would guess Nefiri.
Nefiri's a good one too, but it seems like recently Nefiri has dropped off in ban priority on red side. Some teams are just foregoing and saying, yeah, we'll take the Vi trade. Wait, okay, by the way, I want your opinion on this, because I know that some teams can make Vi work if you're willing to pop the ulti right on top of Nefiri, but I still don't like it as the de facto answer into Nefiri. I personally prefer Poppy more.
I could not agree with you more. I am right there with you. I've been very vocal about that actually on the channel, where I think the Vi counter pick is a lot more situational than maybe you would want to spend, you know, a counter pick on. I think Poppy in general is just so underutilized, and that was actually something I was going to talk about in terms of potential bans. Poppy is by far the most banned champion against Thunder Talk throughout this entire split. It is easily the thing that Beishuan wants to control the game on the most. They can flex it to Hoya in the top lane. They can flex it to Feather in the support position. This is a very important champion, and it's not like Tarzan doesn't play this on the other side. It's not like Flandra hasn't already played it this split as well. So I expect to see some Poppy priority, but we can already see some Vi and Lilia bans actually coming through.
Wow. You know what? This just tells me that anyone's legend have clearly done their homework, because they saw the one game that Beishuan popped off on IG. Or against IG with that Lilia, and saying, you know what, we're not going to let Beishuan have a good start to the series, since they were willing to pick it first in blue side. I feel like the only other team I've seen done that so far was BLG. Way clearly wanted it for himself as well, and it's worked 50% of the time, at least I've seen off of series score. But so far, one of our predictions, the Rumble being banned on red side, has come to fruition. I would still imagine that the Gwen would probably be the third ban for anyone's legend, but that would leave things up like Varus, Callista maybe. Oh,
Yeah,
Tristana.
Varus is definitely the highlight for me here. Not only because both of these AD carries play it, but because it is just so consistent. And you're correct. I would expect the Gwen ban here. I think anything else would be very dangerous for AL to leave that up for Thunder Talk. It gives Hoya a pretty clean out in the top lane if they want an easier matchup. But definitely going to be intrigued to see where the priority ends up going for these two teams. We've seen some back and forth decision making from Thunder Talk on who they want to leave some later picks for, who they want to prioritize. It will actually be the Varus as the final ban here. So Gwen is available. So is the Poppy. Definitely could see that being an early pick, maybe not first pick here, but definitely going to be interested to see where they want to put their priority. Ooh, it
Super
could be an
K-Man.
aggressive.
Wow.
First
I was
pick
about to say,
here.
I had some theories about what anyone's legend would be willing to take into the Gwen, but we can't even talk about the Gwen because we forgot about the Yone. And that is going to be something that maybe we should have seen with the Tristana ban that clearly set up for it, since Tristana has been so far the only reliable answer that has kept Yone down in pressure and not allowed to freely scale into the mid game.
Yeah, this is also a really comfortable pick for Satab. This is something he played a ton of on DRX in the LCK last year. He feels very good on this champion. When he's not playing things like Talia and Ryze that want to move around the map, it's definitely a Yone priority, but we do see that leaves the Gwen open to be swooped up by Flandra, and this is a very, very dangerous proposition. We could be seeing Gwen Nefiri here, R1, R2, which would definitely be a little bit of a concern for me if I'm a Thunder Talk fan.
I'm waiting for it.
We're
waiting
holding
for it.
We want to see it, Tarzan. Oh.
Oh, okay. Well, Thunder Talk. I want to see the Poppy right now. Slam that shiz right now. I mean, Sejuani definitely makes sense on paper. It allows you to enable Yone with the double melee solo laners that might come into play here. I would be very surprised if it was a Karthus lock-in, although I know Beichuan definitely loves his carry junglers. Okay, you know what? It makes sense. Now, I will say, Super K-Man, there are a couple things that you can do to interact with the Nefiri, and the key is that trying to engage on Nefiri when you haven't seen any of her abilities pop is not the way to go, unless you have like a pick play where they don't have vision of you, right? You always have to wait for the Nefiri to look for the engage first with the Hound's Pursuit, because it's very telegraphed and you cannot channel anything in the middle of it. So then if you see that ulti charging up, then you can throw the Sejuani ulti out. Then you can, ram and knock her up with a Q or something.
Absolutely. As with most Nefiri matchups in general, it's really just about reading the Nefiri player and really just about making sure that you're in the right place at the right time, because everything can be countered. But this has been a really interesting draft here in game number 1 so far. We see the Galio locked in for the side of Thunder Talk. That likely means that this is going to be Yone on the top side, although this could be a Galio support. I certainly wouldn't rule that out for Feather. It's something that he has played before, not this year, but in his career, and it will actually be the Akali. So when you're talking about just pure raw damage for anyone's legend, they've got it in spades at the current moment. When I'm looking at bans moving forward, I definitely want to see some of those more dive-oriented, almost hyper carry-esque bot laners. Kai'Sa definitely comes to mind, but
yeah,
taking away even something like a Corki, I think makes a lot of sense here as a potential second ban. If you really want to take away something like a Jinx, if you're scared of it in the late game, I think that makes a lot of sense for AL as well.
Yeah, I think there's two schools of thought, right? One, you either pick a dive to carry, which has already been taken off the table in the Kai'Sa, that is, goes in with everyone else on Thunder Talk, or you pick something that can peel for themselves, right? And be self-reliant. So something like an Ezreal, because you have to deal with 2 assassins on anyone's legend, plus a diver in Gwen that wants to threaten the backline. If you remove that ability for them to reliably get on top of you, or you're just gonna have to accept that no matter what AD carry you play, you're gonna have a pack of dogs trying to go for you, and you have a ninja that's also trying to dive you as well. So Thunder Talk have to kind of determine, do we want to set up this 3-man as a way to be a fortress for a hyper carry, or do we want more utility? Do you go for something like a Jhin, who all they're going to do is just sit in the back, wait for the fight to erupt, then start shooting out deadly flourishes and curtain call bullets, or something like an Ashe that is just looking to only assist in the fight?
Yeah. My only concern with something like a Jhin or an Ashe here would just be, man, that's a lot of pressure on Hoya on that Yone on the top side to be a really impactful player for this team. And, 1xN has really been a main character for Thunder Talk. I think it would take them a little bit out of their own comfort zone, but as we can see here, a couple AD carry hovers, going back and forth with a couple of different options. A lot of the really prominent AD carries still very much available. We will see if it's actually going to be the AD carry or support pick here. It's going to be the Nico lock-in for Kyle in the support position. So once again, it's just going in. It's dive, it's playmaking, and we see with taking away things like the Misfortune and the Kaisa on the other side, they don't want to have to try to dive into a bullet time. They don't want to have to deal with the Kaisa getting really strong here. They want to put 1xN, as you noted, on something like potentially the Ashe, as we see the hover here.
It's very curious that anyone's legend were willing to sack counterpick on support and just secure something for Kyle that Feather could have looked for on second. Now, this is something we have seen from a couple supports in the LPL, notably, I want to say, who's the support for LGD? Feather has played it, but it's
YCX.
YCX.
Yes.
Dude, XQW, YCX. I don't know why they had to make their names so similar in style. But yeah, the Seraphine ulti is so powerful, and it's a champion that I always feel is super underrated in pro play, just because players have this like stigma against it of not wanting to play the Seraphine. But with this, we have compositions fully assembled. Corki was the last pickup for Hope, and for Thunder Talk, they're actually sending the Galio in the top side and giving Hoya kind of tank duty, which makes sense on paper. I think the concern is if you are giving Gwen a free laning phase to just scale up on side lanes, then Thunder Talk have to be really proactive with their usage of Hoya on, rotations and map plays. Otherwise, Flandre's going to get insanely big on this Gwen.
Yeah, that was the reason I really thought this was going to be Yone going into the top lane, just because I really don't want this Gwen having an easy time. That's the last thing that I want in this game. Is Flandre has been so adept at being able to carry games in the back half of this split, and last split as well. And if you're just putting something like a Galio on the top side, well, it might not be the way for Gwen to get as far ahead. It's certainly not going to give Gwen too much trouble, and it's really not a lane that you can consistently play for, especially with something like a Sejuani in the jungle. And so it really does kind of show your hand that you're hoping and praying to be able to set up with the Sejuani Yone duo in the middle of the map. And, I'm a little bit concerned that that's pigeonholing you a little bit too much on the side of Thunder Talk when you're already probably going into the series as underdogs, but you can't count anybody out. If Beishuan can come out and, look really good on the Sejuani, worth noting that is a takeaway from Tarzan here. It's his most played champion in his career by a gigantic margin. So, it's going to be interesting, but I definitely would favor anyone's legend a little bit more looking at these comps. Their damage is just insane, and I really do trust these players to pull it off.
We're going to see how well these two compositions are able to fare against each other. It's game one between Thunder Talk and anyone's legend. Let's hit the rift, y'all.
Yeah, and taking a look at what these teams want to do in the early game, I think it's abundantly clear that Thunder Talk do not want to screw up. You can get a little bit caught off guard by a couple of the pick tools that anyone's legend have to offer on the other side of this. One bad fight or one bad play, even around 3 to 5 minutes into the game, can really start that snowball effect that makes things a lot more difficult. We're going to see some rather traditional setups here for both of these teams. We do see some deep vision being placed, but it doesn't look like anything's going to be too out of the ordinary as we see Flandre and Hoya.
Phase rush immediately procced by Hoya on the Galio. I think it's definitely a smart keystone to take into the Gwen. I don't think you want to take extended trades against her in the long term. Obviously, level 1 might be a different story. Hoya was willing to give a lot of his health just to make sure that Flandre could not get deep into the bottom jungle or the top jungle, but that has now come at the cost of both of their flashes down. Hoya starting to chug pots immediately, and I imagine both Tarzan and Beichuan are going to book at the top side as soon as possible.
Yeah, this definitely changes some things, I think, for both of these teams. I think Fondra is obviously in an okay spot here. They're going to be able to potion up, but it's really going to be on Beishuan now to try and punish this early. But I think that that trade is pretty catastrophically bad for Hoya in the early game here. We talked about his entire goal just being to survive this laning phase, and that makes it a lot more difficult. We're going to see the Nefiri, wrapping around here, but the push is already in for Flandra. And we see Beishuan actually pathing to the bottom side. He's just going to clear. It's not going to be any resources invested.
Meanwhile, Tarzan pings. He knows exactly where the ward was, and he goes through the part of fog where that ward could not see him. So they have no idea that Tarzan is here. There's a suspicion that the play is happening, and now that he's revealed himself, Hoya knows that the only way out is maybe CCing the aggressor on the turret dive, but Tarzan can just drop turret aggro with Call of the Pack, and it's first blood for anyone's legend.
Yeah, that's such an easy play for Tarzan to make the moment that they understood exactly where the vision was. Hoya got put in such a bad position after burning that flash, and Nefiri obviously makes these dives so much easier, but this is the exact thing that could not happen for ThunderTalk in the early game. You can't be giving free resources over to Nefiri and Gwen. The moment that those two start getting out of control, it becomes a lot more difficult, and Hoya is now sitting at 4 CS and is basically permanently out of this game with 2 levels down already.
Tarzan, nice attempt to try and steal back the blue buff that was being yoinked by Beishuan, but Beishuan had the smite under control, being able to get it just away. Now Tarzan still has flash available. Pops Call of the Pack. Beishuan immediately flashing forward, was trying to stack up that permafrost, but Tarzan answers with his own flash as well. And, thankfully for Beishuan, the fact that this is a winning push bot lane in Ashe and Seraphine against the Corki and the Nico gives him the confidence to make that play in the first place.
Yeah, I definitely think that's a good pullback there. Tarzan just being a little bit too greedy, maybe not respecting the fact that, the bot lane does have that shove, but we see more fighting in the mid lane here. Shanks and Satab definitely, trading it out. Satab getting very low, and this is something we've actually seen pretty consistently out of Satab, is him losing health in lane, but a very active early game already. It's 4 minutes into the game. We already see a 500 gold lead for anyone's legend, and I don't imagine that a lot of this aggression is going to slow down. Oh my God.
It was too easy. Shanks finds the shuriken backflip just in the middle of that wave that Satab was trying to pick up, and there's just no point in flashing it. He knew that he was dead.
Yeah, that is disaster for Satab. That is really, really going to put ThunderTalk even more on the back burner. We talked about 1xN being a primary option for this team. Well, he better be willing to step up. Mid lane is now in a rough spot. Top lane is in a very rough spot. This has certainly not been the early game that ThunderTalk was looking for, but looking forward, I'm not even sure where they can pull something back in the next upcoming minutes. Obviously, bot lane's going to be in an okay position, but you're losing in CS there. It's all really going to be up to Beishuan and what he can do to try to punish Tarzan with no flash at this point.
Well, let's look at it this way, Super K-Man. Top lane died early. Mid lane died early. Remember how we talked about mid priority is super important, otherwise you can't really do anything as a jungler? Well, you've already seen that Feather and 1xN have rotated mid lane so that they can be ready to start making their way to the first grub rotation, because it's been such a crucial objective for most teams, and especially in a 1-3-1 setup like this on both sides, it's so dire to compete for it and at least ensure either you're getting a majority of those grubs or making sure that anyone's legend is not getting all 3 for free.
Yeah, completely agree. Grubs have been prioritized in the LPL more than any other region in the world in terms of where the objective priority goes. It's been really interesting to watch, but we actually potentially see Satab roaming up here. It is just going to be the grub priority. We can see Beishuan has already started them up. Looks like it is just going to be ThunderTalk trading that for the dragon. Typically speaking, I think this is going to be in favor of anyone's legend, but this is definitely a nice get for ThunderTalk to be able to grab these grubs. It certainly gives them a lot more immediate power, and you stated it really well. Having that middle of the map priority allows them to be able to kind of make this decision, but I certainly am not begrudging anyone's legend for saying, well, we already have the gold lead. We can potentially look to start stacking these dragons, and there might not be a ton ThunderTalk can do about that.
I mean, and look what they get for it. You saw Satab and Hoya forced to exchange lanes because they needed to potentially go mid, hover, and group towards grubs just to make sure that they got all 3 for themselves. But they dropped at least a wave, maybe 2, making that exchange since both of them didn't have TP during that. And what does Shanks and Flandra do? They go up in CS. Now there's like a 15 CS lead for Flandra. There's a solid wave of CS in the lead for Shanks, and Satab was able to pick up a big one on the top side of the map. But now we're facing retributions where this is how a gold lead starts hemorrhaging and becomes even a bigger deficit for the side of Thundertalk.
Yeah, this is certainly not an ideal setup for them. I think that they are in a scary position at the current moment. Beishwan definitely feels like he's running out of options already, which is not great to say 7 minutes into the game, but it's certainly not over for them. When you project into the future, you know, you made the correct comment there that Ashe and Seraphine are still going to be a pretty big problem, and this is a relatively strong Wombo, you know, at level 6 for Thundertalk. If you can, you know, get that Yone ultimate on top of, you know, somebody who either got Ashe arrowed or, you know, Sejuani ultimate, you know, you throw out the R there. Seraphine's going to be able to combo off of it. Galio's going to be able to hit the knockup. There are plenty of ways for Thundertalk to slowly chip back in this game. I think they've just made it a little bit more difficult for themselves early on here. And I think, again, the player that I really want to highlight is Tarzan, because depending on what he does over the next, you know, 6 or so minutes, this game could, you know, be more winnable for Thundertalk, or it could be completely out of their control. It's really just how aggressive they want to play. See some trades on the top side.
Still relatively low kill game so far, but it does feel like a lot of actions that Thundertalk have made have put them not maybe the most damning state of the game, but dying early like that and taking very unadvantageous trades like that has put them on the back foot earlier than what they wanted to be.
Satab. Oh,
Could
he's
be in trouble. Tarzan should just throw one Darkened Dagger there, but is forced to use the Call of the Pack early to show he could drop the turret
flash.
aggro. Good flash on the Glacial Prison right there, dodging away what could have been a comeback scenario for Thundertalk to at least get one kill back to themselves, but relatively clean dive from the jungler of anyone's legend, and KL just here to make sure that his jungler can get out safely.
Yeah, once again, it's just AL being way more proactive on the map right now, understanding that Satab is going to have a hard time 1xN taking a ton of damage in that trade, but understanding that Satab is going to have a very hard time playing into Flandra with the amount of gold that that Gwen already has. Even though it's Merc Treads, even though you're not necessarily, you know, in the perfect spot to be able to go up against the Yone, it's still a very difficult lane for the Yone to be able to succeed in with how much he's behind in terms of that gold, and getting him low. Free setup for Tarzan. We're going to see the replay here. You can see that this play was made a long time ago. They made the call, and even with Flandre not being perfect with the needlework, it's certainly enough damage to be able to get down that the Neferi is going to be able to clean up. It's a nice buffer from Satab, but it's just not enough. He tries to survive as long as possible, but really it's this flash of the Glacial Prison that's gorgeous. Yeah, and it lets Tarzan survive, and you know, he's able to get out scot-free and then 1-for-0.
Gold lead starting to creep up now to a solid 2,000 in favor of anyone's legend. Second rotation of grubs spawning in the next 15 seconds. This one, I imagine, anyone's legend definitely want to compete for, because we have seen games where teams have gotten 6 grubs, and while, yes, grubs does feel like a win more objective, giving a team that wants a 1-3-1, who is kind of down in gold, but a chance to come back in the game by just getting to overgroup on a turret and then immediately blitz it and give you that gold injection to be back in the game is not ideal on the side of anyone's legend.
Yeah, we are going to see Tarzan making his way here. Beishwan is going to be able to, at the very least, pick up 1 before Tarzan's even able to arrive. I think you made the right call that you probably don't want to give over 6. You certainly don't want to give over 5 if you're going to contest, but we see the teleport coming in.
It's Flandra. KL leads with the Pop Blossom, and 1xN is the target that has to pay the price for the rest of Thundertalk, who are trying to now escape. Beishwan still has a flash, so shouldn't be in danger. But now they're going to turn their attention towards this top tier 1. Hoya still relatively healthy. Feather has the Encore, so a dive would not be ideal for the side of anyone's legend, but they can at least claim the final grub.
Yeah, it is going to be 5 going over to Thundertalk. I would consider that maybe not a success, because 1xN has to die and burn his flash in that exchange, but certainly not the worst case scenario considering where the map state is. Them being able to acquire that at all, I think, is you know, not too bad. But 1xN just in the absolute danger zone after that great teleport coming in from Flandra. And now this is a 3-0 Neferi. When you're looking forward to the rest of this game, you know, you see that gold lead on AL. A lot of that is going to be on Gwen, and a lot of that is going to be on Neferi. And that might be the last place that you want to see it if you're Thunder Talk.
Yeah. If I see a dog with a giant sword already at 10 minutes into the game, I'm not a happy camper.
Yeah, it's a really nice setup here from KL, just catching out 1xN. Really no way for him to be able to survive that once Flandre had made that teleporting, cutting off his escape route, but it's a nice engage by the Nico that basically gives a free kill over to AL. They'll happily take that, but you know, we will see where a lot of the pressure goes. Cloud Soul is, or Cloud Dragon, I should say, is up here, and that would be second Drake of the game for AL. I imagine that will be a priority. We have definitely seen top-tier teams in the LPL value getting Soul, and I don't see why it would be any different here for AL, but definitely some intriguing lane setups.
They're taking their time with it, though. They're not pressed to rush the dragons as soon as possible. They are sitting on big spikes across multiple of their carries. Flandre's the only person that hasn't hit his first item in what I believe should be that Rift Maker for himself, but just making sure that they could prioritize the tier 2 boots and the Merc Treads going up against Hoya, and Beichuan wants to... I mean, there's so much CC on the side of Thunder Talk that I'm surprised that Hope did not go cleanse this game, but, you know, it might just be a sign that one of them is going to have to get a Mikhail's Crucible for him, as Hoya is already taking a lot of damage from Flandre. This is a Hollow Radiance against, you know, 2 subcomponents on the side of Flandre, but this is just how strong Flandre is in the matchup right now, a level above, and relative strength of Gwen versus Galio.
Yeah, it's just real rough for the Galio at this point. It's rough for the Yone, too. There's really not a lot of ways for them to even freely collect waves right now. Under the threat of dive. Tarzan could really be anywhere right now. Of course, he is on the top side. Satab is a little bit safe, but just no real security for anybody on Thunder Talk for those side laners. But I completely agree with you. No real reason to rush anything for AL. This damage is going to scale incredibly well going into the late game. You have plenty of setup, and as I say that, we see a play on the top side onto Flandre.
Oh, great arrow by 1xN. Flandre even tried to dodge it, but still got clipped. This is going to be a nice pickup for Thunder Talk, and a shutdown ideally would have been nice in Satab's pockets, but you know what? We'll see if Beichuan can make use of the extra bit of gold. Meanwhile, the rest of anyone's legend say, sorry, Flandre, but your death will not be in vain. We just got the mid-tier 1.
Yeah, certainly not a bad fight, but it's not over just yet. Tarzan jumping onto Feather, and he can keep going.
Encore was already used there. Tarzan, not even pressed, because even though it did stun him up for a second there, there was no damage around Feather that could really make use of that Encore. So the rest of anyone's legend, content the fact that there is a Seraphine ultimate down.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, that wasn't even Seraphine ultimate. My bad. The particle, what was it? The E?
Yeah, I believe it's the E there for Seraphine, but important to note that Feather popped heal as well. That could be important for a potential Herald fight if they do want to have that on spawn. That is definitely a useful thing to have early on in the game here. We see Otacon on the top side. No surprise there with everything that's happened with Flandre and Hoya throughout this entire early game. But Tarzan, once again, pressuring his advantage.
Beichuan manages to get the smite on the red buff, so secures one of his camps for himself. Still pressuring for the Krug camp. Meanwhile, Hoya could be the next target if the rest of anyone's legend make the collapse happen, and Hoya knows that enemy reinforcements are on the way, so he uses the hero entrance as a hero's escape and manages to get out alive before anyone's legend really made him pay the price.
Yeah, it's just ult for ult popped between the 2 top laners, and again, unfortunately for Hoya, his role this game is likely just going to be that R button in these team fights. I can't imagine there's going to be all that much survivability once he gets in there with just how far behind he is in terms of gold. Tarzan has been absolutely excellent, and he is set up to be a primary carry for this team as we continue to move forward. We've talked about how Nefiri has been so successful. People have talked about, Nefiri potentially falling out of meta, but 3 kills, Eclipse completed. This is a very dangerous champion to deal with, and we could potentially be seeing that forced as we continue to go throughout this mid game.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to table a Nefiri, is it fake or still real discussion for another time, because I have many strong opinions about how weak the nerfs were. But you know what? It's Rift Herald time for Thunder Talk. Already less than 5,000 HP. You see Shanks trying to threaten on that top flank. The rest of anyone's legend threatening below. A teleport is coming in from Hoya to help reinforce with the rest of the escape. They turn onto KL. He flashes away. The Pop Blossom doesn't really clip anyone. It's used defensively, but Shanks is still threatening on the top side. They turn right onto the Ninja, and Shanks gets popped. And now suddenly, just like this is where Thunder Talk can thrive. A 5-man unit all working cohesively together.
Tarzan!
But then you throw in the Hounds. Pursuit from Tarzan. down. Anyone's Legend pick up an ace and only drop 2.
Yeah, that was an incredible fight for Thunder Talk. It looked so good for so long. It felt like they caught Shanks and they were going to be able to try and turn it. But when you look at what happened, Flandre wasn't there for the entirety of the start of that fight. No teleport on the Gwen. He's making his way up. AL is trying to buy as much time as possible to allow him to get here. You know, KL with a fantastic flash here to be able to survive. Tries to pick up Satab with the ultimate. Not able to get there, but Shanks just a little bit too aggressive. Gets CC chain down here. Hope, meanwhile, is putting out a ton of damage, and then Flandre makes his way in on the Gwen, starts terrorizing, and Tarzan is there for the cleanup. Hope doing a ton of damage on the backline with this Corki, really just setting up for the perfect three-man fight to end there for AL.
And you really get to see both of the compositions stylistically thrive at different peaks throughout the course of the fight. When Thunder Talk are able to deal with one of the threats, isolate them as a 5-man unit, then they're able to reestablish battle lines and things look okay. But then Anyone's Legend re-engage, not with one threat, but 2 threats in the Nefiri and the Gwen, and suddenly the whole composition, which thrives on being a 5-man unit, pulls apart, and then, yeah, the rest is history.
Yeah, definitely agree. And I think a very important thing for AL that really just kind of cements their pretty strong lead here is just how much of the gold went on to Hope in that fight, how much the Corki is going to be able to do for the rest of this game. Some fantastic positioning from him, and he has been so crucial as a late game carry. So now, not only on top of the fact that you've got Gwen and Nefiri and Akali and Nico diving your backline and making it difficult to really set up any of those wombos, if you try to play front to back, if you try to play that style, you've got to worry about a Corki on the backline now, just pumping out damage. This game just gets harder and harder for Thunder Talk to win. And we see that third dragon now going over to the side of AL.
Yeah, 6,000 gold advantage for Anyone's Legend at 19 minutes in the game. A minute away from the Otacon spawning. Already 2 items have been completed on the likes of Shanks, who is already using the power of that 2-item spike. Akali, Satab just getting completely dunked on. Flashes expended by both mid laners. And that's what's going to happen when Akali is this fed. Doesn't even matter that he may have gotten picked off early on in that Rift Herald fight. He makes good use of his gold in that side lane example.
Yeah, when Shanks is getting online, that's how you know the game is in dire straits for Thunder Talk. Akali is just in a really, really dangerous spot. Just spots out the fact that that E was used a little bit carelessly. Satab does try to get out of there, but just not enough movement tools to be able to evade the true assassin here in the Akali, dashing back over the wall. Gorgeous stuff from Shanks. You know, he's been a little bit more of a secondary option, we'll say, throughout this game. Tarzan, Flandre, even Hope to an extent, taking a lot more of the headlines, but this really has been a 5-man effort from Anyone's Legend to be able to generate this lead. And, you know, with about a 6.5K gold lead for them, it does feel like they should control the rest of this game.
Yeah, and it all just stems from the beginning of the game where both Flandre and Shanks are able to get sizable advantages by themselves in the laning phase. And it's before Beichuan even gets a chance to interact with the map. As Hoya, yeah, you better pop that hero's entrance, buddy. There's no way you're going to get out either way. Had a flash available, but that's a larger cooldown. Oh, no.
He might not even be out. The taunt.
He's tanky. He should be fine, right? Oh, no, Tarzan. Okay. You know what? Tarzan definitely made me believe that he was going to go for it. He is 2 items, and Hoya is, unfortunately, very poor on this Galio compared to the rest of the curve of the map. But because they forced away the big tank and Hoya away from the top side of the map and Beichuan is on the bot side, this is a free Otacon for Anyone's Legend.
Yeah, it's just objective after objective after objective going over to the side of AL at this point. You know, sacking the grubs early turned out to be fine. They're stacking that dragon up, which Soul is going to be spawning in about 2.5 minutes. They're going to have Otacon for it. And this is going to be a pretty scary proposition for Thunder Talk. I think when you try to imagine a way for them to be able to get back into this, there still is the potential for some miracle combo. You know, if you can land an Ash Arrow onto Nefiri or, you know, Gwen or you know, Corki, I think there is a way to combo Seraphine ultimate, you know, Yone ultimate, potentially tear down, turn it into a 4v5, but they might not get that chance.
Hoya under fire again, but now he's got to deal with potentially 3 people threatening a dive, but Satab is right behind him. So the dive would be ill-advised from Anyone's Legend unless they were just that Chad or maybe that foolish to pull it off, but neither is the case. They just retreat for now. It's still a 6,000 gold advantage for anyone's legend. No objectives to take, at least for the next 2 minutes. And engage from Zaytab, trying to lock down Flandra, who now has the assistance of Beichuan. Almost dies to Flandra in the back, but he's able to snap back with the Soul Unbound, and Beichuan finishes the job.
Yeah, it's a nice pick. It almost was not so nice for Zaytab if he were to go down there, but it's certainly nice to pick up, making sure that Flandra isn't in a position to be able to actively contest, and Tarzan might be a little forward, but Hope is making his way in.
You know, I thought if once Call the Pack was used by Tarzan, that Beichuan maybe was going to throw it, but I looked at the rest of the map. There's not really that much damage. Zaytab is very chunked, and I think if they forced that fight and Zaytab loomed on over, Tarzan probably just gets a couple free resets there on both him and maybe Feather afterwards. And yeah, Thunder Talk, they have tools, which is something that we alluded to in the draft phase. You know, we talked about the potential of a Wombo combo because there's just so many powerful ultimates that can start a fight from the side of TT. The problem is that you got to have the damage. You got to have a little bit of, you know, item spikes to be able to play off of that. And right now, if Zaytab is not with you, I don't have faith in 1xN being able to provide the damage at this point in the game.
Yeah, we'll see what happened here. Oh, the interrupt coming in from the knockup to be able to get him out of there, help him survive. That was pretty crucial. Zaytab absolutely would have gone down there, but you hit the nail on the head once again. I think with, you know, talking about Thunder Talk's draft, while there are a lot of options and opportunities, Zaytab is too crucial, a member of this comp, that if he's fallen behind, if he's 1-4, you know, down quite a few CS, it just becomes a lot more difficult here. But, oh, Hoya.
Super K-Man, are we witnessing cyberbullying? Because they have been hounding after Hoya for the past 4 minutes. This guy can't catch a break.
Yeah, this has got to be one of the most visited statues on the Rift at the current moment, just in terms of the pressure that's been going into him. He's done a decent job to be able to survive. Only 2 deaths on the game, considering how many attempts on his life there have been, is certainly not too bad, but Dragon Soul has spawned here, and that's definitely going to be the primary objective, it looks like, for both of these teams moving forward.
Yeah, and you can see that the... Hang on.
Oh, they were spotted. I don't think they know, though.
Yeah, it's KL as... Or no, wait, where is KL? KL is impersonating Shanks at the moment. Dude, it's so hard to keep track of Nico sometimes. Oh, Beichuan knew someone was in the brush there. He throws out the Glacial Prison, and they jump right onto the main Pop Blossom Engager. No chance for a Nico ultimate to be used this game. Hope forced to flash away. In the thick of it is Shanks, but dies early. Now it's up to Flandra and Tarzan to turn the fight because Hope cannot participate. But don't tell me they win a 2v5, right? But Beichuan already lost. Flandra finally dies, but now Tarzan is able to find one back onto Feather. Zaytab, below 50% HP. But they don't have a jungler anymore, so Tarzan is trying to stay in range so that he could threaten with a Smite Steal. Zaytab tries to step up, looks for the flash, misses completely. The Soul Unbound will take him back, but Tarzan is able to use the Call of the Pack to dodge the last bit of damage. Now Hope has arrived back to the fight, and they're trying to cut them off now. Beichuan's still not going to spawn for another 13 seconds.
This is a very dangerous situation for both of these teams. Hope has got to have some fancy footwork here.
I hope they're keeping track of the Ash Arrow cooldown because it's going to come up sooner or later. The flash from Hope, but it's Hoya that gets pounced by KL, who finally comes back from the grave with the Pop Blossom. 1xN isolated for Tarzan to sink his dog fangs into, and Thunder Talk have completely collapsed under the pressure of anyone's legend.
Oh, they just didn't have enough. They barely didn't have enough firepower to be able to close out that fight the first time. Tarzan ends up surviving. Hope survives on the back end of that fight after Beichuan dives him. It looked so good, but we're not even done. Feather is getting jumped.
Tarzan will not allow any mercy to be shown on the Rift today. Thunder Talk won't even get a chance to contest and look for a flip of a Smite Steal, as Tarzan and Shanks are going to force out the Piggy Rider away from the Dragon Pit, find themselves another kill to claim. 8-0-6 on this Naafiri for Tarzan. He is having a stellar game once again.
This is what people mean when they talk about greed in League of Legends. They talk about being able to take everything, and when you talk about the LPL and players like Tarzan at their absolute best, this is what you want to see. You want to see a player that says, I don't need to be in the pit. I'm looking for kills. I'm looking for Beichuan. I'm looking for Zaytab. I'm looking for Feather. Nobody else. He's 8-0-6 on this Naafiri, taking over the game, and we're going to get a replay of the fight here. This is a fantastic start to the fight for Thundertalk. Beishwan with a brilliant ultimate onto KL here, and it really sets up the rest of this fight. The arrow kind of comboing on top of that. It looks so brilliant and gorgeous and perfectly set up by Thundertalk, but Satab, as we talked about, just barely doesn't have enough damage to take down Hope, and I fear that that was likely the difference here for Thundertalk.
Yeah, I mean, it was so tense, too. You could see that Thundertalk were fighting with every breath that they had, but it's so hard to pull this off when the gold deficit is just smacking you in the face in the form of the person that is spanking a lot of that, the gold advantage in itself, and Tarzan just doing a great job of buying so much time, baiting Thundertalk slowly in, and understanding his limits on the champion. This is why it's so frustrating to play against Nefiri that is this fed later into the game, too.
Yeah, at this point, I don't even know what your answer would be. In a theoretical situation, it becomes even more difficult to really project that out moving forward. Nefiri has hit level 16. That's 3 fully completed items for the dog. And, you know, at this point, I think it's really just up to where AL want to put their resources. It looks like, you know, Baron is definitely going to be the option for them, at least for now. Can't imagine they would have all that much trouble taking it, but we'll see if they want to prioritize that or if they potentially are going to look for more picks moving forward.
I mean, it's an 8,000 gold advantage now for anyone's legend. Flandra spotting Beishwan, transitioning into the mid lane. And the Baron has been started up by AL, but they are spotted on a ward. So TT know that this is happening. The question is, can they do anything about it? Beishwan gonna try to walk up, stunned up by KL. The Pop Blossom, sidestep. Beishwan, can he get in? Oh, it was so close, but Tarzan secures the Baron. Now Beishwan is overextended for it, and Hoya! Oh no, I don't know if that was the hero's entrance you wanted to take, but I respect that you're not gonna let your comrade go down without, you know, some companionship at death's door. Thundertalk now down to 3 members, actually 2, because Feather died off screen somehow. I didn't catch that at all, but yeah, Super K-Man rocks 11,000 gold advantage for anyone's legend. I think this is game.
Yeah, this was a dominant performance from anyone's legend. We got to see their star players, the ones we were hyping up, really perform, really show up here, and I don't think Satab and 1xN are quite going to be enough to be able to stop this push into the base.
Yeah, I would not imagine it. Oh, Tarzan, this is just rude, man.
Yeah, disrespect.
Oh, they got close to killing 1xN, but GG, well played. Anyone's legend take the first game against Thundertalk.
Really, really awesome game number 1 from AL. You can praise almost every aspect of their performance in this one. You can talk about their early gameplay, obviously the advantage that they were able to generate level 1 on the top side, getting both of the flashes, you know, from Hoya, and then eventually the solo kill mid lane from Shanks onto Satab. Tarzan does a great job being able to punish that. And then just understanding where they want to put their resources. I think a lot of teams in the LPL have really struggled to sacrifice at times, and I think anyone's legend was happy to give over 5 grubs. They were happy to say, you know, you can have that. We'll pick up a kill as return there. We're going to stack those dragons. We're going to continue to find picks over and over again. And we're going to get our 2 pseudo-broken carries in Gwen and Nefiri into as good of a spot as possible.
Yeah, I like this conversation to be opened up because, as you said, there's not many LPL teams that are comfortable with giving up such a big, strong objective like Grubs, right? But I think it's also a sign that there's just not many LPL teams that are confident in their own side laner's strength in when they are getting small advantages in terms of, you know, experience and gold just off of like waves that were sacrificed by the lane counterpart. They're able to actually run away with that advantage. That's not something that you see all the time. If you know, let's say a top team decides to drop a wave and collapse for a play on the other side of the map, and the other, you know, opponent gets that, you know, 1 wave, 2 wave, they still either die in lane or they still get, you know, hand checked in lane at some point, right? But because Shanks and Flandra are totally okay saying, yeah, I mean, I'm playing Gwen in the Galio. I've got nothing to worry about. I'm playing Akali into Yone, who died early to me in lane. You know, I got nothing to worry about. I think those are the types of advantages where that allows you to go from good team to really terrifying team, especially when you start making a run in playoffs and you have to go up against the other terrifying teams, not in just the league, but also trying to cement yourself as an international contender.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think there is really no reason to believe anyone's legend can't be that. This is a team that has shown over and over again that they are consistently able to play almost any style. You said the hands check is massive for them, and I completely agree. players like Flandra and Shanks are just so mechanically talented, and they really can build their entire game off of that. But this is a team that has shown they understand how to take it slow. They aren't going to overstress for, things. And generally, I'm just a big fan of the direction, the shot calling ideas that are going through the team. I know I'm a Tarzan Glazer, but this is something we've seen very consistently out of Tarzan throughout his career, where he's just really good at this, man. He's really good at being able to understand where these resource allocations need to go and what exactly his role is defined on the team as opposed to everybody else.
Yeah, it goes to show that when the lanes are set up for success from the draft phase, or at least going even, Tarzan can execute a really strong early game plan and understanding if he's playing something more facilitative, then he knows how to elevate and put pressure on the lanes directly. But if he's playing a more self-interested champion like this Nefiri, then he knows how to navigate and find advantages that benefit him directly. But that doesn't always mean, okay, I'm not interacting with lanes, I'm power farming. He recognized that Flandra and Hoya fought to the death level 1, and there was a no flash on Galio. So it almost seems stupid to not take a free kill on the top side and get yourself ahead, but also your top laner ahead.
Yeah, I completely agree. We're seeing some highlights on the screen. This was a very proactive play from ThunderTalk to be able to pick up a kill onto Flandra pretty early on in this game. This felt like one of those plays you had to make in order to stay alive. Unfortunately, it wasn't quite enough, and I think we're going to get another look at this Rift Herald fight, but this is where things, I think, really started to go wrong. It felt like they ThunderTalk that is, finally found some sort of engage onto KL, but the flash keeps him just safe enough. The Shanks backline engage obviously ends up not working out, but being able to get Flandra into this fight, getting the snips down, and again, capitalizing on the fact that Tarzan was staying so patient and just not overextending before everything was set up, it creates this situation where the 3v4 can really take place, and at that point, AL is in a really great spot.
Yeah, Nefiri is very much like Ezreal, where you have deceptively a lot of mobility and outplay potential, but not many or the players that are not as talented will think that, oh, okay, well, I have this invulnerability button, I have mobility that is on a very short cooldown, I'm just going to go in whenever. You still need to have a lot of restraint and understanding of when your moment is to strike, and that patience was demonstrated very clearly, not just in the Rift Herald fight, but this fight in particular, where things actually got very dicey for anyone's legend. And to ThunderTalk's credit, it was a strong start, but just not enough.
Absolutely. I think a lesser team absolutely would have lost this fight for AL. I think the setup was actually really well done by ThunderTalk, but Tarzan, like you said, staying patient, staying controlled, knowing that he has to pull as much aggro as possible to allow Hope to get back into this exchange. And the moment Hope gets here, ThunderTalk really have no way to be able to get back into this unless they can full engage without any sort of consequences on the Corki. Unfortunately, the time that they decide to pull the trigger is the moment that Kyle shows up and is able to hit that Pop Blossom on Hoya, and from that point onwards, Tarzan's just able to completely take over on the backline.
Well, there's a couple things that we usually talk about once we've kind of exhausted what went wrong in the game, and how the compositions played out, and how well certain carries did on the winning team, 2K Man Rocks. This is usually the portion where we start entertaining who do we pick for our MVP. I think this one is very obviously Tarzan. There shouldn't be any, any doubt about that. I mean, when you get Nefiri, you're kind of expected, like, you need to pop off with this champion, otherwise it was a waste. And yeah, he didn't waste that opportunity. I think he was deathless, if I'm not mistaken, by the end of the game, which is just absurd, but also speaks to not only how still strong, borderline broken this champion is still, and but I'm gonna say, it's just strong, so that if Riot is listening, please don't nerf this champion. I'm getting a lot of elo on my other account. Thank you very much. I'm going to continue. For some reason, people are not banning Nefiri in Emerald, which is just crazy to me, so like, hell yeah, I'm gonna coast that to Diamond, hopefully. And I believe we've gotten our MVP vote back on the main screen, so when we get a chance, swap us back, because I need to see who won MVP.
A lot of good candidates, but it had to be Tarzan. It absolutely had to be Tarzan. 9-0-8 on the Neferi, and he was even more important than that, I would argue.
I mean, this first dive just exemplifies how bonkers this champion is. The fact that you can now do turret dives this early on because you essentially have a built-in fizzy into your kit. Most people might say, Riot, what were you thinking? But I'm going to say, Riot, thank you so much. I love it. I love playing this champion and abusing a very broken mechanic.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I'm certainly not going to push back on the Neferi hype train. I'm very much alongside that, but you got to give Tarzan a ton of credit for how he ended up playing the Neferi. Lesser players would have definitely had a tougher time capitalizing on some of the things that he was able to do. A lot of the reasons he was able to take over in these fights was just because of his timing and his patience and his understanding of what exactly the strengths and the weaknesses of his champion were. I think he did a fantastic job of being able to push that forward.
Indeed. Well, gamers, y'all know what time it is. Not only game 1 is wrapped up, but it means that we'll be going to break soon. However, all the OGs know that this is the usual time where we shout out our lovely, so lovely coffee supporters on all of our socials. Hang on. I gotta pull up my my professional copy here. Hang on. We're extremely grateful to our coffee and YouTube subscribers who help level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk of it pays on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat below, to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. And one of the things that also gets upgraded thanks to your support is things like the new graphics package that we got in this spring split, which has been incredible. Shout out to Chris Sungo for putting it together, but also shout out to all of you guys at home for being so awesome and supportive of this essentially passion project that we are doing for y'all, putting on an English product of the LPL English or LPL every single day. Anyway, it's time for a break, y'all. When we come back, it'll be game 2 between Anyone's Legend and Thunder Talk on your screen. And welcome back, y'all. Game numero dos is on the way for Anyone's Legend in Thunder Talk. If you missed the first game, well, if you expected Anyone's Legend to clap Thunder Talk, well, that is exactly what happened here, y'all. Solo laner diff kind of happened early on. Some early aggressive trades were taken by Flandra and Shanks to their success, and Tarzan just had a field day on the entire map. So now we're into game 2. And TT are grateful that they don't have to play against Tarzan's Neferi again.
Yeah, I think that, Neferi, Gwen, Corki, all of those things being taken off the board are definitely positives for Thunder Talk. They're going to feel a little bit better about that moving into game number 2. But similar bans, not the same, though. We see the Scion actually taken away here from Thunder Talk. Flandra's been a huge proponent of the Scion throughout the entire year up until this point. But once again, same bans for AL. It's that Lilia, it's that Rumble on the other side. We'll see if they want to continue to go for the Varus as that final ban. That's what it was in game number 1. I don't really see any reason to adjust that. But it's actually going to be the Rise taken away from Satab, one of his more comfort champions.
But Jace was opened up. So now Anyone's Legend get a chance to trade the Varus for themselves. And I think they already have something in mind for the jungle because they slammed the Varus so early. Could just be that Poppy picked up not just as a great way to flex between Anyone's Legend members, since there's 3 of them that could play it, but also, as you've noted before, it's a great flex pick for also Thunder Talk.
Yeah, Poppy is just such a strong champion right now. Poppy is somehow undervalued, I think, at this point in the meta. She just does so many things into so many primary carries. Tarzan has always been a great Poppy player and someone willing to take it, but it looks like Thunder Talk's answer to the Varus was going to be the Misfortune. We saw this banned in the second rotation in game number 1, and we see it pulled out here. 1xN has been one of the better Misfortune players in the LPL throughout 2025. He's looked very comfortable on this champion. They love setting up for these teamfight engages. We even saw that a bit in game number 1, and they're going to pair it with some very standard engage here in the Alistair. Really just try to make the job as easy as possible for these damage dealers to take over.
Poppy value is just going up even more as some of the champions locked in for Thunder Talk. Even though Misfortune doesn't necessarily have a dash that you can interrupt with the Steadfast Presence, if she starts channeling Bullet Time and the Poppy is already knowledgeable of that, you can knock her away with the Keeper's Verdict. And yeah, I'm also with you on the because there's this Alistar locked in by TT, and Anyone's Legend go, that's a great Silas ultimate pairing. So yeah, great slam there for Shanks.
Yeah, this is a very strong start to the draft for AL, and especially coming off of already having so much confidence. Not only do they have strong champions, I think Varus is most people's consideration for strongest AD carry in the game. Poppy, I think, is certainly a pick that both of these teams prioritize. Silas is fantastic here, but these are, skill champions. Like the Silas in particular for Shanks is something he already showed in game number 1. We already saw what he can do on something like the Akali when he's given some opportunities, but it's going to be the Renekton and the Yorick as the first 2 bans here. Yorick, again, makes sense for Flandra. On the other side, he's pulled that out pretty consistently over the course of this split. I think he has 2 or 3 games already in spring on this, but we'll have to see if
remember
we continue.
too.
Yes. Zyra is going to be that 3rd ban. Interested to see if they want to go. I mean, obviously, Nidalee could potentially be an option for Thunder Talk here. That's definitely, something I would consider. With the Misfortune and the Jace, it definitely fits the idea of what they want to go for. I think it's very risky as an idea, but we'll see what they want to set up for here with that final ban.
Unless you, play something like an Azir in the mid lane, I'm not a huge fan of Nidalee in this scenario. There's not a marksman that is, dedicated to ramping well with a lot of attack speed, since Misfortune is so ult dependent, right? Jace doesn't necessarily make use of attack speed either unless you're sieging turrets, and Alistar doesn't necessarily, guarantee setup for you always for Nidalee spears. So I think it was a good idea from Anyone's Legend to ban out the Zyra, because if you are desperately wanting to set up magic damage in the jungle, Lilia was already taken off the table, and Zyra would have been your next best bet. Don't play with my heart, H1. I know. I have heard fables and legends about the fact that this guy was an Echo one-trick coming up through solo queue. Don't do it. You see, that makes more sense. Brand just got buffed on this patch. He's slightly better again, and that is going to be the answer.
Yeah, this was something Beishuan played a lot in 2024. This was certainly the priority pick for Thunder Talk before. And when you're talking about that AP jungle ladder, you already talked about it. The Lily is off the board. The Zyra is off the board. Nidalee doesn't necessarily fit what they want to do. That's really been the only other AP champion this year. But Brand, very much still playable. I do think that there is a lot of ways to take advantage of Brand in this current meta. It looks like it's just going to be comfort for Satab here with the Taliyah. We saw the Rise taken off the board. The Yone obviously out from game number 1. His big 3 of champions, the Rise, the Yone, and the Taliyah. Not shocked to see that. We did see the Skarner, by the way, locked in for Tarzan. That does confirm that Poppy is a flex. Now, we still don't know where that's getting flexed because that can still go top lane or support. But definitely interested here. Looks like it's going to be a potential Aurora. That makes a ton of sense, I think, with the rest of this draft. One of the power top laners that's left, and it is going to get locked in. That will be the Poppy support for KL down in the bot lane. So Varus, Poppy. And generally, when you're looking at these two comps, again, I hate to say that they have such defined ideas, but you have so many options in the late game for AL, or at least more, in my opinion, than what Thunder Talk have. Brand is going to be scary, and there is going to be a problem, but I'm super concerned about this Sylas. I definitely don't know if there's going to be a very easy way for them to be able to deal with him moving forward. And what we've already seen in terms of the hand stiff between these two teams could make that even more difficult.
Yeah, on the one hand, you know, there's not that much lockdown for Misfortune to benefit off of. You're just hoping that that one Alistar combo or the one Taliyah Seismic Shove combo gives you enough time to just rip a full bullet time, or you have really strong choke control that you can pressure anyone's legend through. But I think the Brand is going to be a sleeper of a pick here for the side of Thunder Talk, because a lot of the champions on anyone's legend outside of Varus is relatively short range / melee, right? So Pyroclasm gets a huge surge of value in these fights here, and it plays well into what Thunder Talk have, at least for this season, been historically known for, just wanting to play for those 5v5s. And as long as Beichuan is able to get off a full combo spell rotation, you have done your job as Brand. That is kind of just the beauty of what Brand kind of brings. You just bring a massive amount of max percentage HP damage, and then you kind of just look to the rest of your team and say, okay, I did my job, now you guys got to finish them off, right?
Yeah, I think that one of the things that I really want to point out as well, Taliyah could be scary this game. I mean, there's not a lot of roam matching coming from Sylas. It's going to definitely be a Taliyah favored lane early on, with being able to get around the map and, you know, create advantages that way. I think there is more pressure on Thunder Talk to be able to create those advantages early. When you look at generally AL's comp moving forward, I think they have more options as the game continues to go along, as we jump into game number 2 here.
Oh, you can hear the small TT, and then the louder dial. Glad to see that at least both teams are getting, you know, some support and love from the fans in the stands today. Anyone's legend, obviously the expected favorites here, but always gotta appreciate whenever the underdog is still getting some of that love back. Now, we're on to the Rift here. Some wards already being spotted out by anyone's legend side, as Thunder Talk took a chance to place early wards onto both of the brushes on both of the side lanes here, just trying to establish vision control. And unfortunately for Flandra, he thought that he was in a bush that was unspotted, but Hoya is able to get a massive chunk on him early on.
Yeah, it's a really nice trade for Hoya. Pretty important for him to not have a game 1 repeat here in game number 2. You need to be able to generate that pressure early. I'm not sure how easy that's going to be. Aurora's so close there.
Did we just both see the same thing that I think we saw?
Yeah, I think we did just see that. Hope no barrier. The pings are going to be coming out. Certainly a little bit of an intriguing exchange there, but hopefully it won't be too consequential.
I mean, I don't know if that's like the most detrimental thing. I mean, it's an early summoner spell burn, but at least he's got a decent health advantage at the moment. So I don't know. I'm not a pro player. There's a reason why we're doing the talking and not doing the walking on the Rift, you know. But you know, it definitely did look curious from our perspective here.
Yeah, it definitely just feels like a little bit of a mistake there. I think you definitely want to see a little bit more of a sharp gameplay coming in from Hope, but we actually see some pathing onto the top side here from Tarzan. Oh, are we going to see it 2 games in a row? The flash comes in.
The flash weirding to slow him down, and the Q
Oh.
rock, but Hoya has enough movement speed to sidestep it to the left, and he escapes a very perilous gank.
Yeah, flash burn by Hoya. That's flash for flash on the top side. I think you'll take that trade overall if you're Flandra. It's a really nice level 3 gank there by Tarzan. Once again, just understanding that he can generate pressure just by existing. Doesn't really have to make anything special happen, but as long as he's in a position to be able to get his laners into a good spot, he knows he's going to be able to transition that, even if it does mean sacrificing a bit of tempo. Brand is already going to have so much of it in the jungle. I think when you're looking forward, you know, obviously Brand potentially making his way topside now. We do have a ward there, though.
He knows that this was a massive wave that Hoya stacked up. Flandra didn't get a chance to TP back and absorb it. Now this is going to be a chance for Beichuan to at least try to pressure him under tower. He's going to look to tank the turret aggro first because he's ranged. However, Flandra's a slippery bunny girl, and that means without reliable CC to land between Hoya or Beichuan, that tower dive does not go as successful as they would have liked.
Yeah, it's a pretty aggressive play. Aurora is very difficult to kind of lock down there. Just a lot of movement, and Brand in particular is gonna, you know, struggle as long as Flandra ends up playing it correctly on the top side, which of course he does there. But still a lot of options open. You see some trading in the mid lane here for Satab, but Tarzan making his way up. Obviously, Dragon will be spawning here in a minute. Grubs are going to be up in about 2. Going to be interesting to see if we see the same kind of priority that we saw in game number 1, where Anyone's Legend, you know, had that scaling. They understood that they were going to be better in the later part of the game, and they decided to opt into Dragons as opposed to the Void Grubs. We're very happy to give those over. I think it's not all that different in terms of a game state here. We'll see if they want to make the same adjustment.
Yeah. I mean, based on what we saw from the first game, Anyone's Legend were so confident in letting those grubs go over to Thundertalk that they were able to make use of the small advantages they got for their laners that didn't have to sacrifice their time in lane to collapse on over and ensure the guarantee of that objective going down. So maybe something similar happens here. Anyone's Legend, pretty content in the laning phase so far. Yeah, did go a little bit south in the top side. Both flashes being burned by Tarzan and Flandra and not being able to get the kill into Hoya, and he's kind of still holding strong, but slightly down in CS. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, relatively even, whereas Satab, a little bit, I want to say he's up on CS, but then again, there's a full wave that Satab or Shanks is about to pick up. But I want to go back to what you talked about in the draft phase, where Thundertalk, there is a little bit of urgency put on the fact that you have this Talia, which has been such a beneficial pick for the LPL teams in general. I think the last time I casted the Talia game was like 9-4 in terms of stat record. I don't know what it is now, but it's still a relatively high win rate because LPL teams just want to roam so much and create so much action on the map.
Yeah, it's a high priority everywhere right now. Talia's just a very good champion. We do see Tarzan with the Dragon priority. Once again, it does look like it's just going to be a swap here. Anyone's Legend feeling comfortable to start stacking those dragons, but you hit the nail on the head. Thundertalk need to start getting the ball rolling. If they're going into the mid to late game here at gold neutral with Misfortune and Talia as your mid bot lane, like that's just not necessarily what you want. You got Jace on the top side as well. Even Brand isn't going to have the easiest time in the back half of this game. There is so much pressure on Beichuan, on Satab to kind of move around the map and start creating those plays. But for now, just going to be a trade of objectives. I think the thing I'm really going to look for are the second spawn of Grubs. I think that's going to be the big decider as to where this game goes. Thundertalk is definitely going to need to start getting priority in the mid lane. I would expect a rotation at some point coming in from AL, but we actually see a play mid.
Shanks is in trouble, still has flash available. Sidesteps the seismic shove. Holy moly, I thought he was at least going to be forced to burn a flash there or something, since Tarzan was on the other side of that wall, but he just walks out.
Yeah, a pretty easy avoid there from Shanks. I agree with you. I expected more out of that play. Luckily for him, he doesn't have to burn anything, but those are the kinds of plays that I think Thundertalk do need to be trying to make, where they're finding these picks, trying to get some gold onto some priority options. You know, unfortunately for this Misfortune, it's really not been that strong of a start, down 20 CS in the bot lane. It's really not looking good for 1xN in this particular lane matchup. I can't imagine this is going to get better for him over the course of this game, and gold may be even, but a lot of that gold is going to be kind of canceled out by the combat power that AL is going to scale with later on. So keep an eye on where they start to set up their objectives. I'm interested to see where they move their bot lanes here, but the priority is definitely going to start to show.
Yeah. Well, if you're a TT fan, there's some wins to take away in the first 7 minutes in the game. First of all, your top laner didn't get dove successfully. Your mid laner didn't drop a solo kill to Shanks early on either. So, because if I'm not mistaken, at this point in the game, there was at least a 1.5 thousand, maybe 2,000 gold advantage by anyone's legend heading into the second half of this early game stage, getting ready for that second rotation of grubs. This time around, gold is pretty much even across both teams, but now I'm expecting that once Thundertalk are able to hit first item power spikes, mainly on Satab and Beichuan, or just level 6s in general, they want to be proactively using that ability to roam around the map.
AL's proactive, though.
Yeah, that's right. Anyone's legend making the first move once again, and that rock will hit the cow in the back of the head, and the Ignite from KL claims first blood.
Yeah, a really, really smart play there from AL, and it's not over. The bullet time has to try to clear this wave, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
KL will give his life under the tower to ensure that anyone's legend get the second kill onto 1xN, and I guess not both go in the pockets of hope, but it is both of the kills being split across anyone's legend's bot lane, and now Thundertalk even more pressed to see if they can find an advantage on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I was beginning to say a really smart rotation there from AL, understanding that this is basically the perfect timer to try to dive bot, and there's really no way that Thundertalk can actually try and counter that. And especially with the setups that are happening now around Void Grubs, it gives them plenty of time to get back up onto the top side as we see a big exchange here.
Hoya wants to get aggressive in preparation for the second rotation of Grubs, but the fact that KL roams all the way straight from base to assist Flandra in the lane forces Hoya away. Is now down below 50% HP, is chugging on refillable pods. I'm not sure if he's going to be as healthy enough to help contest for the second rotation Grubs spawning in 40 seconds, which we even see that Feather was forced to hover here just because of the pressure that KL's Poppy brought once again.
Yeah, and you hit the nail on the head. This is a problem for Void Grub contest, but as we take a look here at this replay, a fantastic flash into the wall there for KL. Feather ends up going down the rock, lands perfectly placed from Tarzan, and they set up for the re-dive here, and 1xN does something really smart. He calls the wave with the bullet time. This is definitely the right decision. KL ends up taking a little bit too much of the tower, was just a little bit low going into that. Tarzan has to burn flash. It's not the cleanest dive in the world, but picking up 2 kills down there in exchange for just, 1 kill on the Misfortune, especially when your team scales so much better, and especially when you're always going to have priority to set up for the Void Grubs, is a positive. But those Grubs have spawned. We'll see if AL want to try and target them now or wait potentially until that Dragon is up in 45 seconds to potentially pull attention away. It looks like it's going to be now, though. 1xN could potentially be in some danger.
Yeah, 1-item spikes coming in for Hope and Shanks respectively, but also for Beichuan, and that's probably one of the more important spikes that TT could reach. However, doesn't seem like they are going to be able to challenge through this choke point here for the Grubs. Tarzan already burning through the first one, but now TT, having a majority of their members step up, they're going to be able to force them away.
Yeah, it honestly, to me, just looked like AL was happy to get 1. They showed up to get the first one, and they said, you can have 5. We're not worried about 5. We're worried about 6. And, this is consistent with what we saw from AL in game number 1, Flandra. Still up top here. They could potentially be looking for a dive. I'd be shocked, though.
Tarzan is here. KL has that Keeper's Verdict available. Already going to wind it up. And goodbye, TT. In case you were thinking about a dive, it ain't happening on this wave.
Yeah, Tarzan was in the area as well. Would have been a really greedy play from Thundertalk if they wanted to look for that. I understand the urgency that they start to feel here. They do have the 5 Grubs, and I think at this point, trying to play for Talia, just moving around into every lane that she possibly can is really the option for this team. Jay still has quite a bit of combat power. So we see 1xN. Oh, no.
Oh, man, that was dirty.
Oh.
I mean, poor 1xN. He had cleanse, but I don't think he really... I don't know if he respected the damage that was going to come out of Hope, or just, took that into accountability of, like, could Hope just 100-0 me right here under the tower? And he was wrong.
Yeah, I gotta see the setup for this. What even happened? He just lands the ultimate, no cleanse, and I guess it's just more damage than he thought. I can't understand what was going through his head. That's a pretty major mistake. It's a 3-second dragon here for AL. It likely would have been that anyways, but Hope is now in a really great position. The CS difference is ginormous between these two AD carries, and now with 2 kills on the side of Hope as well, already scales really well into the late game, especially better than the Misfortune. We're looking at a really strong bot lane coming in from AL, and that's definitely going to be something that's going to be difficult to answer for Thunder Talk.
I will say, normally, a poke Varus does, in my head, doesn't seem like they scale well into the late game. But given the circumstances of what TT have drafted, I agree with you, because most of these guys are carries. They're squishies. They're not building armor. They're not building, a bunch of HP. There's some, health being padded into a lot of these, bruiser items here. Obviously, the Leandries and the Shojins for Hoya. But this is going to be a relatively, ahead of the curve Varus that with an obnoxious build like the poke one, you set up these siege scenarios and your carries are not going to be even healthy enough to withstand a potential dive coming out from anyone's legend.
Yeah, that's the real issue for me is Varus can do a lot of damage in the right scenario. They're a pretty squishy comp on the side of Thunder Talk, but the way that Varus in particular links up with a Sylas and an Aurora and a potential Skarner ultimate, it just makes it so difficult to play around these team fights in the back half. Beishuan's not going to have any time to output damage. You're going to have to hope and pray that 1xN can get a good bullet time off, but there's so many ways to just completely throw off the backline for Thunder Talk. It's their responsibility now to try to find some pick to try and side lane and siege down some of these towers. They still are in a stage where the Jace can do some damage and perhaps pick up some free gold elsewhere on the map. They've done a good job to try and stay relevant in that regard, but the later this goes, the more difficult I think this becomes because their 5v5 just scares me moving forward.
Yeah, and I think that's the main problem that I've been concerned with about TT's second game so far is we talked about how it was more imperative that you start being proactive with this composition at a certain point, maybe not necessarily super early game, but at least in the mid game spike, because you have this Talia. You want to be proactive on the map. You do not want to give anyone's legend a for free advantage. And for the most part, they were doing a pretty solid job of that. The soul lanes were doing fine, but we didn't see. I mean, this is the first Weaver's Wall we've seen all game, and it's a defensive one because Tarzan is the one trying to pressure the Talia.
And it
KL
might
is
not
also
even
coming
matter.
around on the wrap. No one else from Thunder Talk is going to be able to bail Saytab out. He's forced to use the teleport just to escape harm.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a perfect use of resources for AL. The map is entirely wide open, and they're able to identify the one spot that is basically impossible for Thunder Talk to actually be able to catch, but Beishuan... Oh, Tarzan?
That might have not been the ideal target you can get. Beishuan trades one back onto Tarzan before falling to the onslaught of Hope and KL. Oh,
the
my
flash!
goodness, Hope! Just like Legolas at Helm's Deep finds a critical arrow putting into the back of 1xN. Even with the flash burned by the Misfortune, Hope is just tearing them apart this game.
And Hope is dominating the aggressiveness that we're seeing out of him individually as a player. It's gorgeous stuff. We see KL potentially getting traded down here. The Saytab is going to do some damage. Of course, the Poppy going to be relatively safe in this instance. Saytab going to try to make his way top lane, but had to use that Weaver's Wall earlier. There's no play to be made here, I don't believe. Oh, the flash is going to get burned.
Okay.
Ooh.
He gets the flash out of Flandre. That's nice.
I think that play just goes to show, and I'm sure we're going to get a replay here. Tarzan feels like he's found this perfect catch onto Beishuan, who is overextended. The flash comes out, he flash follows, and it looks like he's got enough damage with Hope here, but it really is a great bullet time from 1xN to be able to burst down that Skarner. Unfortunately, KL is able to make his way in, but there's a fight already.
Tarzan rams Beishuan right back into the other side of that wall. Rift Herald is in the middle of this fight, which is very chaotic at the moment. Hoya trying to get some damage with that accelerated shock blast, flashing to the safety of Saytab, but now they are both pinned in the back of this barren pit. Saytab flashing over the wall, tries to get away, but he's on the wrong side of the map. He's in enemy territory. There's no way he's getting out. Oh, but the Weaver's Wall! Even face tanking a giant rock from Tarzan's Skarner. It's still not enough to force him off the wall somehow, and at least he manages to get out alive.
Yeah, a bit of a chaotic fight there coming in from both of these teams. We flash back, and all we can see is Tarzan looking already. The Rift Herald not even, going down in that fight, not even being a priority. Tarzan loses his entire health bar at the start there, but one thing I really want to point out is just how dynamic KL was in that fight. Truly great stuff from the Poppy to be able to completely disrupt what the Alistar wants to do. I'm sure we'll get a replay of how this ended up starting. Feather with the knock-up here. Actually, they caught out Tarzan. That's where his health bar went at the start here, but Flandra is right there to be able to, keep things alive, and Beishuan's just not able to survive the income. But look at Kyle here, flashing out to keep himself safe, but on the re-engage, it's perfect, but we're already back to live.
Unfortunately, Super K-Man rocks. The rule of LPL is you don't get the chance to talk about replays that often because we're still fighting just seconds after as Feather drops to Hope once again. Actually, it was Beishuan that dropped. Hope or Feather had died some time ago, and everyone's just dropping on the side of Thunder Talk. Anyone's Legend starting to steamroll through the game once again, just like in Game 1, with a 5,000 gold advantage on their side, and getting ready to position over this third dragon of the game. I'm having a hard time believing Thunder Talk are going to have any say in being able to bring this game back at this point.
It's like you're just trapped in this box of danger. There's weapons flying around you no matter where you look if you're Thunder Talk here. Once again, it feels like they're able to try to get something onto Tarzan, but Feather is just a little bit too deep, ends up getting caught out, and he just doesn't have the tank stats to be able to survive that. It's a free kill at the start of this, and after the bullet time ends up going down and Hope's able to, get out of that, a perfect snipe coming in once again from the Varus, and that ult just lands perfectly on top of Satab. And if you need another example that Hope's having a pretty good game here, he gets the snipe at the end here with Flandra. But again, it's just so much damage raining in from multiple places. I can't imagine having to dodge everything here, and it's becoming even more difficult for Thunder Talk moving forward.
Satab, 1.5 items. Thankfully, Shanks is also 1.5 items, and he's only up 1,000 gold, so it doesn't seem like Satab is in immediate danger on that bottom side lane. But 3 dragons to anyone's Legend's name. Flandra, starting up the fight with the Between Worlds, and Beishuan is caught between pretty much every single member of anyone's Legend on the top side of the map. Feather doing all he can to try and protect his jungler from falling, but a cow can only do so much when anyone's Legend are this far ahead. And now Shanks with a Weaver's Wall on his side. Does he just follow Satab on the other? Nope. He's gonna just be content that he's got a Weaver's Wall to play with and forcing Satab on the bottom side of the map while the rest of anyone's Legend continue to play the map game on the top side.
It's just everywhere. No matter where you look right now, it's anyone's Legend taking over everywhere on the map, and it's just becoming more and more difficult. We see that Infernal Soul. It's going to be spawning in about 3.5 minutes. Teleport coming in on the top side, though.
This is where the fast plays are starting to happen from Thunder Talk. And in fact, I think we've been seeing it now for the past 3-4 minutes where TT have realized, hey guys, we have let this game go a little too slow in the first 14-15 minutes of the game. We need to start finding advantage for ourselves. Unfortunately, a lot of the fights they picked for themselves ended up losing. And so now a lot of the gold deficit they had that was small at the beginning has now ballooned larger and larger. And they have found themselves in a sunk cost fallacy where this is the only way they can get back in. However, anyone's Legend have just as powerful tools to be able to sink into the hearts of Thunder Talk members one by one. Feather has a flash available. I don't know if he has ultimate available. Yeah, he's not even popping it if he did have it available because he knows that it would just be futile. Probably just wants to save it for the next big objective fight. But Super K-Man rocks. I am having trouble believing that Thunder Talk have really any say. This is pretty much anyone's Legend game to win or lose.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, just Hoya barely getting out of there. Once again, we see that mid-tier 2 falling. Dragon spawning in 2.5 minutes. I think if Infernal Soul is acquired by anyone's Legend, even if they're just able to set up around it and be first to the objective, I see no way for Thunder Talk to be able to initiate that in any clean way. Just hoping and praying, but once again, Beishuan just too far forward.
Yeah, I mean, there comes a point in time in a game where it seems like the fights are already predictable from the start. And when you have Shanks leading the fight with an Alistar ultimate, he can just get away with things like this. He's not taking any damage. KO runs them through with a giant Keeper's Verdict, sending them to the sky. And Hope with the arrow is actually not going to do as much damage to Satab, but I believe that's just because that was the Seraph Shield completely being taken out in one cast.
Exactly. That was just insane from anyone's Legend. I mean, that's a 17-2 kill diff type of fight coming in from AL, just saying, screw it. Like, it does not matter how we set this up. Hope can frontline against the brand, and it, like, does not matter. Shanks ends up completely blowing up Beishuan. And meanwhile, the entire back half of this fight is Flandra just pulling Satab and Feather and just making him occupy both of them at the same time. Shanks is able to run free throughout this entire fight with the Alistar ult, which he doesn't even pop until he's half health. Feather has no way to be able to survive this Alistar. It's just simply not tanky enough. And Shanks with some gorgeous chains there to continue to land on priority targets. He was exceptional in that fight, but once again, back to live.
I mean, TT are trying to fight for their right to stay within their side of the jungle, but unfortunately for them, the jungle does not belong to you anymore. The flash from Tatetab to avoid the impale. Bullet time plus the pyroclasm from Beichuan will at least do a lot of damage. Actually, that wasn't even the pyroclasm. It was just a little bit of that burn damage. Since he just threw it out against Shanks and Flandra, they've been chunked down on the backside, but Hope is still healthy. KL is still healthy. Thundertalk holding their ground for now. It's a deficit of 7,000 gold that they have to surmount at this point in the game. And like we've said, even though there's been a couple of oopsies from Anyone's Legend trying to push their advantage, they are still well in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that was essentially the perfect fight for Thundertalk in the sense that Tarzan missed ultimate, Hope missed ultimate. Basically nothing landed on the side of AL, and the best you could do was pull back a kill onto the Skarner. Certainly not an ideal circumstance, but Hope is just so strong. It looked like AL wanted to try to end the game before the spawning of this Infernal Dragon, before the Soul came up. Doesn't look like that's going to be the priority, but this is a free Infernal Soul. And with this acquired for AL, the damage that we already saw from this Poke Varus, from Sylas going in, from Aurora, it's just going to get exponentially worse for TT.
I don't even feel confident ripping the Rift Herald. They just are going to take their bases right now because they probably have gold to spend and would rather try and maximize their item spikes before what could be the more important fight around Otacon on the bottom side of the map or Baron on the top side. And there's a window here where Thundertalk are going to get a decent amount of damage on this tier 2, completely taking it out thanks to the fact that they have 5 grubs. Meanwhile, Feather, Hex Flash onto KL, forced to flash away. Keeper's Verdict winding up, batter up. Who's he going to swing for? It hits no one. Tarzan now in the base. Now, you don't want to be there. Uh-oh, and now Hope has been isolated because the rest of his front line went way south. Flandra teleports in, but it's too late. The AD carry for Anyone's Legend has been taken out by Thundertalk, and now this is where confidence can start to settle in. There's no more Varus. Maybe there's a chance you can at least set up positioning around Baron.
Yeah, I think there is something building here for Thundertalk. Again, you need miracles in order to get back into this game. They might have been gifted, at least a tiny one, by Anyone's Legend in that fight. Hope kind of being left alone on the back end there. It's really easy to be able to capitalize, but we're going to see the Baron dance now.
Jinx pressuring on the left flank. Feather goes in for a knockup on the Tarzan. Good seismic shove combo. Already lost 50% of his HP, but now Shanks is solo diving the backline with the power of that All-Star ultimate at his side, and Flandra throws down the Between Worlds, pops all of them like balloons, and Tatetab is suddenly the only TT member left standing. A valiant attempt by the Thundertalk squad to see if they could find a miracle in a play where Hope is not involved, but unfortunately for them, Anyone's Legend still just as strong with only 4 men.
Absolutely disgusting from Shanks. He goes in 1v5 into the middle of the enemy team with an Alistar ultimate, and he heals through every bit of damage that is put out by Thundertalk. Just a brilliant fight, highlighting what we talked about in draft, where that Sylas is so difficult to deal with in the back half of the game. And while respawn timers are coming up, it feels like that might have been probably the 3rd or 4th nail in the coffin here for Thundertalk.
Yeah, how many more nails do we need to put this coffin into the grave? That's the real question, because for what it's worth, TT are doing a decent job of at least holding the base and preventing Anyone's Legend from getting major structural damage on it. But we took a look at this replay. Remember how in the draft phase came in where we talked about, hey, Alistar ultimate is really nice for Sylas.
Yeah, you can say that again. This Sylas is unkillable with Alistar ultimate. I honestly don't know what you have to do as Thundertalk in these fights to burst him down. They put so much attention into trying to make sure that he was the priority target, and it just didn't matter. This brand is so far behind that his damage is completely negligible, and 1xN is never going to have the chance to get that bullet time off, because you got to be so scared of all of the CC coming out and even the backline dive from Sylas and from the Aurora. But now as we set up, again, you know, Baron is on the map. It technically is an objective that could be taken. I'm not sure if AL need it, but they're certainly going to prioritize it.
Holy moly. Shout out to the observers from LPL who showed us that Feather was forced to pop the Alistar ultimate just because a combo was coming in from Hope, and Could have possibly just completely one-shot Feather on that rotation. That gives AL enough priority to just start up the Baron for free. KL finding an engage here. Keeper's verdict onto 2 members. Feather and Satab in trouble. There's the Chain of Corruptions. Lands onto Satab. Hope doesn't have that Piercer arrow winding up just until now. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Good night, Beitron. Shanks comes in for the cleanup crew. And 1xN, at least for now, he's able to skirt on by away from danger. But now he is tasked with the impossible alongside Hoya, and that is defending 2v5 against anyone's legend.
How are you even supposed to play these fights out if you're ThunderTalk? The bullet time going to come down. Shanks is going to pop the stopwatch. That's the last real bit of damage that ThunderTalk had, and it looks like it is going to be a base collapse here. The teleport coming back in from Flandra. It's going to be full health.
Shanks is just going to rip the Jace ultimate for fun, throws out an accelerated shock blast to put some damage into the back of Hoya's head. The Nexus turrets are falling. Nice
Tarzan.
two-man impale from Tarzan, and that should be the final nail in the coffin for ThunderTalk's chances. Anyone's legend sweep them in the series.
What a dominant 2-0 from anyone's legend. An absolute masterclass from them, and it came across the board. It was all 5 members of this team showing up and showing out. ThunderTalk did not have an answer to the late game scaling that AL felt so comfortable opting into throughout these games, and it really ended in a circumstance where time after time, fight after fight, we just kept saying AL are running the map.
Y'all know what anyone's legend are? You see this crown? That's right. That's what they are. They're kings. Kings of the scoreboard at the moment. They now move to 5-1 in the leaderboard. The scores right now. That does put them in first place, at least for now. The way that the LPL schedule has been rolling out, anything can change. But I think it's no doubt in anyone's mind that anyone's legend continues to reign as one of the best teams in the LPL so far. They also reign as one of our favorites to win the title for this split. And we have to remind everyone at home that there's only one team that has had their number throughout 2025 so far, and that has been Top Esports.
Yeah, and you have to remember, even taking that into account, yes, Top beat them in the finals, Top beat them here in the spring split. Before that, anyone's legend beat Top Esports in the Demacia Cup finals, and they were in the same group in the winter placement stage, and anyone's legend beat them in a best of 5 there. This is not a team that's, all that crazy to say is the favorite going into the playoffs right now. And what we just saw, the completeness of the game, the willingness to play through whoever on the map is in a good position, whether that's Tarzan and Flandre on the Neferi and the Gwen in game number 1, or whether it's Hope and Shanks on the Silas and the Varus in game number 2. It's very difficult to identify a weakness with anyone's legend, and that could be something that's very fun to watch moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, when we get to see anyone's legend at this level of gameplay, and, it's not coming from me, but it is coming from, other fan sentiment that I've seen on social platforms, that they are bummed and disappointed that they didn't get to see anyone's legend play at first stand. Obviously, I don't think anyone was expecting Top Esports to go from an insane lower bracket run, well deserving of the first split title, to then the performance they gave at first stand, but it happens. And I understand that the hindsight 2020 being, what it is, and why, the regret can settle in. But thankfully for MSI, LPL is going to send 2 teams this time. So that means if, the LPL sends a team that the fans are not as excited about, but really want to send anyone's legend, they have double the chances to get in.
Yeah, and honestly, with how contentious the top of the LPL standings are, no one's a lock right now. It certainly doesn't feel like there's anybody who's guaranteed to be in those top 2 standings. We've already seen every single top tier team drop a series. Even AL, they dropped to Top Esports, and we're gonna have to see how that ends up moving forward. I do want to talk a little bit about ThunderTalk here, just because I think that there are some interesting things to talk about with the team. Obviously, it felt like they really indexed heavily into the early game in this series, which isn't ideal for them, but there are some building blocks here. I think that if they were just a little bit more calculated in the plays that they wanted to make pre-10 minutes, if they had a little bit of a better plan, things could have worked out, but unfortunately today just wasn't their day.
Yeah, I mean, it seems strange to call it they were indexing early game when they didn't accomplish anything early game, but it's just
Yeah.
based on the champions that they drafted for themselves. They were trying to uh have picks that were at least going to have some agency available to play for, and they used the agency to give themselves early grubs. Twice in both games, they were able to get 5 grubs twice in both games. Unfortunately for them, they were not able to leverage that to the same way that they were able to leverage it in previous series, because anyone's legend did not fall to the prey that other teams have fallen to before when Thunder Talk does go for that kind of, overgrouping playstyle, which is, oh, they're sending 4 or 5 people for this. Okay, well, our soul laners are going to get free farm on the other side of the map. We're going to drop that objective. We don't believe that Thunder Talk can actually leverage that unless we play into that hand and we give them that window. And instead, we're going to trade objectives on the other side of the map. We're going to trade economy and experience on the other side. And anyone's legend just consistently throughout the series able to make better use of the advantages they got versus the advantages that Thunder Talk got.
Yeah, completely agree. I think, unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they are very reliant on their main 2 players stepping up, that being Beishuan and 1xN, that have both been very good over the course of 2025. But as we saw in that game number 2, 1xN on the Misfortune, a champion he's had success on, but down almost 30 CS, ends up giving a couple of kills over to Hope early on. When you're playing from behind like that, it's difficult. And then, as we saw in game number 1, a very similar thing happened to both Satab and Hoya. When you're losing and hemorrhaging resources in these lanes like this, it just becomes so much more difficult to try to play this more aggressive style. When you're playing Talia, Jace, Misfortune from a losing position at 10 minutes, it's just really difficult to try and play the map. You're indexing too heavily. In my opinion, in the draft. Hope. Hey, no spoilers for MVP for game number 2 here, but my guess is it will be going to a certain bot laner here for anyone's legend on that Poke.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the most or the recipient that makes the most sense. We'll say I wouldn't mind seeing it for either Kale or Shanks this game either. I think there's definitely moments that the engages and the opportunities that were created for these fights were off of the back of proactive moments from Shanks and KL going forward. Obviously, if you are a Silas and you have the ability to grab an Alistar ultimate, I expect you to force those kind of opportunities, but it's a lot easier said than done in execution. And at least for Shanks' case, he made it look super damn easy. KL also can't take away from a couple of key moments of being able to stop Misfortune ultimates from channeling all the way by getting in there and instant queuing Keeper's Verdict, being able to set up picks and catches for a lot of anyone's legend members to follow up on, even if that came at the cost of his own death. Yeah, but any of those 3, I'm down for. I'm totally down for.
I agree. I think kind of the Shanks was definitely the dominant player in the late game. I think when you got to those team fights, he was unstoppable. The reason I slightly lean towards Hope is just that gigantic lead he was able to get in the 2v2 in the bot lane, up 20-30 CS on 1xN, in a matchup that, while it's not, bad at all for Varus, it's certainly not one that you're expecting to go negative. I wouldn't consider it, a guaranteed win. It's certainly not one that I would have expected to generate that kind of lead in.
Sure. And you know what? Given the fact that LPL teams have put a lot of priority on Misfortune recently, and you're kind of expected to just out the front gate win lane, Tarzan ganks that lane one time, and then suddenly it is just no longer playable for 1xN on the Misfortune. And Hope did capitalize on a couple moments where he just one-shotted a certain member under tower, or being able to find them in the jungle and just forcing them away from the fight. But you called it. Hope deserving of the MVP, 11, 1, and 10 on the Varus. The only death was unfortunately because Tarzan and KL abandoned him mid lane, and TT found an easy way to collapse on him. And at that point, it's like, hey guys, I would appreciate it if you did not abandon me like that, going for some silly plays in the Nexus base. But you know what? It's whatever. I popped my barrier. I think I popped my flash too. It's fine. It's chill. I'm not mad. But other than that,
who needs him? Who needs him?
Yeah, I will say overall, this is another game in Hope's 2025 spring split so far that has really continued to show a higher level of play than what we've seen before. I think split one he was I don't want to say he wasn't, you know, like great, but he wasn't the standout player for me. He was just someone that was benefiting off of really strong setup from the rest of the team, and he didn't have to like pull off clutch moments. But I'm still just frothing at the mouth at the Kaisa plays that he would make in some of the series he's made so far. Like I always think of, oh, I don't know, like Gala making those clutch Kaisa plays, or Elk, or even, you know, Jackie Love being able to find those moments. And the fact that Hope is now starting to cement himself at the top with a lot of these very notable AD carries who have, you know, built a reputable resume for themselves, not just domestically but also internationally, with aggressive picks and playmaking picks like the Kaisa. I'm very excited to see how Hope continues to, you know, escalate that performance over the course of this split and hopefully at an international tournament.
Yeah, no, I mean, I definitely am excited to see the growth. We've talked about it all year. This is probably the best Hope has ever been in his career. And what I think a lot of people forget is his first real, like, full year in the LPL. He made the semifinals of Worlds in 2023 on JD Gaming. He was like a mid-year substitute for that team, where he came in and really kind of stabilized the bot lane for them. And, you know, to have so much success early on, and I'm not going to say to be considered the weak link of that team, but certainly to be the player that was a little bit less experienced, I think definitely created some expectations that I think he's now exceeding.
Yeah. Well, we've definitely taken our time with the end of this series. It's just because I am signing off for the night. We're going to have Grapes coming in for our second series of the day. I think it's Ninjas in Pajamas and Invictus Gaming. So the Super IG team going up against Super Carry Doinby. We're going to see how that one plays out. But Super K-Man Rocks was a blast. Chat, everyone, give Super K-Man Rocks a warm welcome. I think we'll be having this guy on a little bit more often just because there's a ton of games to cover. And as much as we love being able to, you know, give our time to the broadcast, it is a lot of time investment, and just being able to have more talented voices who are just as passionate about the LPL as we are definitely helps us on the broadcast side of things. And very glad to have you on board, man. You've been a pleasure.
Hey, I had the easiest job in the world today. I got to work with you, and you make things very, very simple. We got some good games, and everything was great. I'm excited for later today, but thank you again.
Thank you. Well, that's going to be it for me. When we come back after this break, it's our second series, Ninjas in Pajamas taking on IG, and a caster swap in the play-by-play role. Don't tune away. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back, everybody, to Welcome back, everyone. This time we're here for real with the fancy overlays on the side. LPL English, second series of the day coming into your screens, and it's a banger. Gotta put that word out there right now and never touch it for the rest of the series. Ninjas in Pajamas up against Invictus Gaming. My name is Grapes, joining you guys. K-Man, of course, here still as well. K-Man, these are two teams that have had their ups and downs throughout this season, but were two of the more exciting, hyped up rosters that we had going into the year, so should be a very thrilling watch here today.
Exciting, I think, is a bit of an understatement for these two teams. The chaos and the energy that both of them bring are so electric. I think people have had this matchup circled on their calendar just because of the raw mechanical skill and also the insane decision-making that both of these teams have showcased over the course of this year. I cannot wait to see the match.
World champions on both sides of things here. We're a few minutes away from side select, the 1v1 between these two teams. So let's start off by talking about Ninjas in Pajamas and going through their roster. This is a core of players that have kind of been together for a couple of years, and other than kind of just adding in a player like Toynbee to this roster, whether they were on OMG, back here on NiP, and they have had a pretty good start to this season. They really did well in the regular season of Split 1, and have, now going into Split number 2, find themselves in the Ascension group. Still some inconsistencies, but we're, I think, looking forward to seeing what they can do against a team here like IG.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head in terms of the cohesion of this unit, how long they've been working together, not just on Ninjas in Pajamas, but Shanji, Aki, and PP God, of course, formerly of OMG. And a lot of these players kind of being a part of a unit that coincidentally had Rookie as kind of the primary mid laner on the other side, and really kind of came up through that system. It's certainly an interesting narrative, but for NiP, really the things that you're going to be looking for, Doenby is, of course, the guy for Ninjas in Pajamas when they're creating in the mid game, when they're trying to take fights in the late game, where their resources want to go. Doenby has been exceptional, but we have to remember, Leave was a first-team All-Pro AD carry in Winter in Split number 1, and that's definitely something that's going to be a big focal point, I think, for this series.
Yeah, and so far for NiP, it's actually interesting how the disparity in terms of the matches played so far kind of go at it here. They've only played 2 series so far throughout the Split 2 Ascension stage of the LPL. Of course, taking a victory over WE, as you see right here, but also falling 2-0 earlier on in the year to JDG. We have some clips of Doenby specifically, as you mentioned, K-Man, the make or break volatile player on this roster. He'll play the Pantheons, he'll play the Silences, he'll roam around, try to find as many kills as possible for his team. It'll be an interesting comparison going up against somebody like Rookie.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think Doenby has been even better than any of us could have predicted in his return to pro play. I think that there were some reservations. The last time we saw Doenby in the LPL back in, I believe, 2022 on LNG, when he was with Tarzan, didn't look all that great. That team ended up finding its groove down the stretch and being able to figure it out in playoffs, but there were a lot of times in that last stretch where it wasn't ideal. That has not been the case at all for Doenby on Ninjas in Pajamas. He was the MVP of Split number 1. He's continued to really showcase a lot of his mechanical superiority, which I think people had question marks about coming into this split. Basically anything that you wanted to be scared of, he has given you a reason not to be scared of it. And he combos perfectly with everybody else on the rest of this team as well.
Well, let's take a look at who they are going to be playing up against. And I love the shout out that you had back to the old NiP roster here, K-Man, because the mid laner for IG, Rookie, used to be on that team, but now he's kind of joined up with some of his old friends, Shy, JJ, Gala, and Mako. Kind of that super team roster, back on the team that he did win a world championship on. And another team here in IG that we've been seeing some more, flashes of greatness from, I should say, but also have looked a little bit inconsistent. They have not actually 2-0'd a series the entirety of Split 2, so we're looking to see them finally put it together for an entire series front to back.
Yeah, the thing about Invictus, the first place you have to start when it comes to this team is it feels like there's some sort of voodoo curse on top of them that makes it so that only 2 or 3 of these players are allowed to play clean at any given time. There is always going to be 1 or 2 players at any moment that are playing a little bit questionable, but luckily for them, they have more than enough talent to be able to overcome that. And I do think they're playing better in Split 2 than they were in Split 1. I think some of the inconsistency issues that they had have really been ironed out. I think someone like Jeja has been terrific for Invictus Gaming across this year. A lot of the eyes are on the Shy and Rookie because they're the Invictus Gaming Worlds winners coming back to the org. Even Gala and Mako had fantastic 2024s. Jeja was a little bit more under the radar, but I think he's been so integral to the success of this team, and I think he's going to need to be really important today going up against NiP because I think he could have a pretty big advantage in the jungle.
Yeah, that is a matchup that I know you highlighted as being one that could be a little bit more one-sided towards Invictus Gaming. Of course, JJ reigning world champion back in the day in 2021 compared to Aki, who has been a little bit more inconsistent, I guess, throughout the season. And so, the top side here for IG always going to be volatile, to say the least, when you think of the Shy talking about another player who is coming back to pro play after taking some time off. Comparisons between him and Doinby there, and then Gala and down there in the bot lane should certainly be an exciting watch as well. We're getting ready for this series to begin, but again, just the stakes of where we are at right now in Group Nirvana. Invictus Gaming 3-2 record overall. You got to get up to the top 4 in order to lock yourself a spot in the playoffs for the LPL. There's still obviously so many games that are left to be played, but even at the quarter point of their double round robin so far, K-Man, they've not been the most consistent play, as we've said. They've taken care of business against the teams that they should have theoretically beaten in FPX and Thunder Talk, but they have dropped games there and then have lost to BLG and Anyone's Legend. So as we get ready for these teams to walk out, what do you think for IG is like something that they need to improve on, like in terms of their gameplay here coming in against NiP?
I think it has felt a little bit like the too many cooks problem for IG at times throughout this year, where I think a lot of these players really thrive with resources. I think a lot of them very much like to play a little bit more of an aggressive style. And naturally, there's just only so much that can go around. Now, that's good for the players that do receive resources. We've seen players like Jeja and players like Gala especially do really well with those resources. But there can be times where some players might not be as consistent in side lanes. Rookie, I believe, is near top 2 or top 3 in terms of solo deaths in the LPL so far. Just playing a little bit over aggressive in terms of how they've set up a lot of their plays for Invictus. And I do think that limiting the negative plays is a big key factor in allowing IG to do well. When you're talking about their specific strategy here against Ninjas in Pajamas, unfortunately, the strategy against NiP is probably the same no matter who you are, and that's to target the top side of the map. And luckily, I think IG definitely have the talent to be able to do that. But if the Shy can have a really good series here, if he can show up and, be the Shy that we know and love, I think that this could be a relatively clean win from them.
Yeah, the Shy. Wonder if he brings out that Nidalee top lane again. It's been one of the more interesting picks that has been specific towards one player here in the LPL, and I think just in the global ecosystem as well so far here in Split 2 of competitive League of Legends. And so always a little fun thing that the Shy can throw in there as we're getting ready for our 1v1 for side selection. It'll be the top laners facing off against each other, I believe. Shanji versus the Shy, and that's always good because that means I think these guys they like fighting, and so we're not gonna hopefully get like the super boring 1v1s this time around.
I love top laners going 1v1 in these side selection battles because so often it doesn't really get to happen in game. You don't necessarily get to see both top laners playing super aggressive and trying to make things happen. I love when they get a chance to kind of flex their skills, especially the Shy. Shanji, though, has been pretty successful in 1v1s. He's a very mechanically talented player. Some of the inconsistencies that he has come from, other parts of his game. I certainly don't think this is a mismatch for either of these two teams. And, if you look at the statistics for both of them, blue side is very important, but more important for Invictus. They really, really prefer to have that blue side. It's something that they really value. NiP is more okay with counterpick mostly for Doinby, but definitely some options available. Excited to see where we go after we saw the Jason the Heimerdinger earlier today.
Oh, was that the 1v1 earlier on? I caught game 1 as we got into it, but not towards the top of it. So
yeah,
that's okay. Well, that's good to know. I'm glad that we hopefully have gotten that out of the way. Seeing a
Yeah.
Heimerdinger in that 1v1.
Yeah.
Although I wouldn't put it past the Shy. I know that he likes playing some weird stuff. So maybe we do see something a little bit more boring, a little bit more meta gamey. You know, instead of just playing specifically to kill your opponent, you're playing around the different aspects of the win conditions with the Ring of Fire and maybe getting the first turret and the like.
Yeah, we have seen the Shy take Varus in the 1v1 before. I think that is definitely something that we've seen be a priority, but it's banned out here. It's going to be the Varus and the Gwen banned out by Shanji. The Rumble and the Yorick banned out by the Shy. Yorick would certainly be interesting. We saw, I think, Tarzan pick that in the 1v1, if I remember correctly. It looks like it's going to be Jace as the final, and then Udyr. So some pretty standard bans here, but definitely some standard picks left up as well.
And here we go. Well, again, side select, as you mentioned, going to be important. You know, blue side just heavily prioritized across the globe, but specifically here in the LPL as well. When you have these 1v1s, getting to take away that blue side for the first game of a series, always going to be fun. And so if you're the Shy, specifically, you know, being able to secure that, as you mentioned, NiP okay with getting that counter pick on that R5 as we're getting a Corki lane. So maybe we cursed ourselves here for the Shy.
Yeah.
Gonna lock that one in. You know, I've seen players be aggressive on this Corki, so maybe we can hope for that as we are looking to see what Shanji locks in. Okay.
Oh.
Man,
I got so excited for the Volley Bear. It really felt like we were going to be going in that direction. Volley's been, you know, something that's been really successful in these 1v1s, but Shanji has done one other of these 1v1 side selects, and he, of course, did pick the Heimerdinger. Looks like he'll just be running it back, but doesn't look like, unfortunately, we're going to be getting out of the Heimerdinger zone in this second series.
We're stuck in a prison, which is to watch Heimerdinger for 7 minutes before the Ring of Fire closes in. Oh, well. Yeah, non-interactive gameplay, probably the name of the game here. So I guess it gives us more time to talk about the nature of this series overall as well. You know, IG going up against NiP. Should be just a fun series overall. They played early. They were, of course, a matchup in Split 1. That was a 3-1 series won by NiP, which I think maybe did surprise some people coming in, especially because Doinby was a later addition to the roster when NiP was playing in Demacia Cup. Doinby wasn't on the team just yet, and then, you know, coming in immediately after the group stage was kind of announced, and then going off with a bang by starting with a 3-1 over NiP was definitely a really exciting way to start the year. And this is the first time they get to play since then. It's been about 3 months.
Yeah, their first matchup was really fun to watch. I think people forget just how close that series was, even though it was a 3-1. A lot of mistakes made by both teams. I think that there were some people that walked out of it feeling better about Invictus than they did about Ninjas in Pajamas, even with the victory. But both teams not really being able to make the most of it in the Split 1 playoffs. We'll see if there's any sort of aggression here from these two early on. I would be very surprised if we ended up going in that direction, but definitely excited to see where things go. I think specifically talking about the Shanji and the Shy matchup in the top lane, that's been the problem area, quite frankly, for Ninjas in Pajamas. They've not been able to stabilize on the top side of the map. Coming off of that Thunder Talk series, I think you could say something similar where Shanji was a little bit more protected, but this is a player who has exceeded expectations at this level before, has been a borderline top 3 top laner for OMG in years past. Comes over to Ninjas in Pajamas, can't quite find the same form. Shy is certainly not a perfect player. If there was ever an opportunity for him to get some confidence back, I think this could be the place. But like we said before, if the Shy is popping off today, I think it could be very difficult for Ninjas in Pajamas to answer that.
You know, maybe some of that confidence can start here in the 1v1. Get a little bit of ego check here for Shanji going up against the Shy. Boost your confidence up, boost your morale before champ select. Maybe try to mess with the mental here of a player like the Shy as well. Is we're farming. Now, the interesting thing is that I know we've continued to harp on this here, but entering Split 2, there is no longer a 100 CS win condition here in these 1v1. So you have to play for the tower or for the 2 kills, which, in my opinion, should have made this Heimerdinger pick probably a little bit less impactful and less prioritized. But here we are, regardless. As you know what? I'll play a lot of Scion in like solo queue. I feel like that would be like a fun try to just like take down the turret as fast as possible strategy. As we see the Shy getting a little bit aggressive with the Valk forward.
Yeah, we were discussing earlier, and it's, I think, an important question to get your take on as we get the most impactful 1v1 dynamic happening here. Heimerdinger skin. If you got to pick one, what are you going for? What do you think gives you the big advantage? Do you think it's, I'm a Dragon Tamer fan myself, but everybody seems to have their chosen Heimerdinger skin.
I'm not gonna lie, I think I've played this champion like 2 times in my life. The Snowbirdinger skin though is cool. Shanji is whipping it out right now. It's like a classic. You got the snowman look, the carrot nose, just throwing out different candy canes. I think is that what it is with the auto attacks?
I think those are candy canes.
We did actually though see the Shy pick up a plate and get some early turret damage here. I will say these towers, they do get shredded relatively quickly compared to the normal towers on the Howling Abyss. So if Shanji does continue to get poked out like this and is headed back to base, that could be bad, even if he doesn't actually end up dying.
This is a huge benefit of picking Corki. It's just the free damage that you can get off pretty consistently throughout this. It makes it so difficult for Shanji to actually establish tempo in the area. Again, as Heimerdinger, your best case scenario is to survive until the ring starts closing in, and then you can potentially place all your turrets down and force the enemy to die in that circumstance. And it's just not quite as easy to do that when Corki is constantly keeping you under tower and is going to be chipping down over and over again. It's that plate going over there to the Shy, but I can't imagine this is going to get easier. Shouldn't be a ton of kill pressure, but I think you correctly pointed out, this is definitely Corki favored for now. The ultimate coming down, though.
Yeah, and Shanji has to just use that ulti, the empowered rockets, to clear the wave out, and he's going to have to head back to base. And so this is the Shy now getting an opportunity. He'll be able to Valk. That actually low-key does a lot of damage earlier on in the game, even at level 1. Potentially get a 3rd plate here. And it does take a while for Shanji to get back to base. The Shy going to be able to get a ton of gold. You take a look right now, it's 1,000 in advantage of the Shy. He's going to head back to base, pick up a ton of itemizations that are going to help him continue to push the pace here in this 1v1. It's a full Maw.
Yeah, I think it's also...
up.
Yeah, no, I definitely didn't expect the Maw here. I thought he was going to go for some more immediate power, but it makes sense. Just trying to survive as long as possible if an exchange does happen. Definitely worth noting, no Ignite for the Shy. It's going to be Flash instead on the Corki here. Not something that we see super standard. We can see with Shanji on the other side, Ignite Barrier has definitely been kind of the prioritized thing, but Flash gives you a couple of more options, especially against a Heimerdinger where you can set up a couple of different areas, but definitely something worth noting if we get down to, small health bars at the end of these exchanges. If the ring starts collapsing in, that there could be a small advantage in that favor to Shanji.
So Shanji being first to the back, gets a little bit of time to get a wave pushed in here. However, with that item advantage that the Shy currently has, might be a little bit difficult for him to continue that pressure, continue that push. The one thing is, being a Heimerdinger, you never want to fully all in on him because Shanji can just throw out that empowered turret with the upgrade, which is about to come back off of cooldown, and the Shy will maybe have a bit of a tougher time here. So I think for the Shy, you want to just continue to play for poke, play for that turret. Don't know exactly what that W was, but that's all good. And maybe just wait for the Ring of Fire to close in, and then try to make sure that Shanji's chunked out enough to take him down then.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be the strategy for both of these players is to just not worry too much about things before the ring, which is collapsing in about 1 minute here. So time is definitely coming down. It doesn't look like either of these two players are going to be in too much danger going into that. A bit of good poke coming in from Shanji, but the Shy should be able to answer that relatively easily. I think it's going to be interesting to see when Shanji decides to take his back here, because it is important that he does get that item completed, in my opinion. I think it's going to become a lot more difficult if that doesn't end up happening, especially with the Maw completed on the other side for the Shy. We'll see what the direction wants to be, but 25 seconds now.
I'm not going to lie here, K-Man. I don't know if Shanji can take a base. If he goes back to base at this point, the Shy has enough wave clear. The turret, I think, actually lose some resistances right before the ring closes, and so that turret might just end up being dead before Shanji can even get back to defend himself. So he's going to have to clear this wave out. I imagine, if anything, this is the timer for him to take it back, but I don't even know if he's going to be able to here, as we are about to have that Ring of Fire open up.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it. He's going to be stuck here, so no completed item for Shanji is definitely not ideal. We'll see what ends up happening here with the Shy. The Ring of Fire is going to be collapsing in.
Don't go back.
So he is going to try to take the back now.
Okay. No.
I think he realizes it's just a little bit. Yeah, it's not going to work. He's going to lose tower in that case. So definitely not ideal for Shanji here. The Shy holds all the cards and the ring is collapsing in. We'll see if he can capitalize.
I believe it was the Shy, actually, maybe another 1v1 earlier in the year, who got 100 CS and then kind of stopped moving because he kind of forgot what the rules were. Honestly, time to play for turret right now as here comes the Ring of Fire. Shanji throws out the upgraded Q.
Oh.
Shai flashes right over it though with the Gatling gun, and I think he's just going to let the Ring of Fire do it himself. So Shanji is stuck between a rock and a hard place, and that hard place is going to burn him down to the ground. It's IG winning the 1v1. They'll have side select here.
Yeah, and we talked about it. It's huge for Invictus to have side selection. They are one of the most blue side favored teams in the entirety of the LPL. They really do want to make sure they can get that first pick. There are multiple champions that they value really heavily. I think it's going to be interesting to see if they want to take away some of what we consider to be the power picks on blue side, or if they themselves want to opt into it. Jeje does have a game of Nefiri, 3 games of Gwen for the Shy. These are things that I'm definitely going to be considering, but when I think of Jeje, when I think of Rookie, when I think of how this team has played so far this year, I think of Vi combos. I think of moving around the map. We'll see, Vi's kind of been brought up as a counter to Nefiri. Certainly going to be interesting to see where they want to go, but I imagine this will be a pretty easy blue side selection for them.
And there we go. Yeah, a lot of super powerful picks, obviously, available, and just being able to, in this current meta, get your first pick of which one of them you want to take, especially in a true fearless format, is obviously a very important thing for a team like IG. You think of the Rumbles, the Nefiris, the Gwens, the Mbessas, things like that, all on the table potentially here as we get our highlighted matchup featured on the screen right there in that split screen. The mid laners, Doinb and Rookie. Of course, Doinb wasn't even, wasn't even necessarily supposed to start this season on a full starting LPL roster, but then joined NiP, joined this core of players that Rookie originally was a part of, and now has an opportunity to take down IG once again, like they did earlier in the season.
Yeah, and as much as we hype up blue side for Invictus, and as much as I make a point to say that's good for them, Ninjas in Pajamas is one of the teams that is okay with red side. They love counterpick. They love getting it for Shanji on the top side, and they love getting it for Doinb in the mid lane. With his, crazy chaotic picks, it actually does open up a little bit more than it would for other teams, and so I don't think they're going to be quite as upset. I will say Ninjas in Pajamas, more than most teams, really do love to play that Gwen on the top side, and that might kind of force their hand into leaving some more important things open, but as we can see, some pretty standard bans at the start of the draft here: the Ryze, the Gwen, the Rumble, the Aurora.
Yeah, Ryze continues to sit on the ban table whenever you are playing up against NiP. Doinb has not been able to play that the entirety of Split 2. That includes the placement stage games as well as the best of 5s that NiP have played so far. Other bans targeted towards those solo lanes so far for IG. NiP focusing so far on some of those OPs, the Gwen and the Rumble, that we originally alluded to. I wonder if the Nefiri just immediately gets slapped onto the ban table, as well as that's been a champion that's been really, really powerful. We saw how good it was even in the last series as Tarzan piloted that one in Game 1.
Completely agree with you on Nefiri. I think it makes a ton of sense to ban out the Vi. This is Jeje's bread and butter. This is his best champion. It has been for many years. This team feels so much more comfortable playing the Vi than they do anything else. But you're right. It does leave up the Nefiri. And even more importantly, a lot of people consider Vi to be the Nefiri answer, especially in the current meta. So with that left up, we'll see if Jeje wants to opt into it. But it's going to be an aggressive pick here for the Shy on the top side, presumably with the Jace.
So could this be NiP calling their shot and saying that they don't think that JJ wants to pick this one up? Potentially. I think he's played it one time in the season so far, albeit IG has played a ton of games so far in the Split 2 Ascension stage, especially compared to NiP, so a bit of a larger sample size there. But the Jace is actually going to be the thing to be selected. The Shy obviously can pilot this, but it also could be a flex, as the response is going to be the Mbessa going towards Shanji, and Aki has actually been maybe a little bit more proficient on this Nefiri, especially throughout the placement stages earlier on in Split 2.
Yeah, I think this has been a very important pick for Ninjas in Pajamas, mostly because Aki has just struggled to be able to maintain tempo if he's not able to fight constantly. And I think Nefiri just opens up that playstyle so much more, gives him so many more options, and especially with the ability to play off of other lanes, it just makes his job a lot easier. And especially if Doinb wants to go for something a little bit more supportive, something like the Galio is still up, if they wanted to go for that, it just, once again, gives you more options. And I think I really like it for the comp, but it's actually going to be a very standard mid-jungle duo for IG here with the Xin Zhao and the Taliyah. Probably your go-to skirmish lane early. Taliyah can get out on the map and move. Xin Zhao's going to be able to try and fight that Nefiri early. Makes a lot of sense to just go for comfort here.
And maybe it's just, IG being the Unk status team, being the team full of veterans, former world champions and things like that. But they love their standard bread and butter team compositions. Like I saw an Ori Jinx comp from them a couple days ago. That just goes to show like how much they prioritize the team fights, they prioritize the El Clasicos, and maybe they're okay with giving up the Mbestas, the Nefiris, the newer champions here in the meta instead, as opposed to going with what they know best. And speaking of what they know best, Dornby on a champion with a semi-global ultimate, and that being the Galio, to match up against Rookie as we enter the second phase of bans. That is a missed ban here, and that's not a good sign. I feel like we might be headed towards a potential redo of things. Seems to be a common trend here in the LPL over the last couple days.
Yeah, it happens. We all forget to click the button every once in a while. We'll see if they want to continue here. It doesn't seem like it's happened just yet, but to touch upon your point with the bread and butter comps for Invictus, I think they really started to find more consistent success once they realized that Gala is just more comfortable playing something that can scale effortlessly into the late game. Obviously, he's good on anything. Gala has always been what I think me and a lot of other people consider to be maybe the best weak side bot laner in the world. Great secondary option. He's been great on that for LNG and for other teams for many years, as we see the potential remake coming in here. But I think setting up for a more standard comp with things like Xin Zhao and Talia to play for the early game makes a lot of sense. Now, the question for me as we, kind of wait for draft to be remade here, is it going to be Misfortune? Because that has definitely been the priority for Invictus, and we saw a very similar draft out of Thunder Talk in game number 1. Gives you so much pressure with the Xin Zhao in terms of being able to skirmish around the first couple objectives. Might not give you the most consistent late game, and definitely kind of puts you on a timer a bit, but wouldn't be too surprised to see that from IG.
Yeah, the MF has been a powerful pick. I think Gala's only lost on it once throughout 2025 as a whole. So that alongside the Kai'Sa are like the two picks that I was looking at. The Varus as well. Kai'Sa was banned away though. And speaking of bans, I think we're waiting for this draft to be remade. I imagine the entirety of the first phase will remain the same. As it seemed to be some sort of keyboard client error on Leave's side to try to ban away a champion on that second phase. So as we await this, of course, the stakes still high as we have two teams that, again, haven't played each other in a few months and definitely want to kind of, break away from the middle of the pack here in Group Ascend. Again, the chance to jump into that top 4, where right now we have, BLG, AL, Top Esports kind of being the consensus top teams. I feel like NiP and IG are both teams that could potentially jump into that top tier if they continue to up their level of play.
Yeah, and I think coming out of the placement stage, people had IG there. This was a team that went 6-0 in placements in a pretty decently scary group. They were looking really good, but once again, you can't untrain the aggressive nature that some of these players have, and it does create some good and it creates some bad. But on any given day, Invictus is certainly a team that I think you can make an argument as top 2 or top 3 in the LPL, even with some of the results that they've had. Everybody in the LPL is pretty inconsistent right now, with really the exception of Anyone's Legend and Top Esports to a lesser degree. You don't really have a ton of surefire teams that are way better than everybody else. And that's not to say that they're bad, just that it's so wide open. All of these teams have strengths and weaknesses, and if they can play to their own strengths, they can, generate those. I think for Ninjas in Pajamas, though, on the other side of this, they need to solidify the top side of the map. That is crucial for their success. Doanby has been excellent this year. I think Leave has been really good in the role that he was brought in to do, which is be a late game carry for this team. PP God is obviously helping in that regard, but if they can get their top side to solidify, I mean, they have upper tier talent. Doanby and Leave and PP God, like, they are not players that should be closer to 6 or 7 than they are to 2 or 3. So definitely a big series for both of them to kind of prove that they can take that next leap.
You say that, but there's a lot of good teams here in the LPL, so maybe it does make sense a little bit. But of course, with the pedigree of these players, absolutely, like, these are the placements of top 4. It seems to be like the expectation for these squads, and there's a chance that one of them doesn't get there, just given the fact that there are so many top teams. However, it is, again, still early on in the season. A double round robin is going to be played by everybody in Group Ascend. And, for a team like IG, that's much more chance to prove yourself. NiP, even more. They've only played 2 series all season. This is going to be their 3rd before, of course, they probably get into the swing of things a little bit more. They have I think,
They
3 more
play
matches
4
over the next
games
5
or
days.
4 series this week.
Yeah.
So
What a
definitely
brutal
gets
schedule.
hectic.
I mean, compared to like us being in North America where we get just a couple best of ones every weekend, like LPL nonstop. And so we appreciate you supporting us here on LPL English every single day. And if you want more, we're gonna be here right back here tomorrow and the day after that and the day after that.
Yep. It's definitely been fun so far. I think this has probably been the best case scenario for Group Ascend and even Group Nirvana to an extent in terms of how these games have gone with just how much parity there is. But it's really going to be about who can lock in. You know, there are teams sitting at 2-2 or near 5th or 6th in the standings, like Billy Gaming, that I don't think people expect to be 5th or 6th in terms of how things go. I certainly don't think people thought they would be out of the top 4. And we talk about Invictus being inconsistent. They are below 500 in terms of game score. They're 6-7 at the current moment. They're in the top 4. They are currently in 4th place in terms of how the standings have gone. That's just how crazy it is right now in the LPL. So, you know, outside of really the top couple of teams, you know, Anyone's Legend, Top Esports, you know, we didn't mention JD Gaming, but they're also up there as well. It is wide open, and any game can be the start of a great run of form, especially for teams as talented.
I mean, I was on the series yesterday where Fun Plus Phoenix went up against JDG, and that was JDG's first loss, and it came to a team that was 1-4 entering the season, and was a team that I think lost like almost all of their split 1 games, and was not a team that had a lot of high expectations for them coming in. But you know, 1 roster change plus, you know, just getting the chance to get these reps is going to be very important for all of these teams, especially, you know, the teams that maybe needed a little bit more time, have some players that need more gelling together or some more stage experience. And you know, that's the beauty here of Group Ascend. But the beauty of Group Nirvana, man, I know you haven't gotten the chance to cast any of those games yet, but also it certainly is there, although beauty could be you know, a light word to throw out there. We definitely get some interesting games down there. All 3 series so far in Nirvana have gone the distance, which is either the best thing ever or the worst thing ever, depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, I think Group Nirvana is arguably more interesting just because the stakes of Group Nirvana are so high. You know, top 4 in Group Ascend make playoffs. That's obviously great. And I think getting that immediate seeding into playoffs is super important to be able to start establishing that momentum, you know, getting to avoid that play-in series, because anything can happen in one play-in series. But, you know, with it only being single round robin in Group Nirvana, and if you're bottom 2, you're not just done for the split, you're done for the year. You don't get to play split 3 at all. The stakes of those games become instantly a lot higher, and we're seeing teams feel pretty desperate to make some roster changes. We saw LGD make a roster change, you know, a couple of days ago. Of course, LNG has basically retooled most of their roster heading into the actual split here. It definitely feels like do or die, and that just brings a level of, I guess, chaos that makes Group Nirvana a very interesting watch for all of the teams involved.
And you know, maybe the first round of things being all 3 games is an indication of how close these teams could be and how competitive they could be as well. And yeah, they're gonna have to lock in, as we say, as unlike the Group Ascend, they only have 5 series total, so 5 best of 3s to prove that you belong in the LPL basically, and you deserve another chance to play in split number 3. I mean, we talked about it yesterday, but the stakes, not just for the team's stake, but the player side as well, even if they don't necessarily see a vision of their team making it all the way to an international competition this year, just making sure that you as a player continue to up your stock so you're able to continue pursuing this dream and playing again, is also going to be very, very important for all of those teams, all of those players down there in Group Nirvana. That's not necessarily the case here for these guys up here. NiP versus IG, a ton of experienced veterans. I mean, at this point, I feel like Shanji, Aki, PP God, like they were maybe younger players a couple of years ago, but now they're LPL staples. You know them, you love them if you've been following the league for a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've definitely established their own reputations. Aki had that insane breakout year in 2023 when OMG was just performing so well and, you know, was competing for top 4. Felt like everything was going right. Shanji, of course, a major part of that team as well, as was PP God, who is, of course, now on Ninjas in Pajamas as well. But unfortunately, they've just not been able to capture that dynamite so far this year. It feels like Aki hasn't felt comfortable playing off of Doenby in the way that other junglers in the past maybe have, as we finally get back into the remade draft here. It looks like it is going to be the same bands coming out. I would imagine the same first part of this draft. But I think if they can find that synergy, like Aki has at times, at his best, he was a top 3 or a top 4 jungler in the LPL. I think during his absolute peak, he's certainly struggled to maintain that form, but we know it's in there for him to be able to capture.
Yeah, I remember when OMG went on that kind of miracle run almost to like, what was it, top 8 or something in the playoffs, even though that were top four back in the spring. With players at that point were relative unknowns. Even a guy like Cream, who now is a part of Top Esports, made it to MSIs, played at multiple international or first stand, played at multiple internationals at this point. And these guys have not been able to make that next jump just yet since then. Shanji and Aki specifically. PP God has been part of the core and then not part of the core, depending on what year you've been in here. So this is definitely an opportunity to do that when you have a veteran like Doinby, a reigning world champion, somebody who is a great leader as well and could potentially help guide some of these players on that next step to potentially get to that international stage. As we would certainly love to see that as Doinby at international, always super fun. We're getting into that second phase of bans. We got another misban. I'm wondering if that is intentional now or if that's a punishment for missing out on something. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, definitely strange there, but the Kai'Sa, as you called out earlier, is going to be that first part of the second rotation ban for IG here. Kai'Sa would have made a lot of sense for Leave. Not only is he often put on a lot of these hyper carry-esque champions because he is kind of relied upon to be a big late game player, but fits the dive aspect of Galio Nefiri very well. Looks like it's going to be the Alistar as the support ban on the other side, so that does leave open the Misfortune if they do want to go ahead and grab it. Again, we talked about that a bit earlier. It's Gala's most played champion across this split. Also, is traditionally paired up with things like the Xin Zhao. There's decent amounts of setup here, but with the Alistar taken off the board, not quite as clean of a combo. Perhaps something like Rel could also be an option for this team, but we'll have to see what the final ban is here.
Yeah, decent amount of damage that actually has been picked across both of these top sides. You don't necessarily need to go for a hard carry. You don't need, a Jinx or anything like that. Something maybe with more utility could be useful as Leave locks in the Ezreal. Varus, another pick that Gala has been very strong on throughout 2025, so seeing that locked in wouldn't be too much of a surprise. And the Braum takeaway here signifies maybe a Nautilus is something that Mako would want to lock in.
Yeah, that definitely looks like it's going to be what it is. Varus Nautilus makes a lot of sense with the rest of this comp. I think we saw in the previous series the strength of Varus, Hope piloting it very well for anyone's legend, but you give someone like Gala the ability to just kind of be consistent throughout the entire game. That's exactly what he's looking for, and I think it does, give you a little bit of extra security, but we could potentially see something else here. Poppy Hover for now.
Decent amount of dashes here on NiP's side, especially along the top side that they've selected. So the Poppy for Mako would definitely make sense in a way, but I feel like given the point and click CC against a champion like Ezreal, Nautilus might be a little bit more of a powerful pick, especially with the way the draft is currently situated.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And, I've talked on my own channel a little bit about how I'm not in love with the Varus into Ezreal matchup, but it's going to be that Leona final pick here coming in for PP God. And honestly, I think these drafts have pretty similar identities. Both really want to, create some action in the mid game. There's a lot of proactivity on both sides. It's why you answer something like the Taliyah with the Galio so that you can move around the map. I think if you are looking for an advantage, I'm just such a big fan of putting Rookie on something that can be so aggressive. And, Taliyah Xin Zhao is, like you said, that bread and butter of Invictus Gaming. I feel like their comfort zone is there. Gala is a really nice player to be able to bail you out if you need extra damage in the late game. You've got good setup, but we've talked about it. Neferi's a very scary champion, and you don't want to let the dogs out here.
Yeah, especially if you give up any early kills to the Neferi, it could suddenly go from bad to worse. We actually saw NiP, their last placement stage game, which was a relatively recent game in terms of the fact they haven't played many since then, was against FPX, and Shadow got the Neferi, and NiP decided to do, I think, a little bit of trolling, and the game ended in like 15 minutes. And so they're familiar with what happens if, they are able to get off to an early lead potentially this time around. Aki now going to be the player piloting that pick. As we are about to load onto the Rift. Took a little bit to get there, but we finally have arrived. Ninjas in Pajamas up against Invictus Gaming. 4 world champions across the board here, or 5 world champions, I think I should say. Each looking for their own specific goals in ascending into the next level here in the LPL to get into that top tier of teams in 2025. We're we're super excited to be here alongside you for it. Here's Champions, of course, as we are about to load onto the Rift. Let's do it! Game number 1 starts right now.
All right, as we get into game number 1 now, I think the things that I'm really going to be looking for at the start of this game, definitely looking for some proactive ganks coming in from the Xin Zhao. I think it's so important for Jed to be in a good position in the early game. To me, the reason I would slightly favor Ninjas in Pajamas, I think their execution on the engage is much easier in the later half of the game. It's much easier to combo a Leona engage into Galio knockup and Mbessa than it is to, combo Nautilus to kind of do a lot of the heavy lifting. But the range factor of Invictus, I think it matters a lot here. Varus Jace is difficult to deal with if you're not able to play from ahead. So definitely excited to see where that goes. But for now, I think both sides, they don't want to make a mistake in the early game. You talked already about how Naafiri can really get the ball rolling.
Yeah, and so we'll be on JJ to prevent that from happening. We'll say early on, the dueling threat is in favor of the Xin Zhao. I think that's why this matchup has been one of the more popular ones alongside the Vi against the Naafiri. You could pick those two champions for different reasons into this pick. But for the Xin Zhao, skirmishing, pre-6 is actually very, very strong on this champion, and he has the advantage over the Naafiri in that sense. See both junglers starting on their red side quadrants. That means that JJ will potentially be focusing towards the Shy early on here, as that is the matchup where right now IG probably have the bigger advantage in terms of getting push and getting priority.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be important for the Shy to be able to establish something on the top side. I like the Mbessa as an answer. I think it does kind of neutralize a lot of what Jace wants to do in the mid game in terms of creating disadvantages. But in this early stage, it's just very difficult to deal with Jace in really any capacity. And I don't think Shanji is going to be able to make that simpler in the early game. But I think on top of that, maybe counteracting that point, Rookie on this Taliyah, to me, this is the pivot point for the game. We saw Taliyah previously, and we've seen Taliyah in the LPL both be very successful and also not really have the kind of success in the mid game that you would need Taliyah to have. I think if Rookie is going to have the pressure to be able to move alongside the Xin Zhao and move around the map, especially as we get closer and closer to level 6, that's really what's going to start creating some advantages for IG.
Yeah, and for Doinby on the Galio, his job's going to have to be to match that. As soon as if Rookie pushes in a wave and gets first move, Doinby's going to have to be able to respond in some way. Being the Galio with that semi-global, the Hero's Entrance can definitely provide a lot of protection and turn around a fight at whim here. Nice buffer from Mako. Make sure that Zenith Blade doesn't do too much, as it is leaving PP God with the early advantage here in the 2v2. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the Shy getting that wave shoved in, allowing for JJ to get to that top side scuttle as soon as he finishes off his full clear.
Yeah, just a little bit of a passive early game. I don't think either of these teams want to make a gigantic mistake. Again, I think that's really the concern for them, as we do see a hook coming in, but PP God's pretty tanky, not necessarily going to be taken advantage of in any sort of way. I just doubt there's going to be a ton of action if it's not started by Jeje. We do see him take that top side crab, but bot side crab is gone. It looks like it's just going to be some clearing coming in from these junglers. Pretty standard early game coming in from both sides. We'll see where they want to go from here on out, but just some vision being established for now.
Yeah, Aki got a ward in there, so we'll be able to spot out JJ as he actually gets his first based off after finishing off that first clear. Pickaxe early on for the Naafiri, as that'll be a little bit of extra combat spells, as it looks like on the other side, the Xin Zhao wants to farm up a bit more.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think Xin Zhao, while he is expert at skirmishing and punishing the Naafiri in the early game, as you correctly stated, I do think there is a little bit more to offer once we start getting to these objective timers. And I think that's really what we're looking at this point. So we see the teleport burned mid lane here by Rookie. I imagine it will be answered by Doinby after this wave. But 18 seconds on the Dragon, minute 15 on Void Grubs here. That's definitely going to be the priority. And I think that's where you're going to really start to see the Xin Zhao and even the Taliyah and the Galio really start to make their mark. We'll see which team wants to prioritize what. Earlier today, we basically saw AL give over the Void Grubs for free in exchange for the Dragons to try to get those stacking, but definitely a different game state here.
As Zenithblade comes out, there's that buffer from Mako once again. So just a little bit of trading back and forth, but overall HP advantage in favor of NiP. Gala is low on mana, so likely will have to head back to base soon. You wonder if maybe that means the play for the Grubs could be in effect, as IG can just rotate their bot lane up to the top side, especially now that Aki started up this dragon.
Yeah, I like this call from Ninjas in Pajamas. I like the idea for Aki to just focus on dragons, not worry about too much else. I think dragon stacking is very powerful in the game right now. I think it gives you a late game out, and especially because we said that I think the late game options for Ninjas in Pajamas, while they're not necessarily stronger, because I don't really love or hate the options on either side here for the late game, I certainly think they're easier for Ninjas in Pajamas to execute with the Leona and with the Galio. To be able to combo things on top of each other. And so I like the idea of stacking dragons here, even if it means you're leaving that priority for the Grubs to IG.
Speaking of, those Grubs are spawning now, and Aki actually was able to take the entirety of that dragon before the 6-minute mark, so he's been able to run up here and maybe try to smite one of these away. Places a vision board over the wall, and so it's just going to be the first Grub secured. Bot lane's actually got the reset off early here for NiP. It's going to be matched immediately by that hero's entrance from Doinby, and Rookie has to flash away. Those Grubs still up and available as the Shy joins the fight. Most notably, Gala stuck around for another wave and is headed back bot, meaning that it will be a numbers advantage for NiP around this first spawn of the Grubs, and they should be able to get 2 of the 3.
Yeah, this is a fantastic rotation from Ninjas in Pajamas. You were entirely correct to point out they took that dragon so quickly that they were able to take both, at least, try and take both, and they were successful here picking up the 2 Grubs. This is something we see super commonly in the LPL, not so much in other regions, that teams don't want to give things over. They want everything on the map, and Aki doing a fantastic job to set himself up for that. I like the idea of the combo coming in. PP God flashing over the wall to try to combo with the Galio Ultimate Rookie with some nice reactions to be able to get out of there, but burning Talia's flash is pretty important as we see a trade on the top side.
Yeah, Shanji trading off those grass procs, doing pretty well against his opponent as we get an empowered arrow onto leave, chunking these bot laners out. There was a little bit of scuffling going on down there as JJ has actually gotten an early invade into that second clear around the Grubs. Was able to pick that Gromp up and now hit level 6. Goes back to his red side quadrant for the second spawn of his red buff.
Yeah, I think it's important for JJ to be in as strong of a position as possible here, but the Mbessa...
Yeah, it's a public execution. The Shy very low on mana, but there shouldn't be too much other damage that Shanji can put on
Aki's
by
here.
himself. Here comes Aki. He does have the ultimate available. The Shy again with no mana, so not going to be able to knock anybody away. He flashes away from his turret, and that could be bad news bears here. The Shy goes down, and it's first blood to NiP.
Yeah, that's a fantastic roam from Aki. That's very much worth giving over the bottom side of your quadrant for. Nefiri getting an assist there, but a kill going on Mbessa is gigantic. The Shy has to burn everything early on. It's a really nice flash from the Shy in that fight, but an even better one coming in from Aki to be able to follow. And First Blood going over to the side of Ninjas in Pajamas takes an early game lead that, I think they've done a really good job establishing and really pushes it in their favor.
And you mentioned JJ being a potential advantage point that IG could have over NiP, but honestly, at this point in the game, Aki has had the better first 8 minutes. He's been able to get most of both of the neutral objectives, 2 to 3 of the Grubs, and then the entirety of that first dragon, and making that play onto the Shy, who was the player that you said could potentially be exploited here for IG.
Yeah, it's all about finding your avenues with Nefiri, because that champion can get ahead in a lot of different ways, but it's just making sure that you can get there, and Aki, I think, is doing a great job of being proactive. I think something we sometimes see from Nefiri players is just the expectation that they're going to be able to win a lot of these skirmishes, and that isn't always going to be the case. Making sure that you put not only yourself in a good position to be able to capitalize, but you put your setup in a good position to be able to help get you there, I think is really important, and especially getting that Mbessa online for Shanji. We talked about the Shy being a big pivot point, as you said, but a lot of the reason the Shy was a big pivot point is because Shanji is so important towards the success of NiP and whether or not they can be consistent in these late game fights. Getting first blood on him, on a champion like Mbessa that he feels pretty comfortable on, overall just a good play for NiP.
So they find themselves just barely ahead in gold. IG have actually done a good amount in the CS department, specifically in the mid lane, to make this a little bit more of an even game state. Of course, none of that gold lead is really going to matter at this minuscule of a status. As Aki, once again, the first to make a play potentially here on this bottom side. Doinby going to join as well. Notably, on that top side play, Rookie threw out the Weaver's Wall, didn't end up actually taking it. And so this is going to be a big numbers advantage once again for Ninjas in Pajamas. Mako's already dead. They go in onto Gala as well. It's a 2-for-1, but NiP will take that any day of the week.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for IG, they saw it coming, but Gala drops ultimate onto Leave to try to burst him down early on in that fight. It's just not possible to burst him down. I think maybe saving that ultimate for the Nefiri or potentially for the Galio on the dive could have been important towards saving his life, but a very difficult situation. And once again, it's proactivity happening, and Shanji once again going to try and punish it.
Yeah, nice knock away from the Shy. Shouldn't be too much there, but yeah, NiP and Aki specifically on this Nefiri making some plays early, and you can see Doinby actually the one proactive in this play. It's actually started up by IG.
Yeah, this is beautiful from not only Doinby, but from the bot lane of NiP as well. PP does go down here, but he plays this fight about as well as you possibly can on the Leona. Understanding that you have that Galio that can make those roams very quickly, it's neutralizing the lead that we were assuming that Taliyah was going to be able to get on the other side of this matchup. If Taliyah is going to get out-roamed and out-prioritized by the Galio, that's a major notch in Ninjas in Pajamas cap.
Yeah, and so once we get back here to live, it will be JJ securing the dragon on the bottom side, but that means that NiP are going to get 5 out of the 6 grubs. Aki off to a pretty good start into this game, and we say once Nefiri gets a little bit ahead, that snowball can continue to roll, and we'll see how far Aki is able to push it here. Second grub
IG
actually,
look like they might want to at least try and make this interesting. They are roaming up to this. Aki's by himself. He's going to take the 4, and looks like it's just going to be 4 for 2 here as a potential exchange.
Okay.
Which is fine. Neither team going to get that 5 grub buff on this one. I would have thought that if they had made it more of a priority to potentially try and keep Aki safe there, that it could have actually been a 5 grub. I'm not so sure that you need to be so, worried so far, but, their decision-making was to make sure to not make a mistake here. And once again, I think their pathway in the late game has become easier and easier and become more clear now that not only the Nefiri has gold, but the Ambessa has gold, and you still have Leona and Galio as pretty free setup here. The gold lead continues to grow. It was only 100 or 200 for a little while. That's up to about 500 or 600 at this point. So we will see, but you can see some rookie stats at the bottom.
Yeah, still not meaning too much, all things considered, as right now it's more about where that gold is allocated. Right now, Rookie having a good CS advantage over Doinby. Not the 400 CS, Rise CS hack here on the Galio. Much more focused on clearing the waves out, picking up experience, and impacting the map when he's able to find timers. So far, he's, of course, contributed way more to this game than Rookie has, as we'll see if that becomes a continuing trend, or if Rookie's going to be able to find some plays a little bit later on into this game.
Yeah, we mentioned it in draft, and I want to continue to kind of hammer the point home. The inflection point for IG in this series is the Taliyah. That's really going to be the difference between them having priority and being able to move around the map and them not really being able to make as many plays as maybe they would want. Taliyah is expected to have a ton of shove. We've talked pretty extensively today about how important it is to make sure you have mid lane priority on the current patch and just on the current map in general with how many objectives there are and how important they are to be able to be first at. And Rookie, unfortunately, has just not been able to be in that position. Yes, he does have that CS lead, but don't be sacrificing a bit of gold and a bit of CS on himself has really furthered Ninjas in Pajamas' position throughout this game. And I think what I'm looking for now that we see some objectives spawning, Rift Herald in, a little over 2 minutes, Dragon in about 2.5 minutes, is are they going to commit to playing this mid-game style? Are they finally going to try and commit to one of these fights and to try to pick off, one of the more susceptible members of NiP? Or are they just going to try and use a range advantage to hope and pray that NiP step up a little bit too far?
Yeah, that Zinza Taliyah duo that we were hyping up going into this draft haven't done too much. Instead, it's really been this Nefiri taking the initiative, as once again a potential play has been made towards the bottom side. Just a little bit of invading it, so there's no wave to potentially go in underneath that tier 1 turret. So you just see even then, the little bit of extra proactivity that Aki has been able to generate has caused NiP to build up a slight lead, most of that focused on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think, we're talking a lot about Ninjas in Pajamas kind of running the map at the current moment, but I absolutely think there are still win conditions for Invictus. This game is not over by any means. There are still plenty of ways to be able to stay active. I think most notably Gala. Oh, as I say that, he gets the flash out of Leave. really nice play there, staying proactive, but it's going to set up for a potential counter engage. Aki is here.
Yeah, Mako has to flash away here from that solar flare. In comes
Nice
Rookie
wall.
with the Weaver's Wall. It cuts PP God off, but he has to flash over the wall to safety. Hero's entrance comes out as Doinby joins the fight. 4v4 set up. And it looks like NiP don't want to take this one too far and will back away.
Yeah, it really looked like that was going to be a nice play for Invictus, and they were very proactive about it, but just not enough follow-up, and I think that is a big concern for me moving forward. Xin Zhao, Talia, they're very strong in a lot of these skirmishes, but, you know, the Talia has finished the Rod of Ages. It's not exactly going to be the highest damage champion in the game, and Xin Zhao is starting to get to the point where are you really expecting, you know, Jed to be able to output as much damage as is necessary to be able to take this? I think a lot is going to be on Gala. I liked the proactivity of that ultimate coming in from him, but at the end of the day, you got to be able to capitalize on that. Getting Leaves Flash is good. We'll see where they follow up on that moving forward, though. As I say that, objectives are spawning here. Yep. Rift Herald in 10 seconds, Dragon in 30. It's going to be important to see where the priority is for NiP. They should have control of either. Looks like, at least for now, IG is definitely going to be on the bottom side of the map. Aki is on the top side. This could potentially just be another objective trade here. It is one Dragon apiece per team, so definitely intriguing. This will tell us a lot, I think, about the game moving forward, where these teams want to put their resources.
Looks like right now, IG might be looking towards the bot lane, as Shanji is forced under his turret, but now the Dragon has been spawned. Aki a little bit later to this play, instead maybe trying to focus on the Rift Herald. Dragon has been started up now by IG, and you can see pings towards the top side of the map for NiP. It seems like that's where they want to focus their resources.
Yeah, I think they like having the option of just being able to play for side lanes here with the Ambessa and the Galio, just to offer a little bit more macro presence, and I think the Rift Herald definitely plays into that idea. Aki gets to be a lot more aggressive if you can understand that you can drop pressure basically for free anywhere, and, you know, on top of that, Invictus, I think, is looking a lot bigger picture. I can understand why they would personally prioritize the Dragon stacking a little bit more. So we see Doinby take the top tower here in exchange for presumably the bot tier 1 next wave at the very least, but you know, I think it makes sense for both teams to be able to make this exchange. I'm just interested to see if at any point Ninjas in Pajamas are going to want to try and stop that Dragon stacking, or if they're going to be more than happy to just try to play the side lanes.
Right now the side lane's working well for NiP. They have the Rift Herald as well if they want to try to break up another turret with it, as that's the trade that you did allude to, K-Man, as IG finally finds something back, but they continue to hemorrhage gold little by little in this game. Every time we check in, it's another 100 or so in the advantage of Ninjas in Pajamas. And at some point, IG are going to have to do something here. And I feel like, honestly, with the way their composition is set up, it's not super inclusive to these big, wonky 5v5 team fights. You know, Gala's going the lethality build. The Shy on the Jace prefers to, you know, poke some people out. And there's not a ton of, you know, hard carry DPS that is available in a 5v5 for them.
Yeah, I'm getting more and more concerned about Invictus the longer this game goes. Once again, I think it is worth noting that outside of the Neferi, there's not a ton of like free damage. Of course, leave can be a problem in the late game on this Ezreal, but I don't think it's quite like Ninjas in Pajamas have excellent scaling and Invictus have none. I think it's more so I just don't really see an easy avenue for Invictus to win these fights. They're going to need to start finding picks. I think it's really important for this team to continue to stay on the lookout and to stay aggressive. We can sometimes see some teams who pick Talia and Xin Zhao not get that advantage early, starts to hit about 20 minutes, and they can feel a little bit more scared to play aggressive. I don't think that's possible here, as we see IG potentially following my word and making some plays mid.
We do see actually the Shy, the Shojin build, and also the play to Steel Caps. I was like, wow, that Shock Blast didn't do a lot of damage. And I see the build not quite there just yet, and also maybe not as inclined to poking. It might be more, it's more that Bruiser Jace build that we've been seeing prioritized a little bit more here in the last couple of patches, or in this 25 season in its entirety, as we get you know, continue to see these teams posturing, set up their lanes. Doinby leaving the mid lane to join his opponent in Rookie up on the top side of the map, catch that wave. As looks like the bot laners are going to be settled in the mid lane, at least for now.
Yeah, pretty standard assignments here. This is the part of the game where I think teams just get a little bit nervous, and we do see the Otacon, of course, spawning in 30 seconds, but we actually, I say nervous, but we actually see a full engage here.
Gala doesn't have his flash available, but that should be around now. Yep, now it's burned.
Yeah, it does burn the flash. I would say that that's worth it overall. You know, I didn't expect that to be the timer for NiP to go for it, but they end up choosing to, you know, try and get something there. The flash is, you know, The flash would have been nice to be able to pick up, but I think for IG, fighting and trying to stop this Rift Herald and then hopefully just delaying this until you can get some sort of advantage is good. You just got to stay proactive here. I don't think it's going to be easy for them to get back into the game. There is a minute 45 on Mountain Dragon. That is a win condition for sure for IG, though.
That's true. They picked up 2 of them so far, and maybe that flash cooldown comes into account in a little bit. Once PP God has his ultimate back up, when that dragon does spawn, Gala will be without, will have that summoner spell still at his disposal, as Otacon also spawned on the bot side. Both teams now continuing to be worried about losing a big fight, especially with the possibility of that Otacon buff going over.
Yeah, it definitely looks like something's happening here.
PP God's going in onto JJ, followed in by that Hero's Entrance with a nice seismic shove, finds 2 for Rookie. PP God in a lot of trouble. The Ignite's taking him down. He flashes away, should be able to survive, but no, the last tick from Mako ends up finishing the job. Now it's Shanji in a bit of trouble in a 1v4. Aki dashes in as well. He's untargetable for a little bit. Doinby doesn't find anybody with the taunt, and NiP now on the retreat. The Shy looking to try to continue the chase here for IG. This is going to be the moment that they're looking for. Seismic shove gets jumped away from by Aki. And so it is IG still only able to find 1 kill off the play off of PP God.
Yeah, that was so close to being a bigger play for Invictus Gaming. There were multiple points in that fight where if a small micro adjustment goes different for them, they're able to pick up a couple of more kills. Shanji was on that backline. If they're just able to get a little bit more damage down, that could be huge. But PP God ticking down that final tick of Ignite. There was a moment where Aki was just outside of range of this seismic shove, but we're going to see how this fight starts because it's actually ninjas in pajamas that want to go for this. Rightfully so. JJ gets very low early, but it's some great peel coming in from Mako, and Rookie honestly is putting out a ton of damage on the back end of this fight. PP God, of course, being the first one to drop, but you need to see Aki get a little bit more involved. It felt like they blew a lot of their cooldowns early on. We'll see if they're able to kind of repeat that performance here.
So now the dragon is up, and NiP want to make sure that that soul point does not go over to IG. Some of those crucial cooldowns, though, just coming back up for Invictus, and so that means that they're going to go back in. Nice hook here from Mako, and they found Leave. That's Rookie picking up a huge chunk of gold, and that means that IG are going to be able to take this dragon easily.
Yeah, that's a fantastic pick coming in from both Rookie and Mako to be able to lock that up. This dragon is gigantic. Ninjas in Pajamas look like they're going to try and siege down mid, but PP God too far forward.
Went too far. Nicely done by Rookie to clear out the wave and make it a sticky situation for NiP. And all of a sudden, Ninjas in Pajamas could be falling apart. Shanji now gets hit up by the seismic shove. He's going to use the public execution in onto the Shy. There comes Shanji in with Aki to finish off that kill. Another pocket of the ultimate is available for Aki, but now Shanji's still in some trouble. He gets shoved right back in. That is another kill picked up for Rookie, and now Aki is the next target. Depth charge goes on top of him. He goes invulnerable, but only for a little bit longer. Hail of arrows dances down on top of him. But it looks like Aki should be able to survive. Look at those Nefiri shield heals. That's pretty ridiculous. But still, IG finding another play for themselves here, and True Shot Barrage going to cancel some recalls, but NiP struggling in this mid game.
What a gigantic fight for Invictus Gaming. That completely turns the entire game around. Not only are they able to grab the 3rd dragon of the game, putting them on Soul Point, and if they do end up getting it, that's 3 Mountain Dragons for a comp on the other side that has damage with Nefiri and Ezreal, but isn't, dominating in terms of the damage. And on top of that, you're able to continue the fight with a ton of proactive play, using a lot of these globals. It's gorgeous stuff. We'll see how this starts, though. We'll see how Leave ends up getting caught. Just steps up a little bit too far forward. He tries to Arcane Shift out, but Mako ends up catching him, and it's just too much damage. Leave, not the most consistent player in terms of his positioning. A pretty critical error there, as we can see from the Invictus Gaming fans. They're very excited to see that, but that is a gigantic swing in momentum.
And I think Rookie's been a big reason as to why IG have been able to get back into this game on the Taliyah. Talked about how he didn't have too much impact earlier on, once he first unlocked that ultimate, but now that he has that full Roa stacked up, he's level 15 now on the Taliyah. He's done multiple really impactful seismic shoves into this game, and so he's got to continue to try to make those plays happen. We got Baron spawning in 30 seconds. NiP want to try to find a way to bounce back. They might be in some trouble here. Chain of Corruption lands here from Gala. It's matched up by a boatload of crowd control, and the Shock Blast from over the top as well. Gala will pick up the kill as Doinby just dies for free.
He was in purgatory there. No chance to move, no chance to do anything. Perfect call out there on the Baron timer. We'll see if they want to go for it. And Fury potentially trying to pull back some damage here. Dragon won't be up for another 2.5 minutes. That's a very big pick, but he will be back up on the map in 25 seconds with ultimate. They're going to make a play. They have to do it now.
Nice buffer from Leave. Gets away here from that dredge line of Mako, and so it means that IG just have priority around the mid lane, but don't have any kill threat onto any of NiP's players. So another chunk of gold going right back to Invictus Gaming. SK-Man, we were waiting for them to become a little bit more active here in this game number 1, and they certainly have done so over these last few minutes.
Yeah, I've been so impressed with how they've played out the second part of this mid game. The last, 5 or 6 minutes, this felt like a team that really was just slowly losing, death by 1,000 cuts, and they've been able to really pull back a lot of the advantages and a lot of the momentum that they needed to generate earlier on in the game. Rookie in particular has been excellent, but Jeje could be too far forward here. We'll see if they want to capitalize.
Oh, wow. Yeah, going very aggressive in onto Shanji, and the Weavers will actually cuts the Mbessa off. Doesn't even get a chance to proc the ultimate. He's already dead. Rookie picks up the kill, and now Doinby is in a lot of trouble here. Could be matched here by Aki. He gets another reset on the ultimate, but it's still overall a 2-for-1 in favor of Invictus Gaming. Most notably, though, Jeje is down, which means the Otacon could be a little bit risky, so instead, IG want to continue the fight. Depth charge lands. It's followed up by a beautiful engage from Rookie, and Leave will get taken down as well. Doinby and Aki now forced to run for the hills as IG have a huge numbers advantage on the bottom side.
That is not only huge for IG, but what is Shanji doing? He full engages without the rest of his team. Leave isn't even there. The Ezreal doesn't arrive to that fight until 10 or 15 seconds into it. And unfortunately for Ninjas in Pajamas, without this Ezreal, they certainly do not have the damage to be able to output that. Some fantastic play from Rookie on the back end of that fight to be able to catch Leave out and to make sure that he doesn't leave that fight untouched. But we can watch the replay here. Ninjas in Pajamas are looking for some posturing. At first, it feels like Jeje is overextended, but with Gala and Rookie able to collapse so effortlessly, it feels like this is an immediate fight win. Shanji just instantly dies. You can see Leave trying to make his way here, but by the time he is, PP God is down, Shanji is down. It's a 3v4 from this point onwards, and there's just no way for Ninjas in Pajamas to win. You see the great depth charge coming in here for Mako to set up that seismic shove. Rookie with the flash over, but just a very curious decision from NiP. Maybe not the most coordinated play.
No, definitely not. And it's been IG, the more coordinated team ever since, that fourth dragon became available. They've been on an absolute roll of things here in the mid game. And now that mid game will transition into late with Baron spawning, potential Soul Dragon up in 3 seconds. Invictus Gaming in good position around the bottom side river to control that area, to try to pick up that extra shield, that extra resistance with the Mountain Dragon. NiP, of course, want to prevent that from happening, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. It's been started up already by JJ.
Yeah, this is a tough situation for Aki. He's going to have to try to get in there. You cannot allow this Mountain Dragon, but it's going down low, and looks like they're just going to give it.
So risk assessment, not worth it. Most notably, PP God coming off a reset. He was not even within sniffing distance of a potential fight, and so NiP made that decision a little bit earlier, making sure that they just try to find a fight somewhere else. But now that fight's going to be a little bit harder, with the extra resistances, that Mountain Soul shield now in the hands of IG. And they are looking dominant.
It looks
here.
like this could just be full positioning coming in from IG in the Weaver's Wall.
Oh, Leave shifts over the wall. PP God and Shanji forced to go in. Knockup is huge, though, from Doinby. He lands a 4-man taunt, and NiP are right back into this fight. Aki dashes forward. The Shy is low, and the Shy will bleed almost to death. He's finally able to go down, but it's still a 3v3 on the map. Doinby barely gets away from the dredge line, and IG somehow make that an even fight off of the back of Gala. He continues to throw out damage here, forcing NiP to run away.
What a wombo combo from NiP. You can see this team still has a fighting chance in this. It's certainly not done by any means. We've been talking about Invictus as if they've completely run this game. It's a 1k gold lead for them. And yes, that Mountain Soul exists, but if you're able to land CC chains and that knockup onto Rookie, this fight becomes very, very interesting. Rookie just goes a little bit too deep. A fantastic flash stun from PP God, and then the follow-up from Doinby. A 4-man knockup into taunt just makes it so easy for Leave and Aki, who are just outputting damage. Now, credit to Gala, who does a great job of trying to pull back some damage here. And he does pick up Aki, but this is a gorgeous fight from Ninjas in Pajamas and exactly what they were looking for.
So right back to an even game state here, K-Man. However, the Soul definitely providing some impact and some extra advantages towards IG. So
absolutely, and I think important to note, Otacon's still up at 29 minutes here. It is very much still takeable for teams down on the bottom side. And, depending on how many resources you want to put into that, Baron is also available. Elder will be spawning in under 4 minutes. This game is really starting to hang on a razor's edge. It could just be one fight that really tips us over. It's going to be Invictus Gaming, though, that have first setup here on Otacon. We'll see what the response is from NiP.
Doinby is topside, but he has a teleport. Could join very easily with that combined with his ultimate of his own. However, the rest of NiP not here just yet as that Otacon is ticking down. Teleport finally going to come in from Doinby. He has the ultimate up in 5. Otacon's at 3,000 HP. Aki jumps over the wall. It's going to be a flip. Who's going to get it? It's
Aki!
Secured by NiP. And now, as the Blood Roses form, the fight continues to break out. A taunt finds Gala, and he's shut down by the Nefiri. Looking to go in on the rookie next. Shanji is still massive on the front line, and NiP find the fight. They find the Otacon, and they'll pick up the Blood Roses as the reward.
A gorgeous fight from Ninjas in Pajamas. So much setup and so much execution. You get Doinby teleporting at the perfect time. Aki getting into the Otacon pit at the perfect time to be able to secure it at around 700 health. I'd love to see where so much damage was coming from. I have to imagine Leave was just pumping out damage on the back half of that fight, but we might not have time. We're immediately into Baron.
Should be rather easy for NiP to pick up. Rookie has teleport in 20 seconds, but that Baron will be long gone before then. NiP, couple of mid-game fights, a couple of late-game fights, all they needed. And they suddenly have themselves the gold lead once again. The Shy trying to get a tier 2 turret in response, but likely will pay for it with his life as Shanji TP's behind him. Ooh. As the Shy going to try to make it a one-way trip. Nice accelerated shot blast, picks up PP God, but he will die in response. Shanji will dash forward with the E and pick up the 1-for-1.
Yeah, no escape for the Shy, but certainly a worthwhile play for him in terms of picking up something on the map, being able to take at least one of the Barons off. But we're going to see a replay of this Otacon fight. PP God once again playing super proactive here. He ends up getting immediately on top of Jeje. Aki, of course, with that brilliant smite at around 700. And then from this point onwards, just look at the damage that's being pumped out. Shanji on the backside, Leave focusing Rookie early on here, and it just opens up so many opportunities for Aki to essentially go untouched throughout the entirety of this fight. Perfect execution from Ninjas in Pajamas. Great positioning from them, from all 5 members. And it really has been a bit of an execution diff in the back half of this game.
And after some pretty bad positioning mistakes that led to IG getting some kills of their own, getting themselves back into this game, it's been Ninjas in Pajamas that have been able to answer right back. And with this Baron power play, let's see how much they're able to get. Obviously, PP God going down makes it a little bit of a delayed full deployment here, as Doinby going to be on the top side to clear that one out. If you can try to at least break open an inhibitor tower somewhere across the map, that'll be a win here for NiP.
Yeah, I think at this point, you're really just looking to get as much as you can with this Baron. I doubt that IG are going to give you everything here, and again, we do run into the problem for NiP that they don't have the most consistent team fight at the end of the game, although I don't think it's bad. Their 5v5 can be really easy if PP God gets in a good spot. The setup can be really strong, but I think it's going to be difficult for them to find consistent advantages when pushing these side waves. I think IG have the opportunity to be able to slow the pace of the game down, but what's really going to be important is this Elder Dragon in 30 seconds. That's likely going to determine the entire game. And as much as we've already said it a couple of times, this one fight, probably around this Elder Dragon, will likely determine the entire direction of the rest of this game.
Yeah, and all of a sudden that soul on IG might not be as notable as potentially an Elder being picked up by NiP. So if they can get that one secured, it would be a big win for them. Mako going in with the dredge line. It's buffered there by the arcane shift of Leave. Baron buff still in the hands of NiP for another 30 seconds, so they'll have the easier going in terms of pushing out mid and setting up around this objective.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be NiP first. And if it wasn't, I would be upset at them, but they're definitely doing, the proper work to be able to establish this. The problem now for IG is they really need to be first to a lot of these objectives. Varus, Jace, they need to be able to try and poke out before these fights start. And while they are getting some good poke down, it's not on the priority targets. Right now it's on PP God. Some nice damage onto Aki, but they're going to have to full commit at some point here, and that could be very soon.
Oh, Mako's hunting with these dredge lines. They've been really nicely dodged away from. However, the poke is starting to hurt a little bit here for NiP. You can see Aki, PP God, Leave, all have their HP bars tick down slightly. Meanwhile, everybody on IG full health at this point, as the Elder Dragon has spawned. The executes will be massive for anybody who's able to pick it up. The Shy currently spotted on a ward, so no possibility of a flank. Now going to finally catch that one out. As the poke, this is what we were hoping to see from Invictus Gaming's comp earlier on in the game, now fully coming into fruition as Gala is really doing a nice job with these piercing arrows.
Yeah, and they are going to be first to start this Elder Dragon. NiP is still here, but PP God is a little bit low. Does make this engage a bit trickier. Galio still pushing down on the bot side. The ultimate is available. We are going to likely see it very shortly. We're going to see the call made. PP got so low, though.
Yeah, the Weaver's Wall is going to come out to try to separate people. Shanji dashes forward. It's going to be matched up by Doinby and knocks up 3, but there's not a lot of follow-up thanks to the Weaver's Wall of Rookie. And Shanji will go down first in the fight. PP God gets bursted down. Doinby's forced to go golden. IG are winning out on this one, man. A shutdown goes towards the Shy. Rookie's very low. Jeje is as well. And
Leave.
Go forward. Leave has the chance to go crazy here in a 2v4. First engage will be on Agala. He's down. But now the hook lands. But it's not going to matter. Leave shifts over the wall. Leave's popping off. One more Mystic shot will do, but it does not find its mark on a Rookie. And so NiP will still have the numbers advantage. They still should make their way onto the Elder Dragon off of some heroics from Aki and Leave.
How is it possible that Ninjas in Pajamas walk out of that fight being able to take this Elder Dragon? Things looked dire. PP God was at a quarter of his health bar at the beginning of the fight. Shanji goes in and hopes and prays that the Galio ultimate will let him survive long enough, but there's no damage to follow up on his engage. This, at times, feels like a 3v5, and yet they walk out of it. PP God so low already. The Weaver's Wall is already going to cut him off. Shanji's by himself. Galio ultimate, of course, does come out, but from this point onwards, IG looked to be in great position. Jeje's getting low, but the problems that we identified for IG's comp, especially in the front to back, as we see a beautiful knock up there coming in from Doinby, they don't have enough damage. Once you get to this point where Leave flashes over the wall, or I guess fails the flash, and then Arcane shifts over the wall, he just has so much to output. Aki's able to flash to safety, and at this point with the 2v3, the lockdown's not enough. They don't have any way to burst down the carries. And NiP are going to walk out of that not only with a team fight win, but with the Elder Dragon as well.
And despite the Mountain Soul being in the hands of IG, Ninjas in Pajamas still able to burst them down and just have more damage, have more DPS in these team fights. And large part of that has to be towards Aki. Remember, the player that we said could be at a disadvantage in the matchup against IG. And you know, it's not to say that this is surprising, definitely, just given the pedigrees of these players and even what they've looked like throughout 2025. Aki's had himself a very good go of things, going towards that Guardian Angel for his last item. And so NiP with the Elder buff, going to start up this Baron Nashor. Now the Elder's only on a couple of players. Aki and Leave the only ones to have it, but those are certainly good members to possess the Burn.
Yeah, it definitely feels like this should just be Ninjas in Pajamas. There's no way to really contest this, but Jeje's going to try.
You're going to try to dash in there, but not going to have enough room. The sacrifice will be PP God, but it looks like Ninjas in Pajamas want to continue the push. Onto the Shy they go with the knock-up landing. Public execution only onto one, and so Shanji will potentially get bursted down, but there goes Aki. There's the Nefiri, and Leave and Aki once again are going to reign supreme, nearly winning the team fight by themselves. Now it's a 2v1. Aki still has the executes, and Rookie will not succumb, but JJ will, as Aki smites him from above.
Aki absolutely dominating. The dogs are barking here tonight. Nefiri has looked unstoppable so far today. And if you want to see a performance worthy of saying that a champion is imbalanced, you just saw it in front of your very eyes. Of course, you got to give credit to Aki, but the Nefiri, that fight looking disastrous for NiP, diving onto the backline and being able to destroy everyone with the damage that was output. The inhibitor will be the prize. Elder Dragon will be up again, you know, relatively soon, but I just have no idea how you stop this Nefiri at this point.
10, 1, and 7. The Guardian Angel now up, so if you thought it was hard to kill him earlier, it'll be even harder now. Take another look at this fight. I didn't even think it was going to be a fight. I thought PP God was just going to be left to the Wolves, but NiP decided they wanted to go for it with the Elder Dragon burns, specifically on Aki.
Yeah, and I actually think this is a pretty risky call for NiP. There's a very real chance that they end up throwing the game away at this fight, but lucky for them, Aki dives onto the backline and is instantly able to execute Gala. That's so much damage on the side of IG just gone from that fight onwards, and Rookie really has no way to consistently be able to survive. You do want to give some credit to the front line of Ninjas in Pajamas, Doinby with some really nice plays in that fight, but Aki definitely the star with all of those cleanups. Look at the damage chart.
10,000 in a single team fight from one Nefiri jungle. Aki in a great position in this game and sets up NiP to go up 1-0 in this best-of-3 series. IG, they don't want to rule themselves out of this one just yet. They still have the Mountain Soul. They still have Rookie getting close to a field build on his own. They're going to have to play around the poke composition that they've set up for themselves, because right now in a full 5v5, they definitely can't do anything if it was an even game state.
Yeah, it's just a really difficult spot to be in if you're IG. Your entire comp relies on being able to have pressure and have tempo, you know, to be able to poke out with things like Jason, Varus, and to be able to move around the map with Talia. You just don't have that option here, but they might have found a pick.
They find PP God. However, we matched by the hero's entrance of Doinby, so once again in a 4v5, NiP want to go for the kills. Public execution comes in. Shanji gonna get knocked up with a really nice depth charge. Aki in some trouble now. Aki forced to flash away, and now IG winning the fight. 2 already go down. And Gala picks up the big shutdown onto Doinby, and that forces NiP to back away.
Yeah, that's what you need to do if you're Invictus Gaming. So many of the resources on NiP are on Aki. He's so important to the comp. If he dives onto the backline and you're able to CC chain him, not allow him to go invulnerable, that creates a completely different dichotomy. And now it's Invictus Gaming that's pushing down the mid lane here.
They are having that numbers advantage for another 30 seconds. The Shy, the Gala continue to issue on that poke. Teleport comes in from Rookie. They're going to try to burst down this mid inhibitor. Don't think it should be the end of the game, given that Aki and Leave are the ones alive, and they're the strongest members of Ninjas in Pajamas, but that is a big turnaround here for Invictus Gaming. They still are down 7,000 gold. With the Elder Dragon spawning in 40 seconds once more, they'll have super minions pushing down to match what NiP have to offer.
And here is the exact problem that we identified in the draft when it came to Ninjas in Pajamas draft, is that while they do have options in terms of getting the Neferi or the Ezreal into a good spot, if you're not able to output that damage consistently, there's not really a lot going for you in these 5v5 team fights you have set up, but the follow-through needs to be very precise, and Invictus Gaming just doing a better job in that team fight of being able to utilize their own follow-through and, you know, kind of generating a lead for it. We could potentially see a death push here, but nothing defined here for IG.
Yeah, Doinby, the one to face check just a little bit of the True Shot Barrage, comes out and actually burns away all those Mountain Dragon shields. More poke comes out. Leave with the Mystic Shots now can issue some firepower back on his own. The Elder Dragon is alive, but nobody wants to start it up just yet. Battle lines have been drawn. NiP looking to engage. PP God finds the initial start of the team fight, and that is Gala getting bursted down. Sorry, the Shy is the one who dies first in the fight. PP God gets knocked up at 3-talent strike. The target now being Leave, but he flashes away. And now a numbers advantage in for NiP. Leave still doing so much damage here with these Mystic Shots. Doinby dashing away. As JJ is still alive, the Elder Dragon's still up. I don't think NiP are going to want to flip this, but here they go. They start this one up.
They're starting it. I can't believe that they're starting it here. This is a true flip coming in. A very risky move as we see IG actually have priority here. Aki's at half health.
This is where Gala can try to do some work here. The piercing arrows before the fight could begin. A teleport has come in. It is going to be Doinby rejoining the fight at full HP. As the Elder Dragon not reset just yet. Still a 4v5. The Shy respawning in 18 seconds. He's not going to be a factor here. PP God, the first to get engaged upon by Mako. The Elder's at 6,000 HP. JJ looking to go back in. PP God gets poked down to oblivion. And now another hook lands onto Shanji. He's forced to dash away. Elder's at 2,000. JJ steals the Elder. And now Doinby is going to be at the mercy of Invictus Gaming, and the Elder Dragon burns. Leave shifts forward, picks up one. Aki and Leave still so big, but the Elder is going to reign supreme. There's another Unraveled Earth. There is Gala picking up a 1,000 gold shutdown, and Invictus Gaming somehow come back. They steal away the Elder Dragon, and they are going to march into the mid lane with super minis to try to take game one.
And just like that, one bad engage, one mistake, getting poked out a little bit too much at the beginning of a fight. It costs everything for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're sieging down the Nexus turret. Shanji by himself in the base. He is not going to be enough with the Elder buff, and a game that looked like it would be a guaranteed win for Ninjas in Pajamas. They're up 3k gold right now as their Nexus is destroyed.
Back and forth we went. That is classic LPL gameplay for you. As IG, in what I think was an over 40-minute game, take the win over Ninjas in Pajamas. What a start to our second best of 3 of the day.
Whew, this was an LPL game number 1. Very well put there. This was chaotic. This was fun. This was back and forth multiple times throughout both games. It felt like both teams had the advantage. And I think a lot of that comes down to the draft, but we talked about it over and over again. Execution is what matters. And it was Ninjas in Pajamas that unfortunately faltered at the end of that game. And it's going to cost them game number 1.
Man, what a start to the series here. As IG, it looked like they were in control of the game for the first 20 minutes. Then NiP won multiple team fights in a row. And then it was just a couple of positioning errors. And I feel like, man, NiP felt a little bit too strong after winning that last team fight around the Baron. And it cost them a couple of picks around an overextension in the top side. And then, of course, the decision, even in a 4v5 after taking down the Shy, to go for that Elder Dragon flip just was not worth it at that point in the game.
Yeah, it's a pretty catastrophic mental error for a team that doesn't typically make those. They're not the most consistent team in the world, but just way too aggressive stepping up. PP got so chunked out at the beginning of that fight. And when you look at their composition, what other ways do you have to lock down the damage dealers of Invictus Gaming without the Leona? It's so integral and important to make sure that PP God's in a good spot. And you didn't really have any follow-up. Aki, as we talked about, was super strong, was in a great position in that game, but just didn't really have the priority to be able to make it work in the same kind of way. And unfortunately, not the damage to be able to make it work in the same kind of way. And we really saw that falter. Very impressive win from Invictus, though. Very, very impressed with how they ended up playing that final fight.
I just want to see the gold graph. As I know we were doing the heart rate monitor there that game. Yeah. I know that a couple of those graphics have been tweeted out over the last couple of weeks, but that's just the beauty of what the LPL has for you guys here. Consistent leads being thrown away, taken back, objectives being stolen. You know, it was Aki to steal away the first Otacon, and then around the Elder Dragon, it was JJ who ended up coming out on top. He definitely had the rougher early game, mid game, and late game, but he pushed the smite button when it mattered, and that's, I guess, the most important thing.
Yeah, you know, he got the one that really counted at the end. And hey, you know, he did well stacking those dragons early. I think the Mountain Drake actually did play a little bit of a factor into that final fight. You know, I was really watching for Jeje throughout this entire first game because so much of the identity of IG is played around him in the mid game. And, you know, while at times that looked a little bit lackadaisical for them, I really, really liked how he played the end game and just generally his pathing and just making sure that he was exactly where he needed to be to set up both Rookie and Gala in the back half of those fights. I gotta shout out Mako, though. Mako was incredible in the back half of the game on the Nautilus. The setups and just the general peel for the backline that he was able to offer, absolutely essential towards the success. I think a lesser support makes this game a lot more difficult to win for IG.
Yeah, I mean, it looked really important to throw those dredge lines out. You know, even though not all of them found too much, not all of them found the mark, and you know, sometimes Leave was just able to shift away from them. The constant pressure that Mako was providing in that game, I think, is what led to IG eventually taking that one and gaining enough pressure with the poke composition and with the constant threat of those Nautilus hooks to go up 1-0 in this series. We're awaiting the post-game screenshots and, of course, getting the chance to watch some replays here of this game here, K-Man. But for NiP, it seemed like they were doing a lot of good things in the mid to late game portions of this one. But now heading into game number 2, there's not going to be an Etheria available, as that's going to be taken away. And all of a sudden, it's back to the drawing board for this team.
Yeah, I think they really had a great setup for themselves. This is a game that they're unfortunately going to look back on and say, we really needed to take this one. We can see the gold graph there. I mean, it's pretty dramatic.
They were down 3,000 gold and won the game, by the way. They were
yeah.
down in gold at the end.
Yeah, that is insane. You never see that at this point. It's just absolutely ridiculous what NiP were able to generate and then unfortunately not be able to capitalize on. But again, like when we talked about this draft, like even coming out of the draft phase, you're talking about, yes, there is setup. Like you have Leona, you've got Galio, you've got Mbessa, and you have damage isolated. You've got Neferi, you've got the Ezreal, but does it all come together for late game 5v5 success? Unfortunately, in terms of this game, no. And we're seeing some replays that kind of really show that off, although this one is really well played by Ninjas in Pajamas to set Aki up. And this is really where they were able to generate that big lead and, you know, Leave playing well on the back end. But you need perfect execution here, and it's just not what was offered throughout the game.
Yeah, another instance of Mako just, realizing that sometimes all you got to do is press R. And it was matched by a really nice flash seismic shove from a Rookie. And here's that Otacon flip. Aki actually barely is able to get into range over the Weaver's wall and then locks down the smite here, or I believe so. Yep, there it goes.
I believe so.
And
Yeah,
then the fight afterwards was really good as well. And so this is where we thought NiP were going to get themselves back in after it was IG, like finding little picks here and there, finding these certain engages, utilizing the Xin Zhao Talia that we were hoping to see them pull out when we saw the draft for game 1.
Yeah, this is the first Elder Dragon fight where even here, it felt like things were starting to fall apart a bit for Ninjas in Pajamas. There's a lot of disconnect in terms of the engage. You have PP God going in too early and then Shanji basically being by himself the entire fight, but their carries were just so consistent here. Aki is able to survive the initial engage. Everyone gets so low with the damage that's being output throughout this fight, and once Rookie blows Flash, you really have no way to be able to continue this as IG. This is a big fight for Ninjas in Pajamas, and they played it really well. Unfortunately, first Elder, you would hope would be kind of the objective that you need to win the game, but just wasn't enough here. You can see something very similar on this Baron fight. Another fight that looked like it was going to be very negative for NiP. IG looked so strong at the start of these fights, but Aki just having a ton of pressure and priority to be able to take these over.
And yeah, this is where the Elder Dragon buff comes into play as well. Yeah. I wonder how much of this game would have been different if Aki was like not on the Naafiri. Would IG, would some of the mistakes that NiP was making in these team fights have been punished a little bit earlier? And were they bandaged just by the fact that Aki was playing a really strong champion? Here's the last team fight though, as we finally got to see NiP get exposed a little bit. I think a lot of it coming down to the poke that Gala was able to put out beforehand.
Yeah, I mean, Shanji and PP God are at 0 health by the time this fight starts. And that's the dream, if you're Invictus Gaming, is making sure that, both the Shy and Gala can actually just output so much damage early on. And you have a ton of follow-up here. I think people underestimate the damage that Varus can do in the back half of some of these games. And I think it's a big win in game number 1 for Invictus. What I'm looking for specifically in game number 2, you mentioned it. I think you hit the nail on the head there. Ninjas in Pajamas have to prove that they can generate a lead without something like Naafiri giving them free combat power. Because even in a lot of the fights that they ended up winning, they weren't the cleanest fights in the entire world. And pulling off of that champion, I'm definitely more curious to see if they're going to be able to follow that up. That being said, Invictus also has a lot to clean up on. So I'm excited for game 2.
Yeah, it feels like NiP made a couple of crucial mistakes at the very end, but I think overall played a very solid matchup against IG. We get our player of the game. It is JJ on the Xin Zhao. Maybe the biggest goal deficit at the end of the game for a player who wins player of the game. But you know what? He was a little bit slow to get started in the early game. He got outplayed by Naafiri in some of the team fights, which maybe is no fault of his own. But at the end of the day, he got that smite on the Elder Dragon, and that's what really matters.
Yeah, people are going to remember the smite, and like you said, that's what's really going to stick out in people's minds. I think that there were plenty of good options here. I think an underratedly good option would have been Gala on the Varus, who I think was really consistent throughout this game. Rookie obviously makes some really big plays down the stretch, but how can you say no to the guy that went in and got that Elder Dragon steal? That's what determined this game, and Jeja was the one to be able to accomplish it. And as we can see here, it was very close. It was almost Gala with the arrow potentially being able to pick it up. But the moment you grab that Elder Dragon, this fight is over. Donby does not have the health bar to be able to survive and leave. Certainly does not have the ability to be able to pull that back. So I cannot begrudge a Jeja player of the game. He made the biggest play in the biggest moment.
And that's going to do it for our coverage of game number 1 of our second series of the day here on LPL English. IG getting the win over NiP. When we come back, we'll have the draft for game 2. See if NiP can bounce back and force a hand at a 3-gamer. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have our second game of our second series. Ninjas in Pajamas falling to Invictus Gaming in the first matchup here, our best of 3 in the Ascension group. But NiP saw some good flashes, some good signs in the mid to late game stages. Just couldn't finish off that smite of the Elder Dragon that they started up themselves. Maybe self-inflicted, but I think we're still hoping that they can turn this around and make it a 3-game series. My name is Grapes, joined alongside K-Man here for coverage of this series. And K-Man, for Ninjas in Pajamas, imagine they will be back on the blue side this time around for the draft. You're going to have to make some changes, obviously, in this Fearless format, but I like the setup overall, playing around Aki and Leave, who had really good game number 1s.
Yeah, I mean, the setup was good for them, but I think it didn't necessarily play into their strengths. While I love Doenby on something like a Galio, I love him moving around the map, I just don't know if putting that much attention into playing for Aki, especially now that Neferi is gone, is going to be on the table again, moving into game number 2. And so I think you're looking at other potential options. Something like a Gwen definitely still stands out as kind of a major pick for NiP that they've really succeeded with throughout the year. A lot of their wins have come on Gwen, and they had it in the palm of their hands in that game number 1. I think they just want comfort moving into this game number 2 to potentially just try and get back on track.
And for IG, getting that first win, probably a bit of a sigh of relief after what was a pretty disastrous mid game where they lost team fight after team fight after team fight in a row. And a large part of that, I think, was due to the Neferi, so maybe they're relieved that they don't have to worry about that one again here in game 2. But again, a roster full of very experienced players. It seemed like when the moment came down to it, they were able to clutch up and put up a really solid performance.
Yeah, I mean, Invictus had a couple of fights throughout that game that I think are pretty solid. For the most part, I think that there were a couple of 5v5, specifically the second one around Otacon and the one with the Elder buff around Baron, that I think very much could have been won without Neferi on the other side, where it really was just a bit of a damage diff on the other side. We're not seeing any shocking bans here. It's going to be Gwen actually banned on blue side. I am a little surprised by that just because of how proficient Shanji is on Gwen, how much he's really prioritized that, but certainly can't be surprised by the Rise ban on the red side.
Yeah, I was going to say, with IG being on the red side, they still want to probably ban that Rise, and that would leave one of those OPs that was banned away by NiP in game 1 to potentially be available. But now with the Gwen being taken away here on blue side, that maybe will still limit the options that NiP have on the 1. This is Sejuani takeaway here from JJ for NiP. I would imagine things like the Rumble, potentially also topics of conversation here for Invictus Gaming. That's the next ban up.
Yeah, a lot of the big picks getting hit early. No surprises here. I'd be interested to see if there will be a Vi ban. I think that is certainly a champion that I think has a lot of priority when there are more things out of the meta. It's actually going to be Azir coming in as a potential ban to Rookie. I wasn't really expecting that, but certainly not against it. We'll see what the final ban is here, but if Vi's left up on the board, I would expect that to potentially be a first pick. Other than that, there are a lot of other top lane options. Things like Renekton could potentially be a first pick option for NiP as well, but it will be that Vi ban as the final one there.
I'm going to say, without that Neferi available, maybe the Vi could have been a pick that Aki could turn towards. I feel like, providing some setup, still being a big playmaker for his team, but instead that'll be off the board this time around, alongside the Neferi and the Xin Zhao. So the jungle pool may be limited a bit, and so they want to select something early with that Lilia, and that could allow for Doenby to play an AD mid laner, which he has a couple of them up his sleeve as well. We all know the Kled, and still also a lot of other options that could be on the board.
Yeah, I think he's already played the Lilia Pantheon mid-jungle duo this year, so it certainly is something on the table, and you can never really guess what Doenby is going to do direction-wise, but Lilia is interesting for Aki, mostly because it once again puts him in a pretty responsible position for how the late-game damage dealing is going. This is not a champion that you can just reliably be consistent on without a lot of pressure in the mid-game, and it's, again, a lot of responsibility on a player in Aki that maybe hasn't necessarily shown the consistency in that. But it will be the misfortune as the first pick. Again, Gala has been excellent on that this year, and they might just look for some more setup to potentially make the bullet times easier with a potential Skarner or any other facilitative jungler here.
Part of me was hoping that JJ locked in the Pantheon to maybe steal it away from NiP, both because I think that's like a fun metagame in terms of drafting, and also because I don't love the Pantheon here for Doenby. Maybe part of it is because the last time we saw it, it was part of that 15-minute destruction fest that FPX put onto them, like that that was at the end of the placement stage. Again, in a game that didn't really matter to them overall. But it might not be the Pantheon. Maybe it is the Corki that has been locked in. Can flex down to the bottom lane, but also is an option in mid, as Shanji will be playing the Scion in a blind situation as we go to the third pick on the red side.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of leaning towards this Corki potentially being bot lane. Leave really likes these backline damage dealers, and I think it does end up really playing fine into Misfortune, but if you did want to take a mid lane, I think that's totally fine. I don't love sacrificing a ton of pressure early with the Corki, but Scion kind of neutralizes that on the top side, so you can't be too upset. Looks like Ricky just wants to highlight a potential control mage here. It's going to be the Orianna lock-in. We've seen this 100 times from Ricky at this point. This is one of the standard rookie picks that he was able to dominate on for so many years. And Orianna, Skarner, Misfortune as an ultimate Bonanza team definitely gives you at least an identity heading into the second part of this draft.
Yeah, you know, what's funny to me, seeing what IG has here in the opening, is these are players with so many years of experience, so much expertise, world championships, MSI titles, things like that. But sometimes the press R comp still works, right? Like you having the 10 years, you know that the Wombo combo Bronze Zodiac composition is still a golden one at that. And so if you have JJ with the Impale combined with the Shockwave with the bullet time as well, that'll certainly be good. Now we'll see what they decide to fill in the rest of the composition with here in the second phase.
Yeah, and I think it gives you a well-rounded damage profile as well. Not only are you indexing into Misfortune, who should be fine early, like basically no matter what they're going into, but the Orianna does give you an out in the late game. Sometimes with the MF comps, we can see teams over-index into trying to set up either the Wombo or play for mid-game pressure. Orianna definitely has the Wombo potential, but I think Ori as a champion just offers more than that, which complements the rest of the draft, presumably a little bit better. We'll have to see what they end up going for, but Ori Skarner I think is totally fine as a mid-jungle duo, and as we can see, it's going to be the Jhin and the Kai'Sa as the takeaways for Invictus Gaming, clearly thinking that Corki is going mid lane, and it will be the Yorick and the Alistar taken away from NiP. Again, the Shy certainly not afraid to play Yorick, and we could potentially be seeing a Shy hover here.
We'll see. Many games on this champion as well, as we're just pulling out the classics. I mean, this would be a classic too with the Renekton. He's played it a bunch this season as well. Shy has had some good success on the Croc. It does okay into the Scion. I was honestly going to say the Aatrox is a pick that does very well into the Scion. Very difficult for Scion to move him out of the lane. But the Renekton will do just fine and will serve as both a decent laner as well as somebody who can provide a lot in a 5v5 team fight, which is obviously what IG are going for. They're not going to care too much, again, about what happens in the early game, as long as they stay relatively even and are able to whip out those ultis in the big 5v5s.
Yeah, I think this very much feels like a comp the Shy and Rookie would have played in 2019 or 2018 when they won Worlds. So you definitely feel good about that. It's the Rel lock-in for PP God. We saw him on an Engager, and he was really important on the Leona in game number 1, but the consistency to be able to deal with a lot of the poke coming in just was not great down the stretch of that first game. We'll see if they go for something aggressive on the top side. It will be the Aurora coming in, and that certainly makes things a little bit more interesting here.
So it's double APs in the mid jungle.
Yeah, it's Aurora mid. So it will be the Corki bot, which is kind of what we anticipated in terms of Leave's playstyle. Just kind of opting into that.
I wonder if this is like a shout out to, hey, I thought you were gonna pick this by hovering the Pantheon there for Mako. He's gonna lock in the Poppy instead. Yeah, which can do some work against things like the Corki and the Rel in the 2v2 lane, and sets up again a very solid team fighting composition for IG. Whereas for NiP, I feel like they can function in the 5v5s as well, and that honestly just might be what we're looking for by the end of this game.
Yeah, I agree. Honestly, I kind of like NiP's draft a lot here. I think it actually gives them quite a few options. Not only do I think they should have priority in a lot of these lanes, Scion is generally going to be fine on the top side into Renekton. You're not super worried about that. I like the way bot lane is set up, and Aurora is definitely going to have priority in the early game over the Orianna. Not to mention the fact that you have really good scaling. Like, Corki is obviously going to be a big problem in the late game so long as Leave is in a remotely decent position. And, I guess you're kind of relying on Aurora to be able to scale as well as the Orianna, but especially with pressure from that lane, I think it's definitely possible. Rel is pretty consistent engage. I think that there are a lot of options for Ninjas in Pajamas. Not to say that I dislike the draft of Invictus Gaming. I think I like both teams' drafts better than what I liked in game number 1.
IG, it definitely feels like the, hey, let's just pick the team. Let's just play for team fights. Let's just play the classics, which, you know, it might be fine, but, you know, perhaps the newer stuff that NiP has to offer with the Aurora in the mid lane with the Rel could be, you know, a little bit better as we're getting ready to load onto the Rift. Reminder, NiP down 1-0 in this series. They're going to have to take this game and take another one if they want to have their first victory against IG in the double round robin here in Group Ascend, as only the top 4 out of these 10 teams that have been duking it out for the last couple of weeks and will continue to for the next couple of months will get themselves an automatic berth into the playoffs. These 2 teams considered to be right on that precipice of entering that conversation, as this would be a pretty big win statement, if anything, as we're on to the Rift for Game 2.
And we are on the Rift for game number 2 here. Very excited to see what the early game plans look like for both of these teams. I think the Lily and the Skarner both have pretty interesting options available to them. It's just about really what they want to take. Both of these comps, I think, do better in the later part of the game. I'm really not expecting too much aggression. I think if there is a team that maybe is going to feel a little bit, maybe not pressured, but a little bit more open to the idea of fighting a lot early, it could potentially be Invictus Gaming here with the Misfortune and the Renekton as potential power spikes. But both of these teams, I think, are in positions to have some relatively generic opening starts.
Yeah, both these junglers don't like doing too much pre-6. You know, JJ can get out on the map if he wants with the Ixtal's impact, but it's not the necessary power spike here for either of these junglers. So full clears, I would expect to be the name of the game as we start things off. Aki on the Raptors first. It looks like he's going to try to clear away all of the smaller camps before taking on the buffs, whereas JJ going for the more prototypical bot to top.
Yeah, I think early in the game, you're really relying on whether or not you can get some of these champions out on the move. Mako taking quite a bit of damage early there. The Poppy's not nearly as tanky at level 1 as you would maybe think. That's certainly one of the bigger downsides in terms of Poppy in lane. But again, I think you hit the nail on the head. I would expect full clears here. Pretty standard pathing. I think what I'm looking for in terms of setups for these 2 teams is which team wants to get priority on Dragon. Because I think more so than last game, where last game I think I definitely would have favored, you know, Void Grub priority and making sure that you're in a good spot. That being said, the game went, 45 plus minutes. And so how can you really say that? But I think this is especially a game where both of these teams could really benefit from almost every single Dragon Soul and from just the general stats that you could get later on.
Especially, yeah, because of the fact that we want to get to those team fights later on.
Yeah.
Like that's because that is such a focus for both team comps. I mean, specifically for IG, but, NiP also want to get to the late game as well. Making sure you can stack up those dragons, get yourself a win condition to play around will certainly be important, as nice little cancels here. That's going to be the classic interaction. You can use the Steadfast Presence to prevent the crash down from coming down for PP God. And so that's why Poppy has been selected here. Also the ability, later on, your value in the team fight comes down to your ulti. If you could send away somebody like Doinby or Leave, or even a frontline member like Shanji, it can make a fight really easy if you're IG.
Yeah, I think so. We see more aggression coming in on Mako here, actually.
Oh, he actually flashes away to try to get Lee stunned up into the wall. One more double up, and Gala picks up first blood. PP God with the crash down is going to try to burn Gala down as Aki, the first jungler here in the fight. The Eep comes down, and it makes it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, that's such a proactive play, though, to be made by Invictus Gaming early on. Even though it does end up being a 1-for-1 trade, I really like making sure that you can get some gold onto Gala. We talk about the Wombo combo, the team fight being so important here. So we see an exchange on the top side here, Shanji getting very low. But, we talk about that exchange. We'll see if the Shy wants to do anything. I think having Gala with any sort of gold in this game makes it a ton easier to play out if you are IG. So really like the aggressiveness in the 2v2 and the willingness to go after a kill there.
Speaking of gold, Gala's going to pick up the call on his reset from base, as you see Leave actually making his way up to the top side. So there's the early swap that we were anticipating potentially happening in game number 1. It actually means that NiP might be focusing those grubs. Let's take another look at this play. It seems good if you can cancel and just crowd control lock Mako, but a really nice heroic charge to stun up Leave.
Yeah, it's a gorgeous flash, and Lee basically has no way out of it. From that point, he's doomed to go down. Aki does come down here and eventually pick one up and, you know, trade things out, but this is definitely still a win in my opinion, even if the gold is going over onto this Lilia. Mostly because I think it's much easier to be able to shut down the Lilia in this game than it is to be able to shut down the Wombo combo. Now, depends on what the Lilia wants to do with that gold right about now. We're looking at, you know, the mini-map, trying to get an idea of which direction that these junglers are going to want to go in. We've pretty commonly actually seen some trades, although last game we saw Ninjas in Pajamas with some great timing to be able to pick up the dragon and get to Void Grubs. Doesn't look like that's going to be happening here in game number 2, but it is still going to show us a lot about the priorities, where these junglers want to put a lot of their resources.
Hey, you know, another instance of Aki being the first jungler to make a play, even on the Lilia, who loves to hit level 6 first. And, you know, part of that is because of the fact that Lilia clears a little bit faster, and now JJ has a chance to potentially match with a play on the top side. Really nice steadfast presence from Mako to prevent Leave from Valking away, and that should almost assuredly be the kill. The Shy, the one to pick it up.
Yeah, they are targeting Leave early on in this game. It is clear that they want to make sure this Corki can't get to that late game power spike. One of the reasons I really liked Ninjas in Pajamas draft is because I do think Corki can kind of take over the late game here if you put him in a good enough position, but some fantastic plays coming in from Invictus to make sure that that's just not the case. Not only in the bot lane 2v2, Mako playing really aggressive to get him off of the map there, but now, you know, with Jeja coming up alongside Mako to be able to make the play to Shy, picking up a kill and basically getting the Void Grubs here. For free, but as an exchange for the dragon.
Yeah, and it looks like the Shy should be fine here, even though Leave comes back to the top lane. All 3 of those grubs should be picked up by Invictus Gaming, but the response will be, you know, that dragon going over to NiP, so maybe a slight consolation prize in the grand scheme of things, but a much better start to the early game for IG. Remember, it was NiP who won early in game 1, then IG came back, then NiP came back, and it kind of went back and forth that way, but this time, in terms of the first 5 to 7 minutes of this game, actually is IG, who are currently up because of the really nice play from Mako again on this Poppy.
Yeah, Mako has looked very comfortable on this champion, not only, of course, this year, but throughout his entire career. This has definitely been one of the more primary options for him, especially as a secondary playmaker if he doesn't want to play a full engaged target. But it's really nice to see him be so active in the early game. We kind of talked a bit about whether or not these teams wanted to be proactive, whether they wanted to try to make plays or whether they just wanted to try to get to their power spikes. Ninjas in Pajamas have maybe not been as aggressive. I say that, though. Yeah, they are in the mid lane.
Between worlds, Lullaby comes out, and that is Aki immediately matching point. We go right back to 2-2 on the kill counter in terms of the plays being made across the map. Scuttlecraft picked up by JJ there. Aki's unable to smite it away.
Once again, a really nice play there from Aki. Just right place, right time, understanding exactly when the enemy mid laner is going to be pushing forward because their bot lane is in the river. Just a really nice play overall, and Aki's shown a really good understanding of where he needs to be. The question is that going to be able to convert into the mid game? That is still to be determined, but at least for now, he has almost completely equalized the gold deficit just entirely on his own.
Yeah, and again, shout out to him who... He's, you know, I think even though JJ won the player of the game last game, I think it's fair to say that Aki had the better early game in game number 1 and had the better early game in game 2. And as a jungler, that is a very important part of how you're able to function for your team, setting up your teammates for that extra success, or even setting up yourself. Aki now 2 kills. That's both of them here for NiP. Gonna try to get to a later game point where he'll be a really big threat for his team.
Yeah, I think what I'm really looking at for Aki moving forward is just what is he going to do once Rift Herald comes up, or specifically Rift Herald comes up, because I think Dragon stacking could be a real win condition here for Ninjas in Pajamas. It might actually cost them quite a bit, though. We know that Void Grubs are a pretty big priority, but you definitely are going to want to contest those. You don't want to give 6 over for free to Invictus Gaming. That being said, a little bit of an exchange now down on the bot side. I'm curious to see if these 80 carries end up moving. I would imagine within the next minute or so, we're going to be seeing them somewhere on the map. And if not, then I'm definitely going to be a bit more surprised. But for now, it's still a very even game state, and we're basically returning to stage 1 for both of these rosters.
Yeah, if you're NiP, giving up 6 grubs, not the best case scenario for yourselves. Although, you know, with Leave and PP got so far behind, it might mean that they're a little bit disadvantaged in that 5v5. We'll say Leave has been able to farm up rather nicely, and it actually has an even count with Gala at this point in the game, but he has been targeted quite a bit. He's down in XP. They will rotate him towards the top side, though, as that seems to be the play NiP are calling for.
Yeah, I wouldn't go any other way here. I think you kind of have to contest these Void Grubs. You can't give over 6 for free to a team like Invictus that does have a lot of priority and pressure. Like, you lose one fight, towers are gone, it becomes a lot more difficult. The game kind of snowballs out of control from there. So I like the ability and the idea to be able to contest. ONB is going to be on the bot side here, but he does have the teleport available. Those grubs are going to be spawning in 25 seconds. It's going to be interesting to see what the setups are. There's basically no vision there for either of the two teams. I'm very interested to see when the attention's going to come in, but Jeje is over the wall, potentially looking here.
Ooh, leave. Playing aggressive, but he knows he can because Gala's not there just yet. Grub's about to spawn, and so Aki just cleared the entirety of his bot side, actually, and so it did hit level 8. Very, very strong on this Lilia. Sends out a little bit of poke onto Gala. Not going to be any follow-up, though, just yet. In the mid lane we go. We're waiting for that prio to be generated by somebody. Looks like NiP get that wave crashed in first, and now they'll have first move into the pit.
Yeah, I think making sure that you have first move here is so crucial, and I think Aki in particular, having area control for that Lilia makes these fights so much easier, really lets you control it, but we're going to be seeing the fight take place here as we zoom out to widescreen.
At least securing one would be great if you are Aki, and he's able to do that. He actually gets both of them here, and with
Get all
JJ
three.
jumping over the wall, they will even up that count. Make sure that you get another extra stack of that feat of strength as well. One more dragon should be able to secure them that buff. And
Yeah,
so,
that's
yeah,
a
really nicely
pretty
done.
big
Really nice
lead.
rotation.
That's a great get for Ninjas in Pajamas, because that dragon is, like, you don't have to sacrifice anything. You basically just got those 3 Void Grubs for free. You didn't even have to take a fight to do it. Invictus clearly not wanting to risk the game at that spot, understanding that Aki is in a great position right now, but definitely very interesting. We actually see there the smite fight was just won by Aki. And,
Did JJ just
that
smite
was
the
definitely
wrong
difference
grub?
maker. Oh, he might have.
There was like 2 smites happening at the same time. I don't know. I think it might have been a misclick. That might have been what the observers were highlighting there. But we do see the count at 3-3, which means that NiP were able to get all of them. Now the target is the dragon, and Mako and the rest of IG know it. There's the shockwave from Rookie as well. PP God does proc the crash down shield to survive the last ticks of the ignite, but that's a big set of HP already down. His teleport is coming in. The dragon started up by IG.
They're still looking for this. Aki is not done. He's staying in the area. Jeje might try to look to flip this, but it is going to be a disengage. I got concerned that Ninjas in Pajamas were looking there.
Ooh.
Didn't think that was a good opportunity. That is a big pickup for IG and a fantastic pick onto PP God. Finding him out in that brush is a fantastic get, and being able to stop the dragon stacking really kind of disrupts the Ninjas in Pajamas plan moving forward.
Honestly, just the threat of Aki being there, though, did force the Shy to teleport down in the bot lane. It did get a plate in for Shanji up in the top lane. Lilting Lullaby has been issued onto Mako between worlds from Doinby as well. The Poppy is burning. Will it be enough? There's the flash, and that will be the feat of warfare secured by Ninjas in Pajamas. And now the Shy has the dominance pop, but he's now fighting a 1v3. He slices and dices to safety and will get out with his life.
Yeah, a lot of healing from the Renekton, but you properly stated that that feat being acquired there by Ninjas in Pajamas is gigantic. Being able to make sure that you control a lot of the rest of this game is huge. All of this gold is going on to the Lilia. And we talked about how important Lilia was to the overall composition of what Ninjas in Pajamas drafted. Really does help bridge the gap between where you want to play in your early and your mid game and where you think you can get to later on, with Aurora and Corki kind of being these big damage threats. If Aki is going to be in a really good position, this game becomes significantly more interesting, but the Shy could be in a bad position again.
Yeah, just dashing in to try to pick up the remainder of that wave. As looks like he'll be all right for now. And NiP's still snacking a lot of people down in this bot side. But yeah, all that gold, as you mentioned. 3 kills, all the kills for NiP on this Lilia. That's honestly a great place for it to be at this point in the game. Shanji doing a little bit of damage onto Rookie. Not going to have any kill threat, obviously, as a Scion here in this solo lane. But feeling pretty good right now, our NiP, about how things have turned around for them. Started with that play for the Grubs, then have been able to kind of build off of that momentum, and now could potentially be, in the running to send us to that game 3.
Yeah, I think this is a really good setup for Ninjas in Pajamas, but this is pretty solid for Invictus as well. As much as we can sit here and be a little bit worried about this Lilia, Aki has been known to be a little bit up and down in terms of team fights, and if you're able to take down this Lilia, there's not a ton else going on here for Ninjas in Pajamas. A lot of their resources and a lot of their gold is invested into this one area. And so, being able to pull off a surprise pick, being able to pick up a shutdown onto that Lilia, or just being able to target focus her in some of these fights could be an out for Invictus Gaming. Remember, it just takes one wombo. If you hit one shockwave or, one tick of the bullet time, one Skarner ultimate onto this Lilia, it could be kind of dangerous for Ninjas in Pajamas. So, the game is certainly far from over, but now that we head into the mid game, we're about 1 minute away from that Rift Herald. Kind of mentioned how that was going to be important, but could be seeing a potential collapse. PP God is in the area, though.
Yeah, Doinby almost able to take down the entirety of that tier 1 turret. It looks like no fight will be happening just yet unless PP God goes too far forward. The target will be the tier 1 as Aki will help Doinby clear out that wave. IG want to prevent that from happening though. They're going to tank the aggro on the cannon, make sure it does not get in range, and so they will salvage their structure, at least for the next little bit. And I like the point that you brought up there, K-Man. With JJ on the Skarner, he might be down 1,000 gold, but one impale on the multiple members, and he instantly matches the impact that Aki can have in a 5v5.
Yeah, this is a really easy to execute draft for Invictus. That's what we were highlighting in draft. That's the benefit of the draft that they ended up going for, is you really just need to hit one ability and everything else kind of cascades off of that. And so it's going to be really interesting. Judges got to be pretty close to level 11 here as we continue to move throughout the rest of this mid game. And the moment that these junglers start hitting level 11, Rift Herald has now spawned. Dragon is up in 1 minute. We're definitely going to start seeing more action, I think, in the next 5 or so minutes. And it's going to dictate a lot, but Rift Herald is going to be started here by Jeje.
They're going to have first move as Gala and Mako are here first. Shishai also crashing a wave in, and with Shanji going back to base, we'll see how much NiP want to contest it. Teleport does come out. PP God looking for the engage, stuns up JJ first, there's the bang into the wall, and the impale, and that's the big carry down for NiP!
PP God!
Aki is shut down, PP God goes in for a massive engage. Mako though, with the Keeper's Verdict will yeet one right to back out, as Shanji is now gonna have to run back to try to save his team, peel for Doinby and leave. The Decimating Smash goes wide, and that's IG winning the fight 2 for 1.
What did we say? What were we just talking about? All it takes is one ability, one lockdown on that Lilia, and the entire game flips. If Aki can't run around and create havoc on that champion, there's no way for Ninjas in Pajamas to consistently win this. Look at the engage here. It's brilliant, and PP God tries to pull something back, but Jeje is able to land onto Aki. It's perfectly comboed into the bullet time. All of that damage comes down. Lilia is shut down immediately. It's a great pullback here from PP God to try and set up for Leave, but there's just not enough time. The Rockets aren't landing fast enough, and Leave being taken out of the game early on really kind of pays dividends for Invictus Gaming in that fight.
Yeah, much higher impact for Gala and IG over Leave in that engage, as you say. And so the Dragon has been spawned once more. Both teams have one apiece, but I think NiP this time would rather focus their resources elsewhere. Shanji hitting on that top side tier 1 turret. Leave should be able to get the tier 1 down bottom as well. And so with that Dragon secured, it'll come at the cost of at least one turret, if not the second one going down shortly.
Now, I hate to bring it up, but pretty similar situation to game number 1. Ninjas in Pajamas do a good job establishing a lead early with some aggressive plays, and then one errant fight ends up going against them. Invictus end up pulling back some resources and start stacking dragons themselves. Not saying that there is a full coincidence, but we certainly have seen this script a little bit before. It's going to be interesting. These two comps are very different. I imagine the late game plays out very different, but the gold lead is really not gigantic between these two teams. 300 gold diff right now between these two teams, 300 to 400. So definitely anybody's game to still play. As much as I love Invictus's spot after they ended up winning that fight, and as much as I am praising the fact that really it does just take one ability to set them up, they still have to land that one ability. And if you let Aki and Leave and Doinby kind of run this game, there's still a lot of things that are wide open for Ninjas in Pajamas moving forward. And I think that's gonna really showcase itself when Otacon spawns in 1 minute.
Yeah, IG have the standard front to back, just stick all your carries there, but I can be disrupted specifically by the Lilia and the Aurora, which I think I'm going to have my eyes on once we get into these 5v5s, as being potential disruptors in the NiP composition. They can jump around, be really chaotic, be quick, and prevent some of those big crucial ultimates from hitting onto multiple targets. And it kind of means, though, that the onus is on NiP to have good positioning to make sure that that wombo combo doesn't connect.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to get caught out. If you are, you know, if you make one tiny mistake in a game like this, that could be the end of things. And I think that is the concern for Ninjas in Pajamas. As well as a lot of these players have played in as mechanically talented as they are, there are certainly some concerns in terms of second-to-second consistency for them. We know Leave has kind of gained a reputation of making one play per game where he's just a little bit too far forward. Somebody like Aki has not necessarily been the most proficient team fighter, although he's been very good in this series. Like, there are some concerns, but if NiP can play up to their own standard, like, the execution difference is really going to matter for them, and I think they have the tools needed to be able to push forward. I just think it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them, but going to be interesting to see where they put their resources for now. We can see that the Lilia is topside, Otacon, of course, bot side here, so it doesn't seem to be immediate priority, very similar to Game 1 in that regard, but will be 2.5 minutes on the Ocean Dragon, and that has become even more important as it starts to stack up for Invictus.
Yeah, you see IG with a slight favorability down on the bottom in terms of how this game is going, how they could scale up, as now Mako getting hit up by the Lilting Lullaby. Does have the ultimate and the flash still available, so being very patient in terms of saving those spells for a potential objective fight, which isn't going to happen for a couple of minutes, but with all the pressure that Mako was able to soak up, it allows for that Rift Herald to crash into the mid tower and take it to about half HP.
Yeah, that was a really interesting play. You burned a lot there if you're Ninjas in Pajamas. That's Scion Teleport gone. That's Lilia Ultimate gone. That's PP God Ignite gone. All for what is essentially nothing. On the other side of that, certainly not an ideal exchange for Ninjas in Pajamas, especially with no objective up, but I guess they kind of figure that there's nothing to fight for. There's no real reason to save these cooldowns until these objectives come up. We'll see if Invictus can actually take advantage of some of that, because there was quite a few resources expended, but as we get closer and closer to that Ocean Dragon spawning, it just feels like that is really where the priority is going to be put between these two teams. And at least for now, Ninjas in Pajamas doing a very good job of being able to maintain pressure and priority in that area.
Yeah, you can see they're pretty stacked up around that bottom side as Doinby is getting pinged upon, so that is certainly a target that IG are going to want to try to retake control of right now. But I think part of it comes down to NiP taking that bot tier 1 earlier on in the game. It means that they'll have a little bit more ability to walk around down here. The Otacon also spawns down in this side, and so an added pressure for whoever loses that dragon fight. If you lose it handily, it could also mean the Otacon going over.
Yeah, a lot on the line here. You know, very, very familiar. These two teams thrive under pressure. Sometimes they crack, but most of the time they thrive under pressure, and they're going to get a chance to prove it in these upcoming fights. Again, really nice priority being set here by both teams. Both understand the gravity of the spawning of this dragon in 30 seconds, but neither really want to be caught on the back foot. It's important to make sure you have your item spikes here. When we look around at both teams, it's definitely starting to get to the point where these champions are revving up. I think specifically I'm looking at Doinby on that Aurora with not only 2 completed items, but now Boots finished as well in a really, really solid spot. Even Leave on this Corki now has 2 completed items done. And actually, as I say that, the Monomoon ends up completing there. So really nice timing for him, but this is the exact kind of spike that you're looking for if you're NiP, and this could be the fight they're looking for.
You have to, I think, play around with Aki. Throw out those swirl seeds. Find an ultimate onto a crucial target. Single them out early. And if not, if you're playing for the big ultis, the big AoEs, it might be IG who have the favorability. As the dragon has been spawned up right now, IG have taken control of the scuttle crab down there, so they'll have a little bit of extra vision around the pit. No side wants to be the one to hit things up. I'm sure both Aki and JJ remember the smites that were stolen away from them, and so perhaps the goal to just get a better 5v5 to start it off.
Yeah, it's important to keep an eye on Doinby in this fight. Where he dives in is going to be very important towards how successful this team is going to be. He cannot get locked up in the CC chain, but just total darkness here for IG. A great job of Ninjas in Pajamas to establish that vision and get rid of it. Looks like it's going to be going down.
Yeah, it looks like Mako's ultimate is canceled by the unstoppable onslaught of Shaji, and here we go. Doinby dashes in, then dashes right back out with the Between Worlds. Dragon at 4,000. Aki flashes forward. The Lilting Lullaby only lands onto Rookie, but it pushes all of IG away. JJ doesn't want to get into the pit. He doesn't want to flash in, and so will be secured here by Ninjas in Pajamas, and now they're looking for more. Rookie forced to flash away. Aki unstoppable here in this front line, looking to try to burst him down. Doinby takes down Mako first, and IG are now on the run, but here comes the Impale.
Shockwave!
Gonna be able to do a lot of damage here as well. The Shockwave comes out from Rookie already, and now the Shy is still alive. He lands a stun only on a PP God, and finally the bullet time comes out, but it is just too late. Shanji and PP escape with their lives, and it will be IG falling in the fight.
That was a very, very close fight. So much happening there. I think that there were so many plays that were made correctly that unfortunately it's going to be the negative ones that really stand out in people's minds. Just some over-aggression coming in from Doenby. And then obviously that ends up working out a little bit in their favor because the Shy is not able to really survive there. Gala holding on to his ultimate for just a little bit too long in that fight. But as we can see the way this starts, Mako gonna, of course, have that ultimate interrupted, but you know, this entire engage just feels very simple for Ninjas in Pajamas. It feels like Doenby doesn't want to go too deep. The Shy on the backline can't really do much, and Jeje's already so low. Mako has to flash over the wall. At this point, it should feel very clinical for Shanji to be able to rush in, but this team is a little bit apprehensive once they take the Dragon. Aki does play a little bit more aggressive once Mako goes back in and starts to get low, but it's important to watch Rookie on the back end of this fight. While he is taking quite a bit of damage from Aki here, he lands a pretty crucial shockwave that, if Gala had been looking, I think could have been a big game changer there with a potential bullet time ultimate. But, and we
Gala's
immediately
dead.
come back to Gala falling.
Yeah, Shanji with the ulti just takes him down underneath the turret. Now a numbers advantage for NiP, although Leave is low. The Shy in some trouble now as he was trying to go for a flank, has to pop the dominance, but it's just not enough. Leaves picks up another kill. They're going to burn down this mid lane tower, and that's a big swing of things for Ninjas in Pajamas.
I need to see how that pick ended up happening. How is Gala picked Golfable under tower? What happened there with Flash used in that exchange? I have no idea what could have possibly happened. We'll see here. Just a little far forward, taking quite a bit of damage, but doing quite a bit from Leave as well. But it's just underestimating the amount of damage, and Shanji's just going to be able to go under the tower. It's just a little bit of greed coming in from Gala. And not only is it going to cost them a fight in the mid lane, it looks like it's going to cost them Otacon potentially as well.
Oh, Mako, he sends Leave away, makes a 4v4 for at least for a little bit. Doenby targeted here by Mako, as in goes JJ as well with the Ixtal's impact. Shockwave finds two, but only onto Aki and PP God, and they don't die too quickly. The Otacon first takes down PP God. Teleport comes in from the Shy, he's looking to join the fight. Otacon at half HP, and now IG are the ones who are going to be able to control it.
That was a brilliant Poppy ultimate coming in from Mako. Completely lets Invictus establish pressure by getting Leave out of that situation. It means there's no damage coming in from the side of Ninjas in Pajamas. And while there isn't a ton to match from Invictus Gaming, there certainly is enough coming out from Orianna to be able to make it worthwhile, especially with a really nice Skarner ultimate from Jeje. And then the Shy being able to teleport in just kind of seals the deal. It's a nice pullback there from Invictus. It's certainly not a game-breaking win, but look at the gold difference here. These two teams are neck and neck once again at 27 minutes, and both teams 2 dragons, both teams 3 grubs. We are definitely going to be looking at a game that really comes down to who can execute their comp better in the late game.
I couldn't expect anything less from these two teams. They, remember, faced off earlier on in the 2025 regular season, was one of the first best of 5s that we had in Split 1. NiP able to take control of that one 3-1, but IG want to try to get revenge on that, but they just were a little bit disjointed in terms of how they wanted to stack up their ultimates. You saw NiP did a good job to actually separate IG in that fight, and so Rookie was focused landing shockwaves onto 2 people. JJ threw out his impale onto 2 other people. Gala didn't throw his ultimate onto anybody, but just the fact that it wasn't a focused effort for IG around that last dragon fight was what allowed for NiP to take advantage.
Yeah, it's all going to be about coordination. I think both of these comps really require a decent amount of setup, certainly less for Invictus moving forward because it does just, take a wombo combo, but you want to make sure you have position over these objectives. Of course, Baron up now. Dragon will be spawning in 43 seconds. This will only be 3rd Drake for both teams, and so it's not the most pressing objective, but we'll see if there's a potential death bush inbound or if either of these teams want to try and force or rush a Baron. Neither of them have the fastest Baron take of all time, but Jeje potentially looking here. We could be seeing a fight.
Mako throws out the ultimate. Who is he going to try to target? It looks like nobody, as that cooldown will reset shortly. Remember, False Life still available for IG for the next 35 seconds. That'll be a 15-second overlap with the spawning of this Ocean Dragon. So if they can take it down quick or force a fight very quickly beforehand, they'll have that buff. But that means also that NiP can just wait out the revives from becoming available, so maybe IG want to go for a play a little bit earlier than that. No, it looks like instead focus will be towards the Dragon. It looks like NiP don't want to mess with it, instead posturing towards the top side, and they could actually be the ones to start off the Baron. They burn it down very quickly when the carries involved.
Quick. Yeah, this is scary here. If you are Invictus Gaming, you leave the Misfortune on the Dragon to be able to take it, but you lost your Otacon buff. This is no longer an advantage for Invictus Gaming. You have no AD carry here. You're going to try to get NiP off of this, and you will successfully be able to do so, but make sure you don't overstep. And overall, it is still just Dragon for nothing. You know, at the end of the day, it's what we expected the trade to be, but potentially see another dive here from Jeje. Nothing to see, though.
Yep. Looks like Mako, with the ulti of Shanji, sending him right back away, means that IG are able to take down that mid-tier 1. So that's the soft power of the Otacon, making sure that NiP doesn't want to fight you, and also then allowing you to take control of the mid lane in that exchange. And that Baron did a lot of damage to leave, and I think probably disincentivized NiP for wanting to go for more. So that soul point now locked up for IG. Baron still is available on the map, and that'll now be where these teams want to focus. Taking a look at where the items are currently situated. Right now, the bot laners, both very, very strong. Gala with 3 full items. Leave almost towards his 4th, the BF Sword in inventory, as Rookie finally finishes up his Leandries to get another crucial spike.
Yeah, I mean, we're really starting to get to the part of the game where these guys are going to be doing a lot of damage, and one mistake can really cost you a lot. Shockwave at this point will already be doing a quarter of almost everybody's health bar, and that's not even on top of the fact that Rookie can combo it with the rest of his abilities, and obviously you got Gala to worry about, you got Jeje to worry about in terms of follow-up, and so it's definitely much more costly to make a mistake now, especially with the game so even. It's going to be really important to see if we see any aggression at all out of Invictus Gaming. I think there is incentive for them to play a little bit slower. PP God could be a little too far forward. He looks like he's going to be just fine here. Walk himself out of there.
That's a little too close for my liking, man. PP God's got caught up a couple times. I feel like down in the picture, down in his camera, he was like, he had a little sigh of relief. He's like, oh my God, I definitely should not have been standing there. Nobody else on his team in the area, but it's all good. He ends up getting out all right, and I feel like things are going to slow down for a little bit. Neither side wanting to break things open at this point when Baron potentially could be on the table, and that could be a really big shift in terms of where we are at in this game. Reminder, NiP down in this series. It seems like right now they've been playing pretty well all throughout. Just haven't been able to find that game-breaking play just yet.
Yeah, you know, as much as we talk about IG being in a good spot, and I agree, I think especially with, you know, them not having quite the clock that Ninjas in Pajamas have, with the dragon stacking happening on the other side. It is worth noting that they are still down 1k gold. Like, they are not, you know, and Ninjas in Pajamas are still only down 1k gold. It's still an okay spot, but a potential fight set up here. Aki gonna look to try to get himself in.
Yeah, there's really not much to fight over, though, so I can't imagine either side being super willing to go for anything, unless they're just feeling antsy.
Well, in IG in particular, they really have no reason to try and engage here, but they're going to look for it anyways.
Hey, why not? Here goes JJ. We're going to fight for the blue buff now. Aki pops the Zanyas early. He should be targeted. He uses the flash. Lilting Lullaby only lands onto one, and he burns before the sleep. He can't even connect. In comes Shanji, though, with the unstoppable onslaught. Will it be enough? There's the bullet time coming up for Gala. Not going to lock down a target just yet. Leave. Still untouched. He's got himself a double kill. Rookie going to try to lock down PP Guy. That will be the trade. Overall, 2 for 2, with Lee hoping and carrying NiP through that team fight.
Yeah, you know, pointless fights are always the best fights, but a 2 for 2 at the end of the day, the Shy and Mako falling for Aki and PP God, I would definitely still consider that a benefit for IG, and we're now on the top side here. I think a Baron take would be incredibly risky here, but Leave finally getting online in some of these fights. This went from a Corki that was 0-2 for the entirety of the early game to a 5-2 and 3 Corki that's now at 3 completed items. The dichotomy of that team fight has changed a little bit, but let's see how we actually set this up, because once again, this is not a fight that we really have to go for. Jeje going in, gonna be looking to try and smite that blue buff away. At this point, Aki is so far behind, he's just trying to buy as much time as he possibly can. He's always going to be the first to fall, but he does actually buy a lot here. Gala has to burn the cleanse very early on. This looks like it's going to be a really great bullet time, but it just doesn't do enough to the actual priority target of Leave that they really need to take down, who's untouched for a lot of this fight. Ricky is able to pull one back for PP God, but this very easily could have been a 2 for 1 or a 3 for 1 in favor of Ninjas in Pajamas if it had gone a little bit differently.
Yeah, really nicely played by Leave. He flashes over the shockwave from Rookie that was thrown out, and that is a crucial cooldown that could be at, that's not going to be at NiP's disposal, apologies, for this soul fight that is going to be up in about 30 seconds. Meanwhile, Rookie and Gala both have their flashes. That could be crucial in another engage. It could be soul for IG if the fight goes well for them here. So maybe some of those sins are going to come back to bite them for NiP, Doinby, and Leave, and Aki. All without those summoner spells as we're getting closer and closer to that objective being started up. The Shy getting some priority down on the bottom side. Knockup only lands on to Mako, but it is chunking him down to about 60%. Nobody wants to pull the trigger fully at this point. The Dragon now up and available and could be for the taking if it's IG.
Yeah, it's so risky to try and find an opportunity to get in here, but we're going to see if it's
Oh,
made.
yeah.
PP gone.
Immediate engage. The Shy just goes a little bit too far forward. The Shy is down. It's going to be matched here by the Impale. Only on the PP God. They will be able to take the Rel down most likely, but there's not enough damage on him just yet. He's living for so long and actually chunks Gala out a little bit in the meantime. Leave throwing out those rockets. And now, is it a 4v4 support for top laner in favor of NiP in terms of the numbers and in terms of the strength currently on the board? So onto the Dragon they go. It's at 4,000
It's burning
HP.
down.
JJ has no way to get into the pit, and it's going to be secured here by NiP. And now they're looking for the fight. Leave dashes in on the Rookie, force him to use the shock wave defensively, and the sleep will land on the 2. That's Gala going down. That's 4 kills for Ninjas in Pajamas as Leaf picks himself up a double kill into Baron Nashor they go.
Leave and Aki, they have gotten online for the second game in a row and are once again able to establish a ton of pressure, a fight that looked like it could be a little bit dicey. They're able to pick up the Shy early on with a nice engage from PP God, only having to trade his life. From that point onwards, it's very easy to burn down that Dragon. That's Ocean Soul for the fight beyond that. And now we're looking at a Baron. We can see the replay here because, man, there's a lot that happened here. This is a fantastic first engage by PP God, understanding that if you can take down the Crocodile, it actually makes this fight a lot more difficult for IG to play. Now, PP God, unfortunately, does have to sacrifice his life to do so, but look at how chunked Gala gets on the back end here. He's still holding bullet time the entire fight here. There's no bullet time thrown out. He's been very cautious about using that early. There were a couple of opportunities, but as we transition here into the Dragon take, it just gets too low, too fast. There's no way to be able to compete here. And from that point onwards, Leave is just free to free hit. Rookie does not have nearly enough damage to be able to punish him for that. Gala at this point is way too low to actually try and capitalize on his bullet time. And it's a free cleanup for the Corki and a free win for Ninjas in Pajamas that puts them in a dominant spot. Not only do they now have Baron, but we already talked about how I think the skill ceiling of this comp is incredibly high. And I think we are seeing it from them.
And another instance of IG being separated and not being able to use all their ultimates in succession in order. And you have to give credit to NiP for causing that disruption, and PP God specifically for starting the play initially onto the Shy, and that caused all the chaos that made IG end up in a pretty bad position. So that's the Baron now in the hands of NiP. They're up about 2,000 gold at this point. Going to want to try to burst that one open a little bit more. The tier 2 should go down. And Stonebeat dashes up. IG, they just need to find that moment, but they haven't had it just yet.
Yeah, this is a tough play to play for IG. You're hoping and praying that somebody oversteps because really, again, they still have the Wombo combo. As much as they are down in resources, they're only down 3k gold, and these are pretty easy, squishy targets to blow up if you can land a Skarner ultimate. You can't make a mistake if you're Ninjas in Pajamas, but if you're IG and they're playing safe, it's really difficult to punish from this position.
More towers being taken. IG bleeding out their base. And now NiP going to continue to stack up their advantages. Leave 8-2-3 now on this Corki. He's gotten to such a strong point after being targeted so hard in the early portions of this game. What are we looking at here? Oh, what? Bro
Okay,
thought he had Hex Flash. He thought he still had Hex Flash. That's all it was.
No, it was a tactical play to get Hex Flash, actually.
I've heard people say that, yeah.
Yeah, for the future, yeah. Worst play I've seen today aside, it's not too bad. That's actually the second summoner we've seen blown for no reason today. Weird trend we're getting, but now we're just setting up once again for some Baron dances. We can see that it's going to expire in 25 seconds. They've gotten about as much as they could. We do see Dragon spawning here. It is going to be Soul here. It is 3-3, so this is the fight for Dragon. Whoever ends up picking this up, whoever ends up grabbing that Ocean Soul, I mean, it's going to be really difficult to overcome that kind of statistical advantage when these two teams are on such a knife's edge, especially if that ends up becoming Ninjas in Pajamas, who already are in such a dominant spot. You can guarantee some healing for the Rel and the Scion, even something like the Lilia to be able to survive a little bit longer in these fights. It certainly makes it a much more difficult challenge. I think this is a very important setup for Invictus Gaming, and I'm definitely going to need to see them getting Vision priority as quickly as possible.
And I think just being the ones to start the fight is going to be very important for IG. The one thing about having a Poppy support instead of a Rel support for IG, for Mako, is that the ball delivery system for Rookie is not as consistent. You're looking basically at JJ, which, he's a solid engager, but it's a very telegraphed play forward, and something that can be relatively easily defended or countered by what NiP have to offer. And so with the Baron buff expired, it still is Shanji and the rest of NiP actually going forward, once again forcing the initiative and separating Rookie from the rest of the team. He's in a lot of trouble, but he is able to get the shockwave in onto Doimi, followed up here by Mako. Bullet time though, not finding much, as Gala is just so exposed with the way that the team fight has now been set up. That's all the crucial ultimates down. PP finds a big Magnus Storm, and now this is NiP's turn to go for a big play. Sleep lands onto JJ. Mako forced to low HP. Gala is down as Doimby picks up the kill. Leave is in trouble, but Leave will not fall as he'll get the kill onto the Shy, who tries to dash in on top of him. Mako will burn down, and that's the game. We are headed to a decider between NiP and IG.
Everything you've been leading up to, Graves, it all came to fruition in that team fight. The disconnect coming in from Invictus Gaming, not being able to play on the same front. Rookie immediately gets disconnected from the entire team as we see them tearing down the base here. Jeja has to go and save him, and that leaves Gala exposed. Looks like they are going to be able to pick up the kills here on Rookie and on Jeja. That's going to be the game for game number 2. Beautiful stuff from NiP.
A clean win, or clean last fight, I should say. Not a super clean win. It was back and forth for sure. But in terms of who played out their 5v5 composition better, you have to give it to NiP. And I think a lot of it has to do with having that instant go button, being the one willing to start the fight. Every single fight that NiP won, they were the ones to start it, whether it was a Sion ulti, a Rel ulti coming in. So that's what led to them ending up getting that advantage. And if you're IG, you have to wonder, like, why weren't you the ones to start those plays? Was it because of draft? Was it because of the way that you were setting up around major objectives? Because we had this Wombo combo dreams comp set up with the Skarner, or the MF, the Orianna, and it just never ended up doing anything in the fights. And that just results in us being in an even game state, or even match state here at 1-1.
Yeah, I think the big problem for me when it came to Invictus's draft is just the unreliableness of their engage. It didn't really feel like they had this easy go button. They had to rely on one of these big ultimates hitting, whether it was Skarner finding 2 or 3 to be able to land on, a Shockwave being able to start an engage or a potential Renekton flank. You don't have a Rel, you don't have an Alistar, you don't have a Leona to be able to more sufficiently be able to start up these fights. And when you're trying to play for 5v5s in the later part of the game, yes, the Wombo combo is obviously there and easy to execute. But a big reason why I like Ninjas in Pajamas draft is I really like their ability to set up these fights, and they played that out perfectly towards the back half.
Yeah, and just a knowledge and ability to execute on the team composition that you drafted for yourselves. So congratulations to NiP. We're awaiting the post-match screenshots, the replays, and all of the like before announcing our player of the game. But I think it has to be Leave, given how hard he was targeted at the start of that game.
Yeah, I think the only other player would even be Aki.
that he did.
Yeah, it's got to be Aki or Leave. It's got to be one of the two. Aki made some pretty big plays in the early game. Definitely kept Ninjas in Pajamas in a situation from, I think if Aki had not been as strong, perhaps the mid game looks a lot worse. But Leave, I mean, again, targeted so much in the early game, ends up losing in the 2v2 early, ends up getting ganked on the top side at around 7 minutes or so. It looks doomed for the Corki, and yet somehow, some way, I'm sure we'll see it. We haven't seen the graph yet, but I'm sure we'll see. I'm sure he's top damage in this game. He was incredibly important in the back half, so I completely agree with you.
Yeah, and for IG, just having to figure out what to do after it seemed like they had the momentum for a lot of game number 1, even though NiP were winning a couple of fights back and forth. This time around, it really felt like they were never able to get their composition fully online, and that's what led to them losing this game. In terms of what they can do better, I'm not really sure. I just feel like that composition, the way it was executed, was never going to result in a victory.
Yeah, I think unfortunately for them, they drafted a scaling Wombo combo comp into a team that I think has really nice scaling and maybe doesn't have the same kind of Wombo, but definitely still has too many options in the late game. I think for me, if you're going to invest so much into an ultimate-oriented comp, maybe not the Poppy and the Renekton to close out the draft. I think it's fine to draft Skarner, Orianna, Misfortune to kick things off, but I think they really lacked the completeness in terms of their draft, and I think it came back to bite them. Now, there were some misplays that I think led to that position in the first place. I think generally some over aggressiveness. We talked about it. Invictus really needed to be a little bit safer, trying to fight for that soul that came up, and they weren't quite able to do that. But as we can see, Leave very much topping the damage charts, 47,000 on the Corki, even after that early game.
That's to be expected. The way he was able to 1v9 a lot of those fights. I think my player of the game has to go over to him because of that. Rookie doing a little bit, Gala doing a little bit, but not nearly as much as what Leave had to offer. As again, we saw in the gold graph down there, it was such a close game for so much of it, but you know, never really fluctuating in terms of goal, in terms of a lead beyond more than 1,000. But that's all. It just took one fight that NiP were able to win.
Yeah, these two teams are so neck and neck in terms of their play style and in terms of their, skill and expertise that it really just comes down to the micro things. And in this case, it came down to the ease of execution for PP God on the side of Ninjas in Pajamas, who created a ton for them in the later part of this game, started basically every single fight, and then just hoping and praying that you had enough damage to be able to make it work in the end. Unfortunately, Gala, not the best game he's ever played on the Misfortune. A couple of times where it just felt like he wasn't really able to involve himself in a lot of these fights, or missed decent bullet time timers. And when you see that AD carry gap a little bit in this game, it does make it a bit more difficult. He'll not even picked up there on Shanji on the Scion, but
yeah, it definitely felt like there were opportunities for him to use that ultimate. I mean, right under the mid turret when JJ had two of them locked up with the Impale, just not going for that. And honestly, a really nice game from PP God as well. I think you shouted out the 5-man engage he had earlier on in the game here, and then also being the one to just have that go button and to immediately like start off a fight and make sure that IG were uncomfortable in terms of how an engage began.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to say that the Corki and the Rel were the difference makers this game. Like the ability to engage on Rel is more consistent than any other champion in the game, and Corki has more consistent late game damage than anyone else in the game. And I think at the end of the day, that's kind of what really got Ninjas in Pajamas over the hump. Of course, credit to Aki for getting them there. I think Shanji had a quietly very good game on the Scion. I thought he did a lot of really impactful plays. Doanby wasn't quite the showstopper onto the Aurora, but definitely played his role well, did a ton of damage in those fights. But when you're relying on Orianna to be your #1 damage dealer in some of these fights, it can sometimes just get a little bit tricky when she has to match damage against a Corki and there's already so much setup on the other side.
Yeah, just not enough consistent DPS, especially when those key team fight ultimates don't all connect onto the important people. This is the last team fight. As again, it was this time it was Shanji to force Rookie out of the fight, and this was kind of close. We got a nice shockwave that IG were able to follow up on, but now all the damage is gone, and this means that Leave can absolutely tear through everybody on Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, this is a perfect encapsulation of I think what went wrong for Invictus across this game, where Gala is left on his own after Rookie gets caught out on the top side and Jeja has to go and save him. The bullet time doesn't really end up mattering. The shockwave is basically used defensively to save his own life. There's really not a lot of proactivity happening from Invictus Gaming, and once again, I think it just goes down to the ability to control a lot of the mid-game states. I think, unfortunately for IG, they just weren't able to really utilize the Renekton and the Poppy to push forward a lot of the time. They were kind of relying on Ninjas in Pajamas to push themselves a little bit too far forward, and the one time that IG did make that aggressive decision to go in, it was too early. They did it with no objective up, and they ended up giving over a lot of resources that they didn't need to. They just need to clean up on some of those decision mistake errors, and you're going to have a much better game. But that's for game number 3. That's for our big one between these two chaotic teams.
One quick look at the player of the game. See who it ended up being. My guess is still being Leave on the Corki here, but one more look. There it is. All right. Congratulations to Leave. That was pretty much to be expected, as we've got a game 3 ready for you guys. This series has gone the distance between IG and NiP. When we come back, we'll have that draft, but don't go anywhere. We'll be here shortly. Welcome back, everybody, to our final game of the day here on LPL English. My name is Grapes, joined alongside K-Man for game number 3 between Ninjas in Pajamas and Invictus Gaming. IG won another close game with two teams that had compositions that were ready for the team fights, and once we finally got there, it was NiP able to take control of them here. And K-Man, it was a fun one, and I hope that this game 3 delivers as well.
Yeah, it's just been back and forth and back and forth. This entire series has been a seesaw between these two teams, just trying to figure out who is eventually going to come out on top. Of course, execution has mattered a lot. And what we've realized, I think, through the first 2 games, my biggest takeaway, the easier the engage, the easier the execution, the easier the win. And that's definitely something I'm going to be monitoring. There still are a lot of engaged supports or, top laners that I think can, make things happen in there. I want these teams to simplify the process down. We know there's going to be chaos. We know there's going to be fiesta. I want to see them be able to capitalize when things go wrong.
Yeah, in terms of having those easy primary engages, the tier list has kind of gone. We've gone down the tier list a little bit. The Rel, Nautilus, both not going to be available anymore. The anti-engage, like the Poppy, also taken away as Mako played that in the last game. Remember, we are in that fearless format still, as we are going to be for the entirety of 2025 across all regions now. So that means that a lot of the picks that we've already seen on our screen not going to be available this time through. Any champions that you want to see from either of these players? I mean, we haven't seen the Nidalee from the Shia and it's game 3.
I'd love to see a Nidalee versus Singed top lane matchup. That's kind of what I'm looking for here between these two teams.
I don't want to see Singed, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, opting out of that one. I think more seriously, I'd love to see something like a Rakan. I think it makes a lot of sense here to be able to set things up, and especially because things like Jhin are still available. Kai'Sa has been banned in both games. We'll see if that ends up continuing or if either of these teams want to try to take it early in draft. Of course, Gala, a pretty known Kai'Sa player, but so is Leave. Leave is very successful on that champion in its history, so I'm excited to see if the bot lane meta is going to shift at all, or if either of these teams are going to invest more into their AD carry player, because last game, Leave paid it out big time.
Absolutely, yeah. I think Leave has kind of had the better of Gala throughout the series, I would say, for the most part, and then even in the jungle matchup, which was the matchup that we were saying JJ could have the advantage over Aki. I think Aki's had a really good go of things, both on the Nefiri and the Lilia. Interested to see if they try to find another carry-oriented champion for him this time around in this decisive game, because that's a strategy that seems to have worked so far, with Doinby being a player that loves to support the rest of his team.
Yeah, I think the only unfortunate part of that is that Aki's carry pool is a little bit more limited, and we've kind of seen the big brunt of it so far. Wouldn't be surprised to see a potential Viego come out if they do want to continue to go for something a bit more carry-oriented, a bit more, resource-oriented, and you wanted to play around, Doinby doing something on the middle of the map, but the Vi is still up and available. That is definitely still something that I think either must be banned or must be played. As we see Ryze and Kai'Sa taken off the board for Invictus Gaming, the Kai'Sa going to stay off the board. I think that makes sense. And of course, the Rumble, which has kind of become your must ban on the red side, alongside that Vi that is high priority.
So it looks like the bans are rather similar as we start off game number 3. Gwen was banned away on the blue side by NiP last time. We'll see if they decide to do it again on red. I would imagine they do. Victor taken away here from Doinby as we prepare ourselves for this first phase of pick ban. Again, one last game here. It is interesting to see IG have so much more tape, so it feels like we know a little bit more about this team than NiP, but still a lot of uncertainty about where these teams really do stand. And so this series overall could really tell us a lot, as we've already seen an early Sejuani picked up here for JJ. That was banned away last time around.
Indeed it was, and it makes sense. It's definitely the highest priority jungler in the game left, outside of Vi, that is yet to be picked in this series, and it still does a lot, but there we go. It's the Yorick early picked here for Shanji. The gauntlet's been thrown down here for the Shy to pick something crazy as well. You talked about the Nidalee. We'll see if he wants to go for something a little bit crazy into this Yorick matchup, but we have seen what Yorick can do at the pro level and just how crazy it can get at multiple levels. So it's going to pair that up with the Maokai. The main answer there obviously is the facilitative jungle, but a very interesting start that we're going to have to see how IG answers.
Yeah, now apologies for not being the greatest Yorick versus Nidalee lane counter 1v1 matchup knower, but this was what the Shy played against Hoya on Thunder Talk in game number 3, a decisive format. It was the same matchup, Nidalee into Yorick. So an angle has opened up here as Rookie locks in the Azir. I imagine it works. You have a bunch of auto attack resets in your kit. You can jump over the cage, and you can do a pretty good job at harassing early on. I would really love this to show up, and there it is. For the third series in a row, we're gonna get the Shy Nidalee. This time in a game 3, responded by Doinby on Sylas.
Yeah, I think Sylas is really nice here. Not to overshadow the Nidalee, because the Nidalee is super fun to call out, but Sylas into Azir has always been a relatively good matchup. The setup, though, coming in from IG, you know, Sejuani Azir is so consistent in the back half of the game. You're trying to answer with the Maokai and the Sylas. You obviously don't want, you know, Sylas to be taken on the other side of this, but how can you not focus on Yorick and Nidalee? I mean, we already saw what happened when these two champions faced off against each other. Shanji, at least from a mechanic perspective, I think is different from Hoya as a player, and so I would imagine this matchup ends up going at least a little bit differently, but to pretend like I'm not excited would be a complete lie. I am incredibly excited to see where this ends up going.
Yeah, this definitely was Nidalee favored last time the matchup was played, although obviously, as you say, Shanji, a different player in its entirety as we get to that second phase of pick ban. Looks like bot lane is going to have to be the focus here. Mako hover the Pantheon, and it seems like NiP actually are respecting that. They don't want that to go through. As well as the Kalista taken away for Gala. So a lot of those aggressive champions for him not available. Whereas Leaf still has a good go of things in terms of hyper carry AD backliners that can potentially help out the rest of his squad. Things like Sivir, things like Jinx and Aphelios.
Yeah, I definitely would expect to see some Jhin priority at some point in this game, probably for Gala. We'll see if Leave, I doubt Leave would want to opt into it. Again, I definitely would expect much more of an aggressive carry for him. He's just never really been somebody that has loved to be taken out of the comfort zone, but Jhin is actually the only champion that he has played so far this split that is still up and available. So we will see if he wants to go for that. Of course, you know, we know he can play Jinx, we know he can play Aphelios, but there's been a big effort. Oh, you don't want to talk about hovers. It is going to be the Jhin. It is going to be the Jhin here.
Leave a little bit more utility focus here. I will say, in general, the damage department for NiP may be lacking slightly, especially when you're expecting Shanji to be in a side lane for the majority of this game. We've seen Yorick just purely focus on split pushing for the most part. Last night, we saw a Yorick win MVP by having a total of 1 kill, 0 deaths, and 1 assist in a match. So that is kind of the style I think that NiP want to go for. The wave clear situation will be interesting to follow. I imagine like a static shiv is probably going to be necessary for a Jhin here. Spot's going to be Zyra Khan for Gala and Mako, some tried and true. See what PB God wants to wrap up here on R5.
Yeah, I would be shocked if this isn't some big playmaker. Really does feel like they're going to be struggling to make any big plays around the map right now. Nico makes sense. I saw the Bard hover. That also makes sense here. Just anything that can be a little bit more proactive for PP God. But I quickly want to touch upon the Zyra Khan. I think this perfectly fills out the rest of IG's draft. We talked in game 2 about how IG's draft was super comfortable, and I think they've taken that to the next level. These have got to be some of the most played champions that these players have played historically. Like, Gala has played so much Xayah, Mako has played so much Rakan, Rookie has played so much Azir, you know, Jed has played so much Sejuani, and then you have the Shy playing something crazy. This feels like comfort, but it is going to be the Karma, actually, as the answer on the other side, playing for a bit more poke there down in the bottom.
Interesting setup here for NiP. It's a lot of weird stuff thrown together. I think in general, though, they're focused on picks with things like the Jhin and the Sylas in side lanes, and the Maokai even throwing setups up and side laning. Whereas IG, they still want a team fight. That still seems to be the name of the game for them. A lot of big damage in the 5v5, a lot of heavy crowd control, and this time they do have an easier go button with the Rakan as well as the Sejuani for some, you know, simpler engages this time around. I feel like last time they were maybe lacking in that department.
Yeah, I think for Ninjas in Pajamas, this is a really tough draft to execute. I'm not saying that they can't or that there is no upside to this. I think their early game is really going to dictate just how well they do in this game. If you're sitting in a spot where Yorick is losing considerably and Sylas is not able to get out on the map and move, it's pretty difficult. So we will see, but you know, I think the clock is definitely going to be ticking for Ninjas in Pajamas, much more so than it is for Invictus.
Yeah, the Yorick can always throw things a little bit into chaos, as the side laning threat always going to be there. Very interested to see what the top lane 1v1 is going to look like. Nidalee versus Yorick. Again, we saw this earlier on in the season when IG played against Thundertalk. This time the Shy gets another go of things. We're on to the Rift for game number 3. IG against NiP, winner take all here in the first round robin of Group Ascent.
All right, and we are on the map for game number 3. It's do or die. I think we've done a good job highlighting that Yorick is very important this game, but one of the more underrated parts of this draft for me is going to be the Karma. I think Jhin Karma is drafted specifically to make sure that the early game safety that Xayah Rakan typically have and their ability to skirmish and fight in the mid game, it's not nearly as consistent. Obviously, this top lane matchup is going to draw a lot of attention for a reason. I already see some damage coming down from the Shy. But I think NiP is likely going to have to win this game through multiple methods. I think Doanbee's in an okay spot. You know, Azir's not going to be able to contest the Sylas early. I think Leave and PP God, like I said, are in a pretty decent spot. So certainly not an awful situation, but the clock is definitely going to be ticking for them. You do not want to have to face an Azir, Sejuani, Xayah in the late game.
Absolutely not, especially in that full 5v5 setting, as we're opening things up with a bit of a late invade here. Zaki and the rest of NiP hunting to try and secure an early Raptor camp steal. JJ is in the area. Both junglers have smite. Gonna be another 50-50 early, and it is secured by Aki, combined with the Bramble Smash. He is level 2 first, immediately going
Aki's
in on Rookie,
in.
combined with the Abscond Abduct. Flashes over to try to get Rookie down, as that's gonna be a lot of Summoner spells burned. Mako has to burn his flash as well. 3 of them off of IG early.
Yeah, you use a flash, and you use a flash, and you use a flash. It's a lot of summoner spells, and it's heal burned by Mako as well. A lot of resources expended, and the play's not done.
Rookie. He's got no flash,
No
and he's got no
way.
life. It's Aki picking up first blood. NiP out firing in game 3.
Aki's early games continue to light up this series. What a dynamic play made by Aki here on the Maokai. I did not expect him to even look for something like that, but you know, we talked about it. Rookie just a little bit too far forward at times. You know, we said that earlier in the day. Aki taking advantage of it for first blood.
Another instance of Aki striking first in the matchup over JJ. This time it came off of that late invade, and Rookie, what are we doing? He's on a ward, man.
No explanation for, you know, what could be happening here. Rookie gifting first blood over to NiP, if you will, but certainly all hope is not lost. We are definitely still in a game state and a wave state where, you know, things are playable. I am a little bit worried about this bot lane. Like I said, the Xayah Rakan, usually pretty good in the 2v2, not so much against Jhin Karma. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to establish any sort of priority. And we already talked about how Ninjas in Pajamas should be able to control the early game. This just really furthers that idea for me. I think this really kind of pushes me in the direction of they should be heavily prioritizing things like Void Grubs as quickly as possible.
Yeah, this is a good start for NiP, and the skirmishing is going to have to continue. You can't take your foot off the gas with the way this team composition is structured. Getting off to early leads, snowballing, finding picks, finding plays. Going to have to continue to be the focus point here. As Aki, again, off to a good start. Continue to try to go for that momentum, clear the entirety of his top side, then goes over to the Scuttle Crab, and then I think immediately he's going to try to find some more action on the map. Might actually run in to JJ here. He's going to Hex Flash over the wall to fight the Sejuani. Oh my goodness, he's a madman at this point.
Aki is just playing with no fear. There is absolutely no reservation in his game today, and I think it's absolutely to the benefit of Ninjas in Pajamas. They have gained so much pressure and priority purely from that Maokai just being able to go anywhere he pleases. Now, definitely worth noting the CS differential on the top side that's already started to generate. I can't imagine that that's going to get better for the Yorick as this continues to go along, but Shanchi clearly had an idea that he could be playing into this. I don't imagine this caught him by surprise. We'll see if he has any tricks up his sleeve. For now, just definitely looks like it's going to be in favor of the Shy.
By the way, look at what the Shy has been able to do to this turret. That's 2 plates already down into the Yorick, which is the split pushing, wave pushing champion. Obviously, before he has the maiden at level 6, it's going to be a little bit less impactful. But man, really good start right now for the Shy. You can see the power of this harass in the lane matchup. This is why he was willing to pick it up here in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely seeing the benefits of Nidalee top here for the Shy. He has showcased those on multiple different pathways, multiple different avenues. But I think if you're an IG fan and you're looking at this, don't get too discouraged that NiP has been pretty active in the early game. They have to be. This is really one of those drafts where you can't really take your foot off the gas if you're Ninjas in Pajamas. You really need to be the team that's establishing the pressure and controlling the tempo. The longer this thing goes, the worse it gets for you. Dragon has spawned here. It's going to be Mountain first Drake, so no Mountain Soul this game. Of course, Grubs are going to be spawning in 40 seconds. I would expect Invictus to prioritize Drake, and I would expect NiP to prioritize Grubs, but what do I know? Aki has started up on the Mountain Dragon here. It looks like, once again, NiP will be going for those Dragons.
They could go for both. It's another one of those instances like game number one,
right,
where they could have the timer and actually leaving PP God getting this wave pushed in early. They'll get the reset and potentially have the opportunity to either help out Aki on this dragon alongside Doinb, who's running down as well, and then maybe make a play towards those Grubs. Gala is going to be later to this play as it's leaving PP God with a really big CS lead early on in this one. It's 16 in their favor.
Yeah, we do see the dragon going down, but significantly different timer to game number one. Aki is much further behind here, just Maokai not being able to do as much in the early game as the Neferi was able to do in terms of damage on that dragon, and so it looks like it is just going to be a trade, although Doinb is making his way up, and so is PP God. This could potentially be a contest, but it looks like they're too late for the actual objective.
They could maybe look for the fight, though, as Doinb has stolen away the Emperor's Divide and does have his flash. Looks like doesn't want to go for it, and so instead will just back away. So it is Grubs for Dragon, maybe the opposite of what we were expecting in terms of the priorities for these major objectives for these teams, but looks like it's not going to matter all too much as we're still in a relatively even game state. IG actually just off of this Shy, honestly, have been able to get back into the gold lead just because of the CS advantages.
Yeah, and that's exactly why I think NiP felt so scared to go for Grubs here, or at least to prioritize them heavier than the Dragon. It's mostly because I just don't think they trust that the York can be useful right now in comparison to what the Shy is going to be able to offer in any sort of skirmish or fight as the Nidalee. That definitely is obviously a big contributing factor, but the later this game goes, I think the better those Dragon stacking stats are going to be, and Ninjas in Pajamas getting a head start on that when they're the comp that I think has more to do in the early game is definitely a positive. Not really a ton to fight for on the map right now. Really, the thing that I'm going to be monitoring and tracking is, can Shanji survive? Can he just stay close to neutral? He doesn't have to be completely neutral. This is a tough matchup, but now that Maiden is here, can he stay within, 10 CS and, stay relevant in the game? It's definitely going to be interesting to monitor. Again, getting Doinb out on the map is going to be huge as well.
Oh no, the Maiden goes down maybe a little bit earlier than expected here. Shanji, I think a big strength of the York is typically you're able to take down plates, take down turrets very quickly, but so far obviously has not been the case. Well, I wonder how the matchup continues to go. As we did see Shanji get push that instance here, but right now it has been the Shy really dominating this lane, farming up those grass stocks as well, and could potentially get a third plate very, very shortly when this next wave crashes in.
Yeah, this is a very strong Nidalee. This is going to be a bit of a problem. Obviously, you're not as scared of Nidalee as you are maybe in Azir or Xayah moving forward, but if you're kind of looking at every single lane and not necessarily seeing it out in the late game outside of Yorick split pushing, that starts to get a bit concerning, especially because Invictus already does have that gold lead, mostly based off of the Nidalee, but you are winning bot lane, and you're actually winning bot lane by a lot. It's about a 12 CS lead, or a 22 CS lead, I should say. But as we see, we could potentially... Yeah, Shanji not going to take the bait. Jeja looking to try and capitalize on it, but Shanji a little bit too smart to fall for that one.
I don't even think you win that in a 1v1 at this point. I think he was just trying to get another grass proc off, another Q off, but ends up backing away as the Shy picks up yet another turret plate for himself. 800 gold in the lead, despite it being a 20 CS lead, which is the same as what Leave has right now. The gold definitely more in the hands of the Shy in terms of where things are situated right now. Working towards that Trinity Force, first item. And he's well on his way there with that Phage being picked up.
Yeah, it's getting scarier and scarier for Shanji on the top side, but we can kind of take a look around at what the rest of the team is doing. Of course, these facilitative types of junglers are starting to set up. We see a little bit of an exchange, but nothing major on the bot side. Gala losing a bit of health, but this is really where Sejuani and Maokai kind of fall into line, if you will. No objectives on the map to take, at least for 50 seconds until the rest of those Void Grubs spawn, and no Dragon up. It's not really a priority time for either of these junglers as they continue to clear bot side, clear their way up, and they're going to look to contest. I think establishing pressure early for Aki is going to be pretty massive. Very easy for this Maokai to be able to control that Void Grub pit and be able to secure those 3 grubs if he is there first, but he definitely needs to prioritize that soon.
And Leave, this time alongside PP God, are here early. Remember, they have been winning out on this 2v2, and so getting first move to the mid lane does make sense. as it will allow for Aki to get to these grubs as well. They'll spawn in about 15 seconds, although JJ is also here. And remember, we talked about this the last time the grubs were available. The Shy is still dominating this top side in terms of push, so should be pretty easy for him to join the fight before Shanji does. Both mid laners currently sent down to the bottom lane. They both have their teleports as the grubs are now made available.
Yeah, we are going to see it started, I would have assumed there, but it's actually going to be top lane that ends up being collapsed
Oh, the
upon.
Shy. He actually is in a little bit of trouble. He's taken relatively low. He's going to be joined here by JJ, who throws out the Glacial Prison. Shanji then going to be bursted down. However, he flashes forward for an extra heal off of the Q. And with Aki and the Maiden helping him out, it's going to be NiP surviving at this point. Doinby steals away the Emperor's Divide, sends Verky backwards, and forces him to flash away. So NiP in a very good spot at this point in the fight on both sides of the map as they go right back to the grubs.
Yeah, these should be free grubs here for Ninjas in Pajamas. There's almost no way for IG to be able to contest this without the Shy in a relatively decent position. He has no health and he has no mana. I say that, but they're backing off here.
Gala.
Gala.
He is completely separated from the rest of his team. He throws out the Featherstorm and the Blade Caller to chunk Aki down to about half HP, and so that actually allows for IG to pick up at least one of these Void Grubs and should be able to get themselves a fifth. Teleport comes in. That is just way too far forward from the Shy. He already gets chunked down to half, and the Curtain Call also gets opened up. She gets canceled, I believe, by Meika, who jumps forward. That grub is going to get secured, so it's 5-1 in favor of IG.
Yeah, amongst all the chaos, somehow Invictus is actually the one taking 2 of those grubs. It really didn't feel like they had any ground to stand on in that fight. It was a pretty clear 4v3, and their AD carry was disconnected with the rest of their team, but Gala is able to output so much damage so quickly with that ultimate, and as well as keeping himself safe, that it actually really plays into their favor. The Shy is able to teleport back into the mid lane to reestablish pressure there, and all the meanwhile, Jeje's just taking the grubs and, securing those objectives. Obviously, the Shy helps out with that quite a bit, but that was really well played by Invictus in a situation where I think lesser teams or just lesser setups could have perhaps made it a little bit harder.
Yeah, really, really nicely done as they are able to continue to add to their lead. A lot of that still being towards the Shy, who somehow survived through that entire ordeal. Honestly, both top laners surviving was a little bit surprising to me, as more plates continue to get taken from him. If the Shy can get all 5 plates and that first turret, that'd be pretty incredible for how this laning phase has gone. Just complete domination over Shanji here in Game 3.
Yeah, and it's only getting worse right now because Shanji's not able to get any resources on this York. He's still so far behind. It's a full completed Triforce for this Nidalee. The start's gone. Yeah, this is first turret down. All 5 plates. The Shy is in such a dominant position in this game. You had to know you were opting into this matchup if you were Shanji, but this lead continues to grow. It's about a 35 CS lead and all 5 plates and first turret for the Shy. So definitely enabling him going forward, but Dragon has spawned. That definitely looks to be the next objective to bring up for both of these teams. Invictus is obviously in a much better spot to be able to fight this out. Not only do they have a lot of damage going for them, but look at the gold difference. He's a full 1,200 up on anyone else in the game.
Now here's the thing though, is that when the Shy's not in a fight, NiP actually are on even footing in terms of gold. So that is where they're going to have to try to focus their resources, especially as this Dragon has been started up. Going to be trying to go forward. Gala already at 500 HP, but now the Shy has joined the fight. Nature's Wrath comes out. It'll try to lock down members of IG and force them away as the Dragon is secured by Ninjas in Pajamas. That is their second, and if anything, it buys them a little bit of time. Make sure that IG cannot just eventually win on this soul.
A really nice call out there that the Shy was not available for that fight. You are entirely correct. They have about equal combat power if that Nidalee isn't there. And if you are playing 4v4, there are some reasons to be concerned. Again, Maokai Ultimate can do a lot of damage in terms of stunning up Azir and Xayah and just giving that extra second for Jhin or Sylas to be able to create for their team. On top of that, I think you have to be a little bit concerned that Gala has not been all that strong throughout this game so far, although that will eventually turn around for the Xayah. You're scaling, but at the end of the day, this isn't a perfect win. This isn't a guaranteed win. You still have to go out there and execute. And it's not like Nidalee can 1v9, so still a lot to play for on the map.
Look at the items on Gala, just a Berserker Greaves and a Warhammer right now. I'm sure he has a little bit more in the bank, but maybe not much at this point. It's not necessarily where you want to be as an AD carry almost 15 minutes into a game. The rest of IG, though, is doing good across the map. And I think for NiP, you have to keep finding these picks because that is what your composition does best. It doesn't work well in the extended 5v5, like once we get to the 30-40 minute mark. So I think finding engages, Aki continuing to be active. He hasn't found a kill after that first blood, which was a long time ago at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely been a slower paced game. All things considered, there still have been some action-oriented plays, but 1-0 between these two teams is certainly not what you would think would happen in a game number 3, but we still have a lot of narratives setting themselves up for later on in the game. I really do think that if Jeje can continue to just slow the pace of the game down, keep Aki from being able to go for a lot of these bigger plays, and as long as IG stays patient and doesn't fall for some of the traps that I'm sure NiP want to set for them, they are honestly in a really nice position to be able to move forward. Those 5 grubs are really going to help them. Not only have they already helped the Shy, but I'm sure they'll help Rookie and Gala moving forward as well. And even with the dragon stacking happening on Ninjas in Pajamas, while it is an early-ish dragon, I really struggle to find a world where without full prio, NiP is going to actually be able to win a lot of those dragon fights. And with Rift Herald spawning in 10 seconds, and we see some priority in the middle of the map for that, I imagine that that's really going to be the next thing for Invictus. But for now, Doenb just stuck under tower.
So the way that NiP can get those dragons would be finding, pick off kills onto people. Maybe you send 4 for the Shy and see what happens, right? Or go towards Gala in the mid lane. And right now, Aki only using that ultimate a couple of times so far in this game, and he's gonna try to at least force something here on the Rift Herald, as not everybody on IG is really here to respond. Also, with the Shy taking a timer to go mid, it actually allows for Doenb and Shanji to take the entirety of this tier 1 turret. So a couple of good plays going towards NiP, and also will be added onto by the taking of this Herald.
Yeah, just some interesting decisions made by IG, but they might not be done with some interesting decisions. We'll see if they want to stick around here. They do not. They're not going to greed for this turret, but just some interesting decisions to give over some things. I'm not necessarily sure you had to sacrifice there. Really did feel like they wanted to try to make a play on Doenb on the bot side in exchange for the Rift Herald, but when Doenb played a little bit safer, there wasn't really a ton to get on the bottom side of the map other than that tier 1 in the bot lane, which Rookie was able to take on his own. Just didn't feel like a perfect allocation of resources. That being said, they're still in a really nice spot, and Rift Herald is only as good as the way you use it. So it's going to be interesting to see where that goes, but that could potentially be an avenue to get Shanji back into the game if he's able to collect full turret gold from that, or, just allow Doenb in a side lane to be able to have a bit more pressure to distract from Shanji. Multiple different options, but how they use it, I think, is going to matter a lot here as Dragon spawns in about a minute.
Interesting to see the Rift Herald go towards Aki. I feel like sometimes when you're playing like a hyper split pusher, like the Yorick, you'll see them just pick up the Herald so they could try to do something on their own if they get a free wave. But looks like instead NiP want to play for the rest of the team, as they're still down about 1,000 gold, but have been able to at least hold it there at this point. Right now, in terms of the big carries for NiP, Leave very strong. Hasn't gone for the Pea Shooter build, so he's going to pack a little bit more of a punch early, as we are now setting up for that Dragon, which will be spawning in about 35 seconds. This would be soul point for NiP if they pick it up, so IG definitely are going to want to try to contest it via a team fight.
Yeah, it definitely would be big for NiP to gather this. That's one of the ways they can offset their lack of immediate damage in the late game, is just entirely through Soul here because it's Infernal. And so it really does help out a lot, but we can see Aki potentially being the target here.
And it's not enough follow-up just yet, as Gala is still separated, as we actually get to see the Shy getting focused down by Shanji in the 1v1.
Oh,
Flash follows. Is that going to be enough to take him down? One more E should kill him. He heals up, but will smack him down with a Q, and he'll immediately teleport mid lane to join the fight. IG now going to be fighting a 4v5. They might have to give up this Dragon up. That was entirely done by Shanji.
That is a gigantic play from Shanji. The Rift Herald going to get dropped just maybe as a bit of a distraction here as it goes mid lane, but priority still going to NiP on this Dragon. There's no way to contest this if you're Invictus Gaming, and it's not just a kill on the top side. That is a ginormous shutdown going over to Shanji. So much gold in his pocket, and we could potentially be seeing, I would say, a fight here, but not really a ton to fight for. But that, you're right, 3 Dragons going over to NiP, and a brilliant play to get himself and his team back in the game.
I'm very curious to see how that happened. I mean, the Shy was dominating this lane for so long. He's playing very respectfully, very, very safe. I guess until right now, and he gets hit up by the E. And he
just gets
he
caged
a
once.
little early. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there's almost no other way to play this. I mean, he was pretty respectful. He burns the Flash, but Flash follow. There's just so much damage coming out from this Yorick. This champion is much stronger than I think people realize, and this is what's supposed to happen in the mid game when it comes to Yorick versus Nidalee, is that Yorick should just have way more priority, and we see Shanji being able to pull that back. Again, not only is he in a good spot, he's in a really good spot now moving forward, because he's already shown that he can pressure that advantage, and now, instead of the Shy feeling like he's going to be this massive nuisance, it really feels like Shanji is going to be the one that has to be answered regularly on the map.
Fascinating turn of events here, as all of a sudden, now the question has to be raised, like, can the Shy continue to hold Shanji in a side lane? And if not, they're going to have to send Rookie over there, make sure that he is away from the rest of his team. As what happened here? We burn a summoner spell? Yeah. Okay. Cleanse.
Yeah.
Ulti. Nice job.
Indeed. You know.
Oh, wait, hold on. That was almost a kill. Actually, okay.
Yeah, it was a lot closer than I thought. Interesting enough, Gala's had some interesting plays, I think, throughout today. Not had the best of games so far, but your Xayah, you can always pull it back, especially with the Rakan down there in the support position. We've been talking very regularly about how IG scale super easily. We're starting to get to the point where you have to care about the front to back of Sejuani and Rakan with Azir and Xayah as secondary options, even if you're not going to be able to play through the Nidalee. And that's something that, yes, while Shanji's going to be a problem, as long as the Shy can survive in that side lane, I still would give a pretty big advantage over to IG in that regard.
In these mid-game fights, though, I think NiP still are in a good position. You know, a lot of that gold is on the solo laners right now, but Leave, once he finishes off that Infinity Edge, will be very, very powerful. I imagine he gets there before that eventual soul fight. And once you get the soul, I mean, and then you're at that certain amount of lead, then even if you are playing against that 5v5, it should still be favorable here for NiP.
Yeah, it's definitely a fun game state. We're coming down to the wire here. 2 kills across the first 21 minutes of this game. Certainly not, I think, what we expected, but you can't say that they're not locking in and trying their best. But very intrigued to see the Otacon priority here from Invictus. It does look like it's just going to be Jeje and the Shy trying to take this down. Rookie, of course, making his way up, but we can see a potential collapse coming in from NiP.
Big spikes on the big carries for IG as well. Gala just picked up his Flicker Blades, as well as Rookie, who has 2 items. Looks like that Otacon is just bursting down really quickly. NiP, I feel like they barely even knew this was happening. The Blue Ward just comes out way too late. The Prio will instead be here onto this mid lane tower. They send Doinby in to try to take it down. We also see Shanji pushing down to the bot lane, but now there's false lives on everybody for IG for a potential fight around the Dragon Soul that would go to NiP if they pick it up.
Yeah, that's a massive get for IG. A really nice play there. Jeje and the Shy just being very confident in starting it basically on spawn. And no real answer, but we see a teleport coming in, potential flank.
Here's Rookie. He has a lot of damage here. He dashes underneath the turret, playing with his life because he knows it's just a false one. That takes PP God down. And with the Dragon spawning about a minute and change, it's a big pick to set up vision around the bottom side.
Yeah, that's the kind of pick that I think this team needs to be making. Quite frankly, that's the kind of pick that I think Ninjas in Pajamas have needed to make for a little while, but it's a really nice play, very heads up. It's a nice use of the teleport there from Rookie. Should have more than enough time to be able to get back for this fight, and just getting more gold onto the people that need it. Of course, that kill going over to Rakan is not super ideal, but that's the first kill of the game for Invictus, being able to get some sort of snowball going and just getting the Azir a little bit closer to that breakpoint, especially with the giant CS lead that the Azir has, I think is very important now moving forward.
Yeah, he's finally on the board, even though it's just in an assist. Yes, he's been farming up nicely, as you have been alluding to, K-Man, and now Aki could be in some trouble getting caught up by Jeje. Remember, still the Otacon revives available as Doinby throws out the stolen away Sejuani ulti, looking to do a little bit of damage here. Takes Jeje down, which will send him back to base, and he will still be alive, but that will mean that he will be late to this dragon spawning. NiP still looking to scrap here. Doinby flashing forward here with the Abscond Abduct. PP God following up. NiP going wild here to try to find an engage. They could find another as Mako will drop, but it gets traded back as Aki is now dead. Just the false lives available, but NiP are running away with this one as Gala has to flash out. Everybody on IG will still be back alive. Rookie in the mid lane, hitting onto this mid lane tier 2, and most importantly, the jungler for NiP is down, which means they cannot play for this dragon.
I would say it's a good play for NiP, but at the end of the day, it's really not. You're basically losing your tier 2 mid for nothing. You're able to pop a lot of those false lives, like you said, but no way to capitalize because your jungler is down. Rookie's going to be able to easily make his way here after taking that mid lane tier 2, and it's the soul going to be delayed by Invictus. You know, this is the huge strength of Otacon. This is the reason that this objective is so prioritized in the current meta, why it felt so important for Jeje and for the Shy to really prioritize that early. But we're going to get a replay of how this started. It honestly didn't look great for Invictus. Jeje kind of by himself, the Shy way too far forward. No real damage here for the side of Invictus Gaming. That nice stolen ultimate for Doinby landing, and he just goes down very quickly, kind of accepts his death, realizes that it's probably best to respawn as quickly as possible with that full health, and from this point onwards, I really like the way that NiP end up playing it out. The Shy ends up moving over the wall. This is a great Maokai ultimate from Aki, and he plays super daring throughout a lot of the rest of this fight, being willing to take up basically every bit of CC that the rest of the team can throw out. Gala, just not enough damage, though. It kind of goes back to what we were talking about before, where yes, he's able to survive and kind of keep himself there, but it's just not enough to be able to pull it back. And even with all that, like, even when we go into the specifics, none of that was Rookie taking the mid lane tower. None of that was Aki not really being able to, you know, continue to stay on the map, having to take a lot of that CC because he is the front line here for the team. It's just a nightmarish situation and a big win for IG.
Yeah, I mean, you can call out how well Aki, you know, played the start of that team fight, but at the end of the day, him dying prevented the soul from going over to NiP because of the false lives, because, you know, there was no smite available. I think if he lived and sent some of those guys back to base a little bit earlier, you could start up that dragon and try to go for it again. But that was the scrapping power we saw out of NiP, but it kind of was all for naught at a point because nobody on IG ended up quote-unquote dying in it. And so it ends up delaying the game, pushing it back further, allowing for the carries on Invictus Gaming to get stronger and stronger. Rookie now has a Seeker's Arm Guard. Gala has the BF Sword on top of their already 2 completed items, and they'll continue to get stronger as this game progresses.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. I think, unfortunately for NiP, if Maokai is not going in, you can't really go in. It's a lot more difficult to make a play because Jin and Karma aren't really going to be those facilitators. It's really just going to be Silas. I think they absolutely should have called it off, and it's that over-eagerness, but Baron is up, and we could potentially be seeing some priority here.
Wow, IG going to start this one. Force Shanji to try to move as he's already hitting onto this bottom lane tier 2 turret. Will he teleport in to join a 5v5, or will he just continue the split push? Teleport is going to be the answer here. The Baron's already taken down very low. Going to be over the wall. Who's going to go into the pit? It's going to be secured by JJ, and the fight has begun in earnest. Going to be steals away the quickness, going to try to just run away for now. Force shot does not go onto a crucial target. Shanji hitting onto the Shy. The W from Leave not going to land. No kills just yet in this one, and a lot of key ultimates already have been used. Both sides are going to back off, and IG get away with highway robbery.
It's Baron 0 for 0. It's the dream scenario for Invictus Gaming. They're able to get in and get out. They burn Shanji's teleport. It's not going to be able to use that in a side lane for the moment moving forward. They don't even have to give up Inhibitor to do so, which felt like it was kind of an inevitability at times when he was pushing on that bot side. This is perfect for Invictus Gaming. They continue to scale, and now those playmaking opportunities that you said, and we've talked all game about Ninjas in Pajamas needing to make, you can't do them. Baron is up. This game can end at any moment. This has become a razor's edge in terms of the margin of error for Ninjas in Pajamas, and unfortunately, I just don't know how it ends up getting better from here.
Yeah, it's tough. And right now, Rookie very strong as well. You can see the bot lane taking some damage. I think maybe the entirety of the turret ended up going down. I don't see the minimap exactly, but I'm sure that's why we're seeing this replay. During that entire Baron fight, the tier 3 turret was taken in the bottom side, so that is an opening maybe for Shanji to find some more split pushing, but it's not going to be for a while as the Baron buff is still in the hands of IG for the next 90 seconds. Aki's going to have to go for a play. Finds twisted advance onto Rookie. He has to go golden, uses the Emperor's Divide to push that IP away. And I think that should be it. The Shy teleports in just for a little bit of a reinforcement. But the stolen Sejuani ultimate only finds Mako. Maiden will go down as IG will begin another push.
Yeah, that's so many resources burned by NiP, and just to keep them off for one wave, it's very difficult at this point to really imagine a world. And I know we haven't talked about it much, but that's an almost 80 CS lead for Rookie in the mid lane. That's a 2.3k gold lead by himself, and he's 0-1-1. Like, he's not participating in kills. He's generating all of this in terms of objective and CS pressure, and it's just really, like, prime Rookie in terms of what he's been capable of doing against a player in Doenby who, yes, has been much more active in terms of moving around the map, but you would certainly not expect this kind of advantage for IG.
And it's these two world champion mid laners going at it against each other. It was the matchup that we highlighted going into the day. Rookie against Doenby. And these are the play styles that helped win them world championships, right? Like Rookie being just a dominant player through and through, but Doenby specifically on these champions that can roam around. He's always willing to sacrifice waves to make plays. But right now, the plays that he's tried to make haven't resulted in much. And that is what has led to IG being down 3,000 kills with Rookie. Or sorry, 3,000 gold, not 3,000 kills. Otherwise, the game would be long over.
Yeah, that's less than 15 minutes.
Rookie's the main beneficiary behind all of this, right? He's very, very rich. They're able to pick up the second dragon and prevent the soul for another 5 minutes.
Yeah, and at this point, chances just kind of keep going out the window for NiP. We talked about the Soul being a win condition, but now it's kind of flipped on its head. This is an IG team that already has a really strong Azir and a Xayah who's finally getting online, and they're now stacking Infernal Drakes, but Aki on the flank.
This has got to be the fight. Gala already forced to burn the cleanse, as a nice ultimate from Aki does allow for IG to be
Rookie's low.
Forced onto the defensive. Rookie at half HP, as you mentioned. He's going to use the Blast Cone to escape. Not much to fight for in terms of the major objectives, but NiP might want to just continue this push, gain mid priority, and try to take over and reset the map state a little bit.
Yeah, you can see the hesitation in their eyes in terms of that play. They really do not want to full engage and make a game-losing mistake. Aki had a pretty decent position there to be able to try and get the stun onto Rookie, but didn't even really want to go for it, didn't want to step up. I think he is concerned that he was too deep in that previous fight, but we're going to see here if the dance is going to pay off. Still 2 minutes on Baron spawn, so not really a lot to play for here. Don't really see any reason for Ninjas in Pajamas to try and take a fight, but as much as we talk about IG getting further and further ahead, 2 kills to 2, a 2k gold lead, but as I say that...
They've already found the Shy. He's forced to jump away. Now it is going to be another kill taken down as Mako will fall. Finally, the feat of warfare secured for Ninjas in Pajamas. 31 minutes in, the Shy gets caught and Mako ends up paying for it.
That's a phenomenal catch, and that's what I wanted to talk about there. Ninjas in Pajamas don't need to get scared. They don't need to start playing as if they're losing. They have to continue to look for these picks. The longer this game goes, and the more that IG gets to establish and determine when these fights start, the worse it's going to get. Picking your own battles and being able to find these avenues to be able to get yourself back in is gigantic, and the Shy just way overextended here.
I just don't understand why that ended up happening, and then Mako comes in to try to help him out. And he dies, and those are the picks, as we said, that we wanted to see NiP go for. Finding caught-out members, using the Maokai ultimates and the deadly flourishes proactively. Seems like Doinby is willing to just use himself as a body just to throw at anybody that kind of comes close. But IG have done a good job to make sure that they don't get caught out too much, but they finally do seed over 1 kill with the Baron spawning in less than a minute now.
Yeah, I mean, everything is all up and dandy for IG, so you're not too concerned. This isn't a game-throwing kind of mistake, but this one could be.
Again, caught out. This time the Shy doesn't have the flash,
my God.
And Leave will just shut him down. I don't know how he got caught out there once again, as now the curtain call is going to push Mako and Gala back. Tier 2 now going to be the focus.
Yeah, and it's not just tier 2. Baron is spawning in 15 seconds. The Shy is down for 42. It's a 4v5 on the map right now, and NiP have full control over what they want to do here. They continue to push out the mid wave, but this Baron is theirs to determine what they want to do with. Absolutely no reason for the Shy to be that pushed up with no flash, and it could really cost Invictus.
He's just running mid lane, trying to go for a flank, I guess. Like throwing out a Q for fun, and then he gets caught up by a trap. Really nice deadly flourish from Leave. And now it's NiP immediately onto the Baron. That's just gone.
Yeah, it's gone.
JJ doesn't want to go in and sacrifice his life for a potential 50-50. And so that is NiP getting themselves right back into this game.
That is the throw of all throws from Invictus. They were in such a good spot, and it all washes away in 2 plays. We see Jeje and Aki, running into each other here. I don't imagine this turns into much more, although Aki could be by himself. He flashes over the wall, trying to get to Doinby.
Just trying to escape. He gets charmed up, though, as there comes JJ with the Glacial Prison. Gala and Rookie are here, dashing forward onto the Maokai. The tree will get cut down, and so that's 1 trade back that IG can be happy about. But they are facing off against a Baron buff in the hands of their 4 other players of Ninjas in Pajamas. It's going to make it very hard to do anything off of that kill.
Yeah, Aki just greedily recalling there, not necessarily respecting the fact that, IG is obviously going to go and try and establish more pressure in that area once the Baron has been taken. Just a very weird play overall, but still shouldn't take too much away from Ninjas in Pajamas. This is a Baron buff Yorick. We have to remember that still exists in this game, as much as we've been talking about the fights and the 5v5s and, Leave really stepping up and being able to catch out the Shy pretty regularly. Yorick is in a better position now than he was 5 minutes ago in terms of how things are set up. But here we go. We could potentially be seeing a consequential fight.
Importantly, none of those major wins for NiP have come in a full-on 5v5. Their picks here, picks there, mostly onto the Shy. Deadly Flourish comes out, doesn't find a root, but the Curtain Call is going to force IG back with the Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. Once again, Soul on the table for NiP if they can pick it up. They send Shanji with the Baron buff and the Maiden down the mid lane, and will instead look to try to just stop the recalls here for IG. Steal not in the works, as it will be the third Infernal picked up for Invictus, but now they have to escape. JJ and Rookie dash over the wall. Mako falls with the grand exit, and now they're just going to try to stop the backs. Doinby chasing forward with the stolen away quickness. The Shy going to be the target, gets hit up by the Abstando Duck. Meanwhile, Shanji still hitting onto the mid lane inhibitor turret. Everybody on IG running for the hills, and NiP are looking to stop him right now. Deadly Flourish connects onto the Shy, and then Italy will get shut down. Inhibitor taken mid. Finally, Rookie able to get back to base, but NiP playing this macro beautifully, and now the bot lane inhibitor can be the next target.
Yeah, this is as perfectly played as you could possibly ask for Ninjas in Pajamas. Rookie takes forever to get back into the base because at no point can he recall. It's a 4v5. The ult
at half HP gets crit up by Leave. Could this be the end of the game without a full team fight ever taking place? The first Nexus tower is down. Shanji is still really big with the Maiden, not taking a single tick of damage so far. Finally, they will force the ultimate down, and NiP will have to walk away, but they do take the entirety of a Nexus turret, and it seems like they're not done yet.
Back.
Leave, looking to try to shut down JJ. One more 4-shot, might be able to take him down. He goes back into the fountain. There comes the Azir turret, going to try to keep IG's base alive. They have not gone for the fight. They will have to pull the trigger at some point. Finally, they do. Doinby will shove JJ back. Mako dashes away, still not going to die. The Nexus is exposed, and NiP can just hit it. They could just win the series right here, right now. Rookie dashing forward. The Shy is respawned. Glacial Prison goes wide, and now here comes the Shy.
Mako!
Knockup lands in. Doinby will fall, and IG will hold the line.
How did they survive that? The Nexus completely exposed, the healing coming through from Doinby, from Shanji. It felt like they couldn't die, but at some point the luck, the magic ran out. The healing stops coming through, and Invictus is able to turn the fight. That being said, their entire base is broken open. Teleport not available right now on Doinby or Shanji. They used it to attempt to end the game, but accurately pointed out that this Nexus is completely exposed. IG won the battle. The war continues to rage on, but I'm shocked that we even got there in the first place.
Oh my goodness. It felt like if maybe NiP just completely inted to hit the Nexus as fast as possible, the game could be over. But it also could be over in terms of IG winning, because then it'd be like 2-minute death timers on everybody. It'd be a clean ace most likely. It just got so close, and I wonder what could have happened if maybe they just decided to hit the Nexus, which is now currently exposed. But as you mentioned, K-Man, they used all their juice to try to go for it. Shanji and Doinby no longer have those teleports. It's going to be very hard for them to get an opportunity like that again.
Yeah, I mean, and we asked for a banger and we received. This is what we were looking for. Reminder, this is a 5-kill to 5-kill game between these two teams at the current moment. It feels so much more bloody and deadly than that because the action has been so chaotic and crazy between these two teams, but Ninjas in Pajamas have definitely set themselves up in the best possible spot. The most noteworthy thing, Baron spawning in a minute here. There is no way that IG is going to be able to contest that under the threat of their Nexus being exposed. Even beyond that, it's Soul for both teams in 1 minute and 40 seconds. That is a gigantic objective. And right now, I just don't see an easy way for IG to be able to compete with that, with all of the things that are set up. But in this game, you never really know how things are going to go.
Yeah, I mean, it was sole point for NiP for so long. It was 3-0 Dragon lead, and they're about to potentially blow it like the 2004 Yankees if IG are able to get this one here in a minute and 20 seconds. It's going to be up for the taking, but you know the Super Minions is going to continue to crash in. IG have to make sure their waves are reset. They have to worry about Shanji on the split push as well, as the Super Minions will still be able to do a lot of work here. As before the Dragon actually came in, we have to worry about this Baron. It's spawning in 15 seconds. That seems to be NiP's focus. They're all across the top side with a big load of traps actually set up right around that bush.
Yeah, this is such a scary situation for Invictus because one wrong move, one pick off, and the game is over. Jeja is going to have to be the only one who can walk up here, but the ult's going to go wide.
It hits my fridge. Deadly Flourish goes in onto the Sejuani. JJ goes down. It's a shutdown picked up for Leave. And now Gala is going to try to do some work here. Knockup gets canceled. Shanji picks up the kill. And IG might be cooked here in this team fight. The Shy is down. Only Rookie's alive. And there's no way he can 1v5 this one. He's going to try to clear out the wave using the Emperor's Divide. But it is sure to cost him his life. He will fall. The kill goes over to Leave. 720 gold, just the icing on top of the cake as NiP. I think they have done it. A wave is pushing in on the bot side. Both Nexus towers have a respawn, but the death timers are far too long. This is sure to be it.
This is a gigantic victory for Ninjas in Pajamas. Look at the expression of Doenby. Look at the expression of Leave. Everyone on Ninjas in Pajamas, you can see just how much this means to them, but they're stuck in base right now. They need to wait for some time there, but the Nexus is eventually going to get exposed, and Ninjas in Pajamas with the 2-1.
What a win for them. It was a 3-1 for them earlier on in Split 1, and in Split 2, they once again get the victory over IG. Doenby beats Rookie, and Rookie has to watch his old teammates bow in front of the stage without him.
A brutal way to lose for Invictus. All 3 games, both teams held a lead, gold-wise. That has to be the case, right? Like a substantial one?
Yeah.
Surely.
Substantial, not necessarily. I think it was probably like 2K for each team back in game 2, but it was such a back and forth game, every single one of them. And NiP end up being the ones who clutch it out somehow, some way.
I think the term I gotta use for them is resilience. I mean, this is a mentally taxing series, a physically taxing series, and they were able to keep their cool and be able to survive. That game number 1, they had it. They had it in the palm of their hand, and they threw it away at one fight to lose it. They come back in game number 2. It feels like it's slipping again, but they make the clutch, crucial play to be able to survive in that second game. And game number 3, once again, it's just doing everything needed in order to pick up the W, and you just have to give this team a lot of credit. You can see it on their face just how much this meant to them. And, you know, with all of these games coming up for them this week, this isn't the last time that they're going to be tested, but I'm sure this gives them a lot of confidence moving forward.
Hey, whatever IG, certainly going to be a good one for NiP, but still, as you mentioned, a lot of work left to be done. As, hey, you know what? They've gotten a good amount of rest early on in the season, right? They've only played 2 games in the first 2 weeks or whatever, but in terms of what's upcoming for them, Weibo up next, then Thunder Talk FPX to wrap things up. The 4-game week for Ninjas in Pajamas. But what a way to start it off against IG that brings NiP up to 2-1 in the standings.
Yeah, and I think taking a look at that with IG moving to 3-3 now and sitting, I believe, at 7-9 in terms of overall game score, like they are significantly below 500. Billy sitting at, you know, basically 500 at 5-4. That fight for that 4th spot has gotten a lot more interesting with this result. Ninjas in Pajamas in a really nice place to be able to take that, especially because I think some of their more winnable matchups are coming up, but for Invictus on the other side, this was kind of a, I'm not going to say a must win, it's double round robin. You know, you're definitely going to have some chances to be able to bring things back, but I think they're going to want this series back when they look back on it.
In terms of being one of those teams to jump into the top 4, this one definitely hurts. We were so close to pulling off a victory, and with this group Ascend being so competitive every single week, every team has the opportunity to take a game off of the other, and especially towards the top of the standings. If you're IG, you want to avoid having to be in a situation where you play in a best of 5, win or go home to even qualify into the postseason. And so that is certainly the goal for these teams, and NiP got a little bit closer to it this time around.
Yeah, I think it is important to remember we're in week 3 of week 8. This is a big result, and I do want to stress that for Ninjas in Pajamas. It's really nice to be able to establish this kind of tempo moving forward, but this is not the last time that we are going to see these 2 teams even face off against each other throughout the regular season here with that double round robin structure. You know, NiP has definitely established themselves in a positive way, but it's up to Invictus to be able to bounce back. I think when I start to look at players that I take away from this series, man, it's just such a team effort, right? It's very difficult to narrow down one individual player, but my mind pretty consistently is moving back to someone like Leave, especially when you look at the series as a whole. The Jhin was very useful, picked up the game-winning picks on the Nidalee throughout the back half of that game, and then obviously was still important, but I think there are a lot of great options there.
Yeah, and as for IG, back to drawing board, of course, in terms of having to reset for themselves. They've already played a ton of games in the early stages of things. Their next game is against JDG. That is also going to be a really fun one. Speaking of world champion mid laners, you're going to have to face off against one more over there in Scout. We're waiting some of the highlights, the post-game match score sheets, and the MVP. Here we go. Let's take a look at the wrap-up here for the day. What a day it was here on the LPL.
That gold graph is just
look at that.
Insane. There is nothing. That picture is worth 1,000 words for what the course of this game was. Invictus felt like they were in such a great spot. This is a team that set themselves up perfectly. Rookie had some fantastic laning stats and, was super far up in gold, but they just couldn't quite capitalize. The Shy with that gigantic lead, turned into basically nothing at the end of the game. A couple of really big mistakes coming in from him on the Nidalee, really costing the game as we continue to go forward. And Gala definitely had some room for improvement throughout the entire series, but how can you not shout out everyone on NiP? Aki was exceptionally good, and we can see that here. This is a great ultimate to set up that rookie teleport flank that we saw him catch PP got out with. Just these proactive plays that both of these teams were making. You can't say that they were scared today. I think both teams doing what they needed to do to win.
You go through these replays. I don't know. I think IG was maybe a little scared towards the end. it felt like they needed to just.
I don't think the Shy was scared.
At some point.
I think the problem is the Shy was a little too.
Maybe
too
Shy was a little.
serious.
Yeah, the Shy was a little too not scared.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we take a look at some of these replays, again, the fights went back and forth. NiP, they had the composition that was built for scrapping. They wanted to find picks, make sure that IG never had time to fully set up a full front to back. And they were able to do it in these situations. Now, obviously, this play specifically resulted in them losing the Dragon because the false revives that were picked up by the sneak away of the Otacon. But then, it's finding picks like this onto the Shy, or just, doing things like split pushing, forcing yourselves onto objectives when IG are underprepared, that resulted in these team fights going NiP's way.
Yeah, and this was a really brilliant play from NiP that, I think is going to stick out in my mind for how they played this, allowing Shanji the time to push down that mid lane. Rookie at no point is able to back. He has to fully walk to the mid lane, and it just opens up this base, I guess, demolition coming in. And, so much healing from both sides makes this a very difficult fight. We thought the game was going to end here. It doesn't actually end up, being the final fight of the game, but still, you got to give NiP a lot of credit for being in this position in the first place. And some really nice fancy footwork there, but just everything you could want to see out of how they played the late game. I think that getting there, obviously you have some concerns. Neither of the teams were clean. A great call in the game about that missed ultimate, but yeah, it's just once you step a little bit too far forward, it's just there's no way to be able to come back, especially with that exposed Nexus.
Yeah, I stole Alk Battery's whole flow. That was his line that I used, and so shout out to him. As this is really nice last play here for NiP. I think it comes off of IG being a little bit too eager to go for some play, and it just results in NiP clean 5-for-0 acing them. So
yeah,
really
look
nice
at, I mean, how do you not love that? You know what I mean? Doenb getting some much needed confidence. Ninjas in Pajamas have not been the most consistent team, but we can see from the standings, doesn't really matter. They've jumped up to number 4, and that's exactly where they want to be right now.
That's not bad. Hey, top 4, as we said, gets you a spot in the playoffs automatically. The bottom 6 teams of Ascend, as well as the top 2 teams in Nirvana, will face off in a play-in best of 5, which, again, can get wild. It's the fact that it's just one series that can decide if you make it into playoffs or not. And there's going to be some teams on the outside looking in that are going to want to avoid that fate that probably weren't expecting to. As we take a look at our player of the game for this final game, I believe it has been announced as well. Let's see who it goes to. I actually really don't know. Okay, it's Leave again. He did have himself a great game onto the Jhin.
Yeah, I think I look back at the early lead he was able to generate that kind of kept Ninjas in Pajamas from spiraling after the Nidalee became a bit of a problem in the early game. I think that really mattered, but I mean, all of the crucial plays this entire game, they came down to Leave, catching out the Shy in this instance, him and obviously Doenb to be able to make that play happen. But once again, catching out the Shy here, this was really kind of the game-altering play from the Shy to open up the floodgates for the rest of the team. And you can't understate just how much damage he did. I think it was close to 50,000 over the course of this game, about 37% of his team's damage. It's just absurd on a champion like Jin that I think a lot of people would have expected to maybe be a little bit more in the background on a team with Silas and on a team with Yorick. I think he stepped up and really outplayed Gala on the other side of the matchup here today, and I think it's a big reason why Ninjas in Pajamas walked away with the win. Yeah,
a player like Leave, always kind of on the outside looking in terms of people regarded as the top ADCs, but this year in 2025 specifically really has had himself a good go of things. But more from NiP, of course, still in the future. You are a big fan of the LPL and a big fan of Ninjas in Pajamas. Well, you are in for a treat this week on LPL English, where we're going to have 3 more games of Ninjas in Pajamas, of course, going up in the next week or so. But that's going to do it for our coverage here today. Tomorrow, we have 2 more series in terms of LGD versus LNG, and then followed by WE versus Top Esports. But before we go, we want to give a big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Mung. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every day. Big shout out to Rafa, who is holding down the fort for our first series, to Ellie, our producer, Alk Battery, as well, helping out behind the scenes, and to you, K, man. Welcome to LPL English. It's a pleasure to have you, and we're ready to have you here for more as well.
Yeah, it was a pleasure being here. We got some great games here today. I'm very lucky, and I don't think this will be the last time you see me here for the LPL, and I'm excited to get to see even more of this awesome action.
Yes, thank you very much for everybody tuning in. Once again, final score, Ninjas in Pajamas 2, Invictus Gaming 1 here on LPL English. Once again, we'll see you here tomorrow. Same time, same place. Starting off in Group Nirvana. This time, you're not going to want to miss it. Till then, have a good one and enjoy the rest of your day.